Hey guys. This is part 10 of What If Naruto was Madara's grandson. Hit like and subscribe if you like this one, and also please check the author in the description. Let's start.
We are pain, that's all. We are God.
Chapter 60, A Dragon's Wrath 2. Come not between the dragon and his wrath. King Lear previously. You took my father from me, Shino said, dropping to his knees. But with you, I will rescue Fu. Shino replied, his eyes burning with fire, and the bugs seemed to feel his power and determination. The swarm slowed down and began slowly flying around him. The bugs landed softly on him, and started slithering their way into his skin. Shino dropped his black goggles to the ground and slowly stood up. His skin was now a deep purple, and his eyes shining a bright silver. Let's go hunting. Now. As Shino-kun. His mother gasped when she took his appearance. He had dropped the gray hooded cloak and his traditional black goggles. His skin no longer had the traditional pinkish color, but it was now a dark purple, and his eyes, a shining silver. What have you done? She asked in complete disbelief. Everything is all right, mother, Shino replied, easing his mother's worries. But, his mother protested until she accepted it. A small smile made its way to her face when she realized that Shino had endangered his life by taking bugs that rejected so many of her clan before, and all for Fu. You go get that girl, Shino's mom ordered, and he nodded with conviction. You ready to go? Shino asked, and Gaara nodded, pushing himself up. His chakra stores had been replenished, and he felt like new. Gaara summoned 2 chunks of sand, and both he and Shino shot into the sky, chasing after the fleeing Akatsuki members. May Kami have mercy on their souls, for Gaara and Shino would not. With Tsunade. You were always a fool, Senju, Danzo said, approaching Tsunade's still form and bending down, flicking the blood on her lips. Such a waste. Danzo sighed as started raising again, never noticing several markings stretching from her forehead diamond figure, and spreading around her body like a net. Indeed, Danzo's eyes widened and a small shiver ran up his spine at the coldness the voice carried. Danzo swiftly turned around only to see Tsunade standing and her arms stretched forward. His eyes widened when he felt the amount of chakra she was pouring in her fist. Her fist was almost glowing, visible to the naked eye. Smash! Danzo took the punch directly into his gut. He was lifted off the ground and split into 2 at the powerful uppercut, and cleanly split into 2. Tsunade didn't realize just how powerful she was and took the rooftop of the Hokage Tower along with Danzo. The rooftop exploded, sending debris all over the surrounding areas, some crashing into nearby buildings. Damn, Tsunade said, clearly shocked by the outcome. She looked around and spotted the 2 halves of Danzo in a pool of his blood. That was easier than I expected. Tsunade chuckled to herself as she walked towards Shizen, who was looking around in oblivion, confusion plastered in her face. Tsunade-sama? Shizen asked, blinking her eyes quickly. What happened? The last thing she remembered was bringing Tsunade her afternoon tea. Danzo was messing with your head, Tsunade explained, but Shizen remained oblivious. Whatever illusion Danzo used had to have been powerful, to leave no memory of it behind. Tsunade-sama. Tsunade recoiled at Shizen's piercing screech. Are you alright? Shizen panicked, noticing the smeared blood all over her chin. Yeah, Tsunade waved her off, much to her chagrin. The bastard over there. Tsunade pointed her finger towards the bisected Danzo. He thought he could take me out with poison. She laughed. Poison? Can you think of anything more ridiculous? Me? Tsunade pointed at herself. Taken out by poison, as if. Tsunade gloated while Shizen just shook her head at her sensei's antics. Tsunade-sama. Shizen shouted, and Tsunade looked alarmed at where Shizen was pointing. Tsunade barely had time to, as 3 kunais flew by, grazing her neck and drawing a small line of blood that quickly healed. Tsunade looked in bewilderment as Danzo stood up, looking at her with a cold face. Tsunade's head whirled around to where Danzo's body was supposed to be and found nothing, not even the pool of blood. That's not possible, Tsunade said, and frowned when Danzo said nothing. So the outcome comes to this, Tsunade said, and Danzo simply nodded. It was inevitable, Danzo simply replied in a flat tone. I should have known that even this particular poison wouldn't be quick enough to kill you. Danzo sighed in resignation. I do commend you on it. It worked remarkably fast. Where did you get it, Danzo, old chap? Tsunade asked with curiosity, cracking her knuckles in anticipation. It's amazing what alliances can do, is it not? Danzo rhetorically asked. So the poison came from Kiri? Tsunade inferred, but Danzo said nothing. They always had the most exotic poisons. Indeed, Danzo replied just before his hands blurred together. Futon Shinkajyoku, vacuum bullets. Danzo took a deep breath and quickly exhaled several blasts of wind chakra. Tsunade immediately ducked and dodged to the side, watching as the wind bullets dug themselves in what remained of the walls. Tsunade ran forward, sidestepping another wind bullet, and closing the distance between herself and Danzo. Danzo jumped backwards as Tsunade's fist crashed in the ground, making the earth rumble around them. Dokujiri poison mist. Shizen exhaled a large cloud of purple mist, heading straight towards the now immobile Danzo. Futon de Tapa, great breakthrough. Danzo countered with a strong gust of wind, sending the poison mist right back to Tsunade and Shizen. Tsunade rose a single leg and smashed it on the stone floor, making a heavy rock jump into the air. With a fierce punch, she destroyed the boulder in front of her, hurling chunks of it against Danzo. Danzo was caught completely unprepared for said attack. He was still airborne and the rocks were concealed by the poison cloud. The debris hit him head-on, piercing his arms, legs and chest. Danzo dropped to the ground completely limp, killed almost instantly. Once the poison mist had cleared, Tsunade approached the fallen man and crushed his head with a single leg. Stay dead, old mummy, Tsunade snarled. However, her eyes widened in disbelief when Danzo seemed to shimmer out of existence right in front of her. Tsunade-sama! Shizen shouted and Tsunade's head whirled around, only to come face to face with Danzo. Danzo took a single kunai and before Tsunade could react, Danzo had pierced Tsunade's gut with it, letting blood pool to the ground. Tsunade gritted her teeth and tried her best to ignore the stabbing pain. She grabbed Danzo's outreached fist so that he couldn't get away, and with her other hand she punched Danzo so hard in the face that his head was cleaved completely off, making the rest of his body fall limply to the ground. Tsunade groaned as she plucked the kunai from her stomach and sighed in relief as the wound closed almost instantly. She looked back to where Danzo was only to find his body missing once more. This is getting annoying, Tsunade thought to herself, gritting her teeth as she looked around, trying to find where Danzo would pop out this time. Tsunade, however, was completely taken by surprise when Danzo materialized himself right in front of her. She tilted her body to the side, allowing Danzo's kunai to pass by unharmed. Tsunade crouched and kicked Danzo in the sternum, sending flying and crashing into the nearby rubble. Tsunade waited patiently as Danzo dug himself out of the rubble and got up, dusting off his clothes. Tsunade's eyes trailed off to Danzo's face and she saw for the first that the bandages were ripped off, displaying a single three-toed Sharingan glowing in Danzo's right eye socket. A Sharingan, Tsunade said, her eyes wide in surprise but quickly narrowed in both disgust and anger. Who did you steal that eye from, you old mummy? Tsunade roared. Danzo, however, said nothing as simply discarded the bandages surrounding his head and dropped his right sleeve, showing a multitude of more Sharingans, all implanted in his right arm that seemed to have a lighter coloration than the rest of his skin. What have you done? Tsunade asked in complete disbelief. She shivered internally when she saw all those Sharingans move around in their sockets, all of them staring intently at her. Answer me, she commanded. I've secured the future of this village by getting rid of the Uchihas and these, Danzo said, raising his right arm to show his eyes. Well, these are just some perks of a job well done. Danzo chuckled. Doesn't he know that the Uchihas fake their death by replacing their bodies with the Zetsu clones? Tsunade wondered in thought. Tsunade, however, just shook her head in disbelief and stared intently at his arm. After all, being a top-of-the-line medic like she was, she couldn't help but to look intrigued by the arm. Did those eyes actually saw and fed information to the brain, or were they just there for show? Tsunade looked carefully at his arm, her eyes missing nothing. 10 eyes, Tsunade thought in disgust until she noticed that 3 of them were closed. Her eyes narrowed when she made the connection. She had killed him 3 times and he had 3 closed eyes, too big of a coincidence to simply ignore. It can't be. Those eyes are Zetsu clones of the originals. They shouldn't be functional to that level. Tsunade narrowed her eyes as she ducked under a kick and jumped backwards to gain some distance. As Tsunade landed on the ground, a few feet from Danzo, she got lightheaded. She shook her head as her vision was starting to blur around the edges. What? Tsunade thought in confusion as she steadied herself on the wall and took a long and deep breath. "Tsunade-sama!" Shizen yelled, seeing her teacher leaning on the wall. She rushed towards her to immediately start a diagnostic jutsu. She didn't get far as Danzo intercepted her and delivered a solid blow to her stomach, following with a kick to her head. Shizen crashed against the wall and crumbled to the ground unconscious. "About time," Danzo said, making Tsunade raise her head slightly from the wall to look at him in confusion and anger. "Do you think I would came here unprepared?" Danzo asked, raising a single eyebrow. "No, my lady. Everything was prepared from the very beginning," Danzo began. "Shizen administered you 2 poisons, thinking she was simply adding sugar to your tea." Danzo chuckled and Tsunade slid to the ground, leaning her back on the wall. "The first poison did its job, forcing you to use your Byakugo no Jutsu, Strength of 100 technique. By using that ability, you fastened your metabolism, allowing the second, much slower acting poison to quickly become effective. But here is the trick." Danzo paused before continuing. "The second poison will not kill you or cripple you permanently. It acts on the chakra network, not stopping its flow or anything but simply disrupting it. This is why you are lightheaded. This poison isn't actually harming anything in your body, and that is why your precious technique cannot do anything about it." Danzo finished, but Tsunade couldn't even reply. It was like she was staring at empty walls. "This is the end for you, Hokage-sama." Danzo spat, channeling wind chakra through a kunai and raising it into the air. Chopping her head would most likely be the only way to kill her. After all, her healing technique was still going strong. "Raikiri," Danzo groaned, jumping backwards to avoid the lightning jutsu from Kakashi. "Step away from Lady Tsunade," Kakashi warned, putting himself between Danzo and Tsunade. Kakashi turned his head slightly, only to catch a glimpse of Tsunade collapsed against the wall, in some sort of trance. Physically, he could tell that she was unharmed. Shizen, however, was knocked out, lying on the ground near a pile of rocks. Kakashi turned his head backwards to one of the elders of the village, one of the advisors of the Hokage herself. "Danzo! This is how far you have fallen?" Kakashi asked, his voice taking a dangerous tone. His Sharingan instantly flared to life. He would take no chances against someone as seasoned as Danzo. In his prime, he had been almost as strong as the third Hokage himself. "This doesn't look good," Kakashi thought grimly. Danzo was a top-tier shinobi like him, but Kakashi had always been limited by his chakra levels. Taking into account he had just made 2 shadow clones to carry Yugao and Hate to the hospital, things weren't looking too easy. "Where is Minato-sensei and the rest of the Bat clan when we need them?" Kakashi groaned and bent his knees when he saw Danzo dashing forward. "I bet they could solo Danzo in under a second." Kakashi whined in thought, parrying a strike before lashing out a kick. Danzo jumped backwards to gain some distance, and took a deep breath. "Futon de Tapa, great breakthrough." Kakashi channeled chakra to his feet, grounding himself against the powerful gust of air. The moment Kakashi felt the gust of air slowing down, he moved into action. His right sparkled with lightning chakra as he burst forward, leaving a trail of dust behind. Danzo scoffed at being underestimated like that. His Sharingan caught Kakashi's movements, and he simply sidestepped Kakashi's attack. Danzo caught Kakashi's arm and flipped him above himself, smashing Kakashi into the ground. Kakashi groaned as he hit the ground hard and his Raikiri dispelled from the impact. Danzo swiftly took a kunai and impaled Kakashi before he could even blink. However, to Danzo's surprise, Kakashi merely puffed in smoke to reveal a simple piece of rubble. "Katon, Gakakyu no Jutsu, great fireball technique." Danzo rolled to the side, avoiding the deadly fireball that flew just over himself. Before he could regain his bearings, Kakashi was already upon him, lashing out fast and brutal strikes. Kakashi threw a fast punch straight at Danzo, who merely parried his strike to the side. Kakashi's extended arm grabbed Danzo's head by the scruff of his hair and pulled him down, smashing his face right into one of Kakashi's knees. Danzo stumbled backwards, bringing his hands to stem the blood flow from his nose. Kakashi didn't relent and simply swung around, mashing his heel into Danzo's face and sending the old man crashing into a nearby wall. A split second later, Kakashi's hands were already blurring through hand seals. "Katon, Ryuka no Jutsu, Fire Dragon Technique." A powerful dragon-shaped stream of fire erupted from Kakashi's mouth and engulfed Danzo. Kakashi took no chances and kept his attack up for nearly a minute. He felt his own breath getting short and stopped his jutsu. When his fire attack dwindled down and the smoke cleared, there was nothing but scorched rock. Kakashi rose an eyebrow at the lack of remains but didn't think much of it. Kakashi turned around and started walking back towards Tsunade to help her. Rookie mistake, Kakashi! Kakashi's head snapped to the left only to on the receiving end and a point-blank roundhouse kick. Kakashi groaned and spiraled through the air, crashing into the ground, hard. He shook his head, pushing the dizziness away and rose to his feet just in time to avoid a wind bullet. His eyes nearly popped open when he saw the wind bullet dig itself in the rock a good 10 inches. His Sharingan caught movement, and he forced his body to the side, barely avoiding another bullet. Kakashi replied with a few shurikens, stopping Danzo's wind jutsu. Ki, Danzo muttered beneath his breath, breaking a small genjutsu that Kakashi tried to cast on him. Apparently it had the desired effect and Danzo had lost track of Kakashi. Doton Shinjuzanshu no Jutsu, double suicide decapitation technique. A single hand from Kakashi popped from the ground, right beneath Danzo. But Danzo wasn't a Kage-level shinobi for nothing and simply jumped backwards. Kamui, Danzo suddenly felt an inhuman amount of pressure near his chest. He couldn't even breathe properly. He saw the space around him swirling, and it reminded him too much of Naruto's own technique. He didn't get to think much as a hole suddenly appeared in the middle of his chest, where his heart should be. Danzo collapsed to the ground dead and Kakashi appeared from the ground again, breathing deeply. He had used a lot of chakra. If the battle had prolonged, he would have lost. His Sharingan could see that Danzo still had a lot of chakra to spare. Same mistake. Kakashi's blood ran cold when he heard Danzo's voice in the back on his head, too close to comfort. Kakashi barely had time to replace himself with a piece of rubble, but no before taking a deep gash to his thigh. Kakashi appeared in the ground next to Tsunade and crumbled to the floor, cradling his leg. The gash had been mostly over the muscle and while not fatal, it would be painful and hinder his abilities that relied so much in speed and mobility. He had lost this battle. There was no other way to put it, and now he needed to find a way to escape. Futon Shinkuhal, Air Blade. Danzo released a wind blade from his mouth, making Kakashi narrow his eyes. Doton Doria Hiki, Earth Wall. Kakashi rolled over, placing both hands on the ground and raising an earth wall. He had calculated the trajectory of the wind blade and if he dodged, it would go straight towards Tsunade who was immobile at the moment. The wind blade crashed into the rock and nearly cleaved it in half. Kakashi felt Danzo preparing another attack and this one would destroy his rock wall. Right on Kagebunshin, Lightning Shadow Clone. Kakashi thought, leaving one clone behind and hoisting Tsunade and Shizen onto his shoulders. He gritted his teeth at the added weight from both women but kept going. As the coverage of the rock wall came crashing down, the original Kakashi fled the scene with both Tsunade and Shizen on tow. Danzo saw nothing of Kakashi's little scheme and immediately engaged against his clone. The clone, knowing that the original was already far away, took a blow and discharged itself on Danzo, electrocuting the man. Danzo gritted his teeth but bit back the pain as the clone disappeared. He quickly regained his focus and looked around to find nothing. Kakashi had ran away with Tsunade and Shizen. Danzo cursed his luck. His plan came crashing down so quickly. It was such a simple plan and he didn't understand how it could have gone so badly. With Hayashi's help he had already replaced the ANBU commander and another few ANBU in key locations with his own men. The louder part of his plan was attacking the village in broad daylight. Usually he kept to the shadows but it needed to be done. He needed to kill both Tsunade and the current clan heads of the major clans. The old clan heads were too ingrained in their own ways, too loyal to Tsunade and Hiruzen. The kids, however, they were still fresh, still young, still naive. They could be molded under Danzo's watchful eyes, allowed to flourish under his command. Naruto and Hinata would be a problem but the Akatsuki should deal with them. The only unknown variable were the dragons. Danzo had no idea where Tsunade had unearthed such talent, such raw power. A single member was capable of taking S-rank missions alone and, as a group, they were nearly invincible. I shall deal with them when the time comes, Danzo thought to himself, giving chase to Kakashi. With the Hokage dead, ANBU command follows to the ANBU commander and the Shinobi Council. With Tsunade dead and most of the clan heads as well, Danzo would have full command over Konoha's Anbu forces. Adding to those his own root shinobi and this coup d'état would be successful. Finally, Danzo muttered, catching a glimpse of Kakashi. He had a job to finish. Kakashi cursed his luck when he felt Danzo rapidly approaching. He needed some type of distraction and one that didn't cost chakra, something he was running low on. Kakashi was hoping from rooftop to rooftop. The streets were desert. The civilians have already been evacuated. The huge explosion over the Senju compound had initiated the village's war protocol. The problem was that the ANBU was not responding properly to the threats, and with the Hokage down, Kakashi shook his head. He couldn't cloud his mind with such problems. He had enough troubles as it was. He had to find a way to heal Tsunade, but for that he needed to wake Shizen, but he couldn't do that either with Danzo on toll. His first thought of seeking aid in the Senju compound with Gaara, but if that explosion was anything to go by, then they were very busy. The ANBU at this point could not be trusted. Yes! Kakashi nearly shouted as he jumped down into an alley. He felt Danzo getting closer and closer. He knew exactly who to request aid to, and now he only needed a small distraction to get there. Kakashi's hand went straight to his pouch, and he took a simple and normal kunai. And now for a small genjutsu, Kakashi thought happily. He would summon the man that even someone like Danzo feared above all others. I got you now, Danzo said as Kakashi was a mere feet away. Kakashi, however, quickly turned around and threw a kunai at him. Danzo chuckled at the obvious attempt to stop him, and simply allowed the kunai to whistle by his shoulders harmlessly. His eyes widened as the kunai passed by his face, and he saw exactly what type of kunai it was. It wasn't as simply kunai with a blade and no hilt. No, it was a three-pronged kunai with kanji written on the handle. Impossible! Danzo thought in panic when kunai was replaced with a bright flash of yellow. Danzo squinted his eyes at the brightness of the flash. His eyes caught movement, and he immediately placed both arms in a cross shape, blocking a powerful kick. Ugh! Danzo groaned as he was sent flying downwards into the ground, but managed to flip midair and regain his footing. Danzo looked up and his blood ran cold. Senju Naruto was crouching on top of the building in front of him, his long blonde hair swaying in the wind and the blood-red eyes to match. Danzo involuntarily took a step back and gulped at the face of the enemy he knew he couldn't defeat. He suddenly sat on the building and supported his head with a simple hand. What have you been up to, Danzo? Naruto asked with a bored look. Danzo, however, simply shivered at the coldness of his voice. Danzo had to plan this very thoroughly if he wanted to escape with his life. Not even the Izanagi would save him from someone like Naruto. I knew this would happen eventually, Naruto started, breaking Danzo from his thoughts. The war took its toll on you. You see enemies everywhere when there are none. You were supposed to be busy in Kumo, Danzo pointed out. Got bored, Naruto waved him off. Dealt with the exams and had nothing to do until Kakashi called. And imagine my surprise to find him carrying my unconscious grandmother, Naruto stated, narrowing his eyes at Danzo. I guess that not even Nagato was a match for you, Danzo muttered, gritting his teeth. No jounin hopeful can stand up to me, Danzo. I thought you knew that, Naruto rhetorically asked. Danzo, however, took a step back at the answer and narrowed his eyes at Naruto. His Sharingan started spinning as he looked at his opponent for the first time. And he found something completely strange. His chakra levels were barely above those of a genin. A stray thought came to Danzo and he hustled a kunai at Naruto. I guess the fun is over. Naruto grinned as he exploded in smoke, reveling a grinning Kakashi. Better luck next time, Danzo-chan. Kakashi did his trademark wave as he was hit with the kunai and burst into smoke. Danzo cursed his luck for being deceived by a simple transformation. He immediately looked around, hoping to catch a small trail leading to Kakashi. Sniff, sniff. There he is! Danzo thought happily and resumed the chase. That jounin would pay dearly for his games. With Kakashi couldn't help but laugh at the face Danzo made when he realized he had been deceived. The man got so red with anger that he thought he might burst at any time. He even put his Sharingan to shame. Kakashi had arrived where he wanted, and he released a sigh of relief when he saw the compound was undamaged. Hyuga clan compound at the same time. So weak. So pathetic. Hayashi sneered, his lips curling in disgust as he looked down at the unconscious form of Hana, his ex-wife and current Hyuga clan leader. Hayashi looked around to see battles going around. He still had some loyal members of the previous main house. This clan has been reduced to nothingness. We used to be the strongest in Konoha and now look at us. Hayashi shook his head in shame. But no matter. Everything can and will be fixed, Hayashi said with conviction, pulling his arm back to deliver the final blow. Hayashi thrust his arm forward, but before it could hit Hana it was blocked. Before Hayashi could react to this, his Byakugan caught sight of a leg heading his way. Hayashi jumped backwards, avoiding the kick, and landed a few feet from Hana. He rose his head and finally saw the face of the one who blocked his final attack. Hyuga Niji was glaring at him and standing in front of Hana in a protective manner. His Byakugan was already active and his clothes and skin showed signs of battle. Looks like Niji had fought his way inside. "I can't allow you to harm Hana-sama, uncle," Niji said seriously, taking the standard Juken position. "Niji, my greatest failure," Hayashi greeted his nephew. "You hated the main family, and yet here you stand in front of them, protecting them." "I didn't hate the main family. I hated you and a select few others," Niji corrected. "Uncle or not, I will not allow you to harm Hana-sama," Niji replied. "You think you can take me on?" Hayashi chuckled lightly before gaining a serious face. "Very well. Come, Niji," Hayashi said, beckoning Niji to come, and the battle was on. Niji rushed forward to meet his match, his long black hair flowing with the wind as he ran towards Hayashi. Uncle and nephew clashed fists, streams of blue chakra swirled around them, each clash coming with a resounding bang. All around them the fighting stopped to see both Hayashi and Niji battle each other. While Hayashi had far more experience in battle, Niji compensated that by being stronger and faster. The onlookers were shocked with Niji's performance. They always knew that he was a prodigy, but to be on par with the former clan head was nothing short of amazing. Even though Hayashi had experience, he was having trouble hitting his Niji because of his speed. Mere seconds after the battle had begun, Hayashi saw an opening as he blocked a strong punch. Niji overcommitted on the punch, putting him slight off balance, but only a taijutsu master like Hayashi would be able to capitalize on that. Hayashi pushed his punch backwards, forcing Niji to stumble ever so slightly. Two blue glowing fingers shot forward, blurring towards Niji's open shoulder to close his tenketsu. Time seemed to slow down as Niji saw the incoming strike and simply smirked. He instantly regained balance and crouched ever so slightly. Hayashi's strike passed safely over his shoulder, and Niji took his opportunity. His arms blurred together as he delivered a flurry of Juken strikes to Hayashi's outstretched arm. Hayashi squirmed in pain, feeling his tenketsu being forcibly closed on his arm. He retaliated with a kick to his sternum, forcing Niji to jump backwards. He feinted an overcommitment, knowing that I would take advantage of it. "He's grown well," Hayashi chuckled in thought, opening the tenketsu on his arm. "I'll have to be careful, Hakushu air palm," Hayashi yelled, thrusting his arm forward. Niji countered with the same jutsu. The two air techniques collided in the air with great impact. A dust cloud swirled around both users, forcing them back. The fighting in the compound had stopped, and everyone simply stared as the two Juken masters ducked it out. They narrowed their eyes, peering into the cloud of dust to watch the battle. Both taijutsu users blurred at each other, and their fists met once more in a flurry of precise strikes. When one attacked, the other blocked. When one backed up, the other would push forward, neither allowing the opponent to gain the slightest of advantages. In a close match like this, every strike counted. Niji took a step backward and noticed Hayashi overextending slightly to catch up. "Kaiten," Niji yelled as he spun, his body being engulfed in a dome of spiraling blue chakra. Hayashi collided with the dome and was blasted backwards. He spun midair and landed gracefully on the ground. "Dotun, Doria Taiga, Great Mud River," Hayashi said, placing a hand on the ground and started liquefying the earth. The ground beneath him started becoming mud, and Niji, who was still spinning, started to sink into the ground. He stopped spinning and struggled to jump out of the ground. "Hakushu air palm." Hayashi unleashed a devastating air palm that hit Niji dead on. Once the smoke cleared, Niji was on the ground with his clothes ripped. He was kneeling and taking deep breaths. "You have yet to achieve enough skill to stand against me," Hayashi said in a superior tone. "Nonetheless, you are more skilled than that trash," Hayashi said, nodding towards Hana. "Niji and I-san." Hanabi thought sadly and got up to her feet. She would do something to help the clan with her own hands. Hack Senjuni show 32 palms. Hayashi turned around to see Hanabi standing in front of him in the standard Juken position. 2 palms. Hayashi's eyes widened when Hanabi's fingers blurred to the middle of his chest and closed 2 tenketsu. 4 palms. 4 more strikes, making Hayashi cough and snarl at his daughter's defiance. 8 pa-hhhh. Hayashi backhanded Hanabi, stopping her jutsu and throwing her to the ground hard. Hanabi smashed into the ground, coughing a mouthful of blood. "I'll deal with you later," Hayashi said, coughing again and cleaning the blood from his lips. And no dash. Hayashi stopped mid-sentence when he turned around only to find Niji standing in front of him. Hack Hazangeki, Mountain Crusher. Niji pushed his right hand forward, releasing a powerful wave of chakra that smashed directly against Hayashi at point-blank range. Hayashi was lifted off the ground and sent flying. His body resounded through the air until he crashed into the walls with a deafening bang. Hayashi's mouth was opened in shock as he simply slid down to the ground, unconscious. Niji coughed and kneeled to regain his breathing. Hanabi was quickly by his side, supporting him the best she could. "Are you alright, Niji and I-san?" she asked, concerned with her cousin. "Yes. I'm just tired," Niji replied, ruffling her hair. "I need to thank you, Hanabi-chan. If it wasn't for you, I would have lost," Niji said, and Hanabi laughed happily. The few Hyuga loyal Hayashi, seeing their leader defeated once more, simply dropped to their knees and surrendered. It was no use fighting anymore. With Gaara and Shino, they stopped moving. Shino said as both he and Gaara were flying after both Akatsuki members. Both Konoha shinobi had been previously silent during the whole travel, their minds focused on the single goal at hand: the rescue of Fu. Both men loved her in their own, Gaara as family and Shino as something more than that. "It would seem they are waiting for me as well," Gaara said, clenching his fists and making his sand blur together. "What exactly did you achieve with those insects?" Gaara asked, curious. He had never seen any other Abirame with the same ability. "Rinkachu are my clan's deadliest and more dangerous weapons," Shino began. "While they are highly valuable in combat, they are also very temperamental. I only need to touch their skin once and it's over. Once the enemy is infected, my bugs will automatically start destroying their cells, causing excruciating pain in the process. Even most shinobi can't function properly with the amount of pain involved. Eventually the bugs will attack your inner organs, causing your body to fail and die. Due to their size, there is nothing you can do to remove them short of cutting out the piece that got infected, and it must be done quickly before it spreads," Shino finished. "So you only need to touch them once?" Gaara asked, and Shino nodded in reply. "It will work on Deidara, but Sasori has a wood body," Gaara informed. "I can use my other's bugs to eat through that body as well. Just get me close enough," Shino said, and Gaara nodded as they started lowering their altitude. "About time," Sasori grumbled, seeing both Gaara and an unknown shinobi approach in the horizon. "You're up, Deidara, High Master Sasori." Deidara grinned before throwing both arms into the air. "True art is an explosion!" Deidara yelled just before the sky lit up ablaze. "What an idiot!" Sasori felt like face-palming. "Wasting clay like that." Deidara wasted no time in jumping into one of his clay birds and shooting into the sky. Sasori stayed at ground level, providing coverage to his annoying blonde teammate but also guarding Fu's unconscious body. Sasori looked down to Fu to see she was still out of it. Good, Sasori thought, summoning a couple of puppets. Back at the sky, Gaara was using his sand to shield Shino as he flew in a piece of sand as well. They were trying to close the distance between the bug user and Deidara, but his bird coupled with the explosions were making it difficult. Futon de Tapa, great breakthrough. Gaara unleashed a powerful gust of wind, forcing Deidara to bank to the left to avoid it. As Deidara leveled up, Shino was there waiting for him. Shino leaped from his sand and landed rather harshly on one of Deidara's bird wings. The bird leaned to the side due to the added weight. Shino crouched, channeling chakra to his hands and feet to stick to the bird while Deidara tried to regain balance. The moment the bird became stable again, Shino jumped forward towards Deidara, who grinned and simply stepped off his bird. "C2, Deidara said as he landed on a huge clay dragon that had been hovering beneath the bird. "Katsu," Deidara yelled gleefully as the clay bird exploded with Shino still standing on it. Deidara flew around the area, waiting patiently for the smoke to dissipate. "Whoa!" Deidara plummeting to the ground with a blanket of sand after him. "Master Sasori," Deidara screamed for help to his partner. The C2 dragon wasn't as mobile as his clay birdie. Sasori equipped one of the scrolls behind his back and opened his mouth. From his mouth came a high-powered stream of fire that crashed against the sand and started to push it backwards, allowing Deidara some free time. Deidara looked up to the previous explosion to see Shino was enveloped in a cocoon of sand. "It's not use planting my mines against them," Deidara thought as he launched a couple more explosives only for them to explode against Gaara's sand shields. Deidara banked again to dodge a wave of bugs this time and shivered at the implications. Why did the Achibi bring an Abirame? Deidara whined in thought. What are they doing? Deidara wondered in his mind. Suddenly all air combat had halted. The dragon flapped his powerful wings to remain stationary as Deidara looked quizzically at both Konoha shinobi. If you don't come, I will. Deidara shouted and the dragon roared before plummeting downwards to gain speed. Katsu, Deidara yelled as bombs exploded right behind Gaara and Shino. Ehihe, this is beautiful art. Deidara laughed gleefully when he saw chunks of both shinobi drop to the ground. His blood ran cold when a stray thought hit him. Did I kill the Ichibi Jinchuriki? Deidara thought fearfully at what he would suffer at Pain's hands if that happened. He was broken from his thought when he heard Sasori screaming for help. He looked backwards to see Sasori trying to fend both Gaara and Shino while protecting Fu's body from being snatched. Both Shino and Gaara did make a rather good combination. Shino would go in recklessly while Gaara shielded him from any attack. Soon as Shigeru sand rain. It began to rain sand. Clots of sand fell from the sky everywhere, quickly covering the ground in sand. Deidara was forced to make a bird for his partner, as the ground was no longer safe with it completely covered in sand. Arms of sand rose from the ground to try and snatch up either Akatsuki member, but both were unsuccessful. This is going nowhere, Shino said as they gave chase to both airborne Akatsuki members. How are your fighting skills in the dark? Gaara asked, and Shino looked at him with a raised eyebrow. I can manage, Shino replied. Good. Cover me. Shino nodded in acknowledgement. Gaara placed his fingers in a very well-known T-shaped seal. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone Jutsu. 4 clones popped up. You know what to do, Gaara ordered, and the 4 clones nodded before hoping in their own sand cloud and flying away. Both Akatsuki members prepared themselves for possible attack when they saw the clones appear but became confused when they simply spread away. What is the sand brat doing? Sasori asked. He had never seen in Yondaime Kazekage do anything like this. The 4 clones were forming a perfect square around both Akatsuki members and both Shino and Gaara. Suddenly, all 4 clones raised their hands into the sky in perfect synchronization. Yami o Yukiruru, embrace the darkness. All clones chanted together as the sand on the ground started grumbling. Kaobokyaku, face oblivion, Kudo e no Tabi, journey into the void. Both Akatsuki members shivered when Shikaku's voice rang through the air, coming from the 4 clones and the original Gaara in perfect sync. The sand beneath each clone started raising into the air, reaching high in the sky. Both Akatsuki members looked in awe at the amount of sand being manipulated. The sand continued to grow in size, easily towering over the flying dragon of Deidara and nearly touching the clouds. The colossal towers of sand in front of each clone started stretching towards one another. They are locking us in! Sasori yelled, and Deidara's eyes widened at the implications. The clay dragon roared and flapped his wings wildly as they flew at high speed to the top of the sky. It was already too late to try escape the dome. His size was simply overpowering, so their only choice was at the top, which was still closing. Shino watched as both Akatsuki members flew off in a hurry. He looked towards Gaara to see that his eyes were different. The sclerae of his eyes was black, with yellow irises and pupils each taking the shape of a black 4-pointed star with 4 black dots around it. Gaara seemed to be in some trance and unaware of Deidara and Sasori's movements. I guess that is why he asked for cover, Shino thought, extending both hands and letting bugs pour out of his sleeves. In the blink of an eye, the bugs had crossed the distance and started disrupting the Akatsuki members. Katsu, Deidara yelled, blasting those insects back and killing a bunch of them. Shit! It's closing fast. Deidara yelled and groaned when his dragon bank left, chunks of bugs clenching to his wings. It's too late, Sasori muttered beneath his breath as the last ray of sunshine was blocked off and the dome closed around all 4 shinobi, leaving them in pitch-black darkness. On the outside of the dome, several kanji started spreading over the outer layer, forming a lock on the top of the dome. Fuelin! Seal! Gaara roared as the seal on dome glowed briefly before disappearing from view. Gaara's eyes returned to normal and he kneeled on the sand cloud, gulping air and trying to regain his breathing. Gaara-san! Shino said, but his voice seemed to escape him. Gaara-san! He yelled, but the sound barely came over as a whisper. Even Shino had to focus on his hearing to hear his shout. What is happening? Shino thought, getting uncomfortable with the situation. He stiffened when he felt a hand land on his shoulder and felt a presence in his mind. Gaara-san? Shino thought. I'm here, Gaara replied mentally. Are you okay? Shino asked and Gaara nodded mentally in reply. Yes, Gaara answered. This technique takes a good amount of chakra. If it wasn't for Shikaku, I couldn't have managed it, Gaara explained. What's this? Shino asked in amazement. His initial worries forgotten. One of my more powerful jutsus, Gaara began. I like to simply call it the Void, Gaara said. Shino raised an eyebrow at the name but moved on. Besides being pitch black in here with no sunlight coming in, I built this room similar an anechoic room. The walls absorb all types of vibrations, making as quieter as possible. All forms of sound are nearly nullified, and then it gets interesting. Being in an ambient with no light and sound, in sensory deprivation, the mind begins playing tricks with you. Gaara chuckled, his laugh laced with the Ichibi's chakra, giving him a sinister edge to it. The max I managed to stay in here was a few hours, and that was without enemies inside, and the last ability is the sealing array on the outer shell that you can't see. To put it simply, we are all trapped here as long as I see fit. Should I ever fall in battle, the dome will start to shrink by itself, crushing anyone inside. The wall are reinforced with Shikaku's chakra, and not even Deidara's bombs could bring this down. Their only way out is through space-time ninjutsu, and I seriously doubt they possess such skill. We are affected as well, Shino countered. We are blind and deaf as well, you perhaps. I can feel those vibrations the walls absorb, and I know exactly where both are, Gaara explained. Ready? Gaara asked, and Shino nodded. Gaara dropped his hand from Shino's shoulders, and Shino was again shrouded in darkness. Shino started releasing his bugs into the air and spreading them around so he could map the dome at least. Darkness. Absolute, pitch-black darkness. Deidara's head was swinging fearfully around him. He couldn't see anything. If it wasn't for feeling the dragon beneath his feet, Deidara could swear he was asleep or even dead. Master Sasori. Deidara yelled but heard nothing in return. What happened to my voice? Deidara gulped. He shifted his hair from in front of his eye to reveal a small camera. But even that caught nothing but darkness. Who's there? Deidara asked, feeling a gust of wind running over his head. Deidara shook his head and tried to think of possible solutions to this. He remembered being trapped inside some sand dome with Sasori. How long have they been trapped in there? Something clicked inside Deidara's head, and he suddenly released a clay bird. He made sure to let it fly for a while before exploding. Then it came! The explosion in a distance, lighting up the darkness momentarily. There was no sound coming from the blast, but the brief moment of clarity allowed Deidara some peace of mind. He wasn't going crazy. He was simply trapped inside some sand trap. He even managed to catch a glimpse of Sasori, and the small nod he gave him in acknowledgement. Yosh! Let's bring this place down. Deidara yelled to no one before launching his arms into the air and started pouring small clay birds. Art is an explosion! Deidara bellowed gleefully as the dome lit up ablaze. Hundreds of explosions could be seen in the distance, smashing against the hardened sand. Tisk! Deidara scoffed, seeing his bombs not even scratching the walls. And even if it did, the walls simply reformed instantly. You lose. Deidara shivered when a voice rang behind him. He immediately turned around, jumping backwards in the process. Even with continuous blasts providing some much-needed light, he barely caught track of Fist coming for him. And he did what anyone else would do. He brought his arms and blocked the strike. Deidara caught Shino's hand and replied with a kick with his sternum. Shino coughed and exploded into bugs. Weakling, Deidara replied before focusing on making more bombs. Ardhar! It came without warning. He collapsed to his knees as he felt the pain as strong as 100 daggers sinking into his stomach. Groaning and screaming with anguish, he writhed about on the dragon, clutching his arms. His eyes were watery with the sheer pain and his breathing came out in sharp, shallow rasps. Sweat dripped down the side of his face and covered his forehead in a thin sheen. Help! Deidara croaked. His desperate tone made his words almost inaudible. Losing control of his clay dragon as he plummeted to the ground, landing rather harshly. The dragon simply melted away into a white substance, quickly being absorbed by the moving sand on the ground. He trembled in the floor, looking hopelessly as his arms disintegrated in front of his own eyes. Eaten away by some purple substance as it made its way up his arm and onto his shoulders. To make matters worse, he could feel tendrils of sand wrapping themselves around his body. The first wrapped itself around his chest, binding him to the ground. The next came over his mouth, preventing him from screaming and muffling his moans of pain. Another one over his nose, preventing him from breathing as he was slowly dragged downwards into the depths of the earth. I didn't even manage to show my final art, was Deidara's last thought as his body crumbled to dust and was swallowed by Gaara's sand, buried deep on the ground, where no one would even find his remains. Only Sasori is left, Shino thought happily. Deidara had met his end and honestly, Shino felt no remorse. He had it coming. Gotcha! Shino's eyes widened when he felt arms of wood wrap themselves around his body, restraining any movement. How come Shino's bugs didn't feel Sasori coming, and how did he even find him in this darkness? Gaara's sand came flying at top speeds and immediately crushed the wooden puppet. Although the harm had been done, Shino had been pierced through his shoulder. Though the wound itself wasn't life-threatening, the poison injected into his veins was. Shino's vision blurred and he fell to his knees. He wouldn't die from the poison, not with his bugs slowly neutralizing and extracting the poison. But it would take time. Shino coughed a mouthful of blood and kneeled over the sand, dropping to the side. Gaara was next to him in an instant, raising vast shields of sand to block incoming puppets from all directions. I couldn't locate Fu, Gaara said to Shino, who stood laying on the ground, taking deep breaths. She is in here, somewhere, Shino replied, fighting back unconsciousness. I've got to drop the dome, Gaara sighed. This sphere was never meant to be used with allies inside. Gaara thrived alone in here with only his opponents, where he could throw sand attacks at will and not worry about hitting a friendly. Sasori stopped using his puppets when he heard a small crack. He heard for the first time since he was inside the bloody dome. He looked up to see light entering through the dome as it began cracking and falling apart. All around him the dome was collapsing and the world around started appearing. So Deidara is gone. Sasori sighed, unable to locate his partner. Sasori looked to one of his puppets holding Fu. She was still unconscious, but that wouldn't last longer. They expected Gaara to come alone, but it appeared that Danzo's plan didn't create as much disruption as expected. It's just the two of us now, Gaara said, lowering Shino to the ground, away from the incurring battle. I can't use any jutsu with Fu standing so close to him, Gaara thought. So it seems, Sasori replied, releasing few more puppets. He had already lost his precious third Kazekage. He was now using his own body with dozens of puppets simultaneously. Gaara raised his hands and immediately sand rose from the ground, chasing Sasori, who used his puppets to slice through the sand. A scroll glowed briefly on Sasori's back before he started releasing a stream of flames. Gaara immediately commanded his sand around him, forming a solid wall against the incoming fire. Shinshin Happa, 8 waves of needles. A puppet flanked around Gaara's defensive walls and spat a rapid stream of countless Samban. Gaara immediately sent his left arm right, raising a shield of sand to lock the deadly weapons. Another puppet flanked him from the other side, forcing Gaara to close himself completely in sand. Gaara was trapped inside a solid cocoon of sand, taking fire from the original Sasori and his puppets. Sabakuha, desert wave! The cocoon exploded in a wave of sand, engulfing the stream of fire and instantly crushing both puppets. Sasori jumped backwards, dodging the wall of sand that crashed in his location. Futon Mugen Sajin de Tapa, sandstorm devastation. Gaara took a deep breath and unleashed a chakra-coated sand cloud, destroying every single puppet and pushing Sasori backwards. Time to stop playing around, Sasori said, dropping to the ground and placing a single scroll on the ground. Hayaki no Son, performance of 100 puppets. Sasori opened his right chest compartment to emit 100 churka strings, each linking to an already existing puppet. Gaara watched in wonder at the countless puppets floating in front of him. Being from the Sand Village, he had grown knowing puppetry was fairly common art in the village. But even Chiyo's limit was 10 puppets at once. Sasori even surpassed his brother Kankuro, who was always obsessed with his puppets and rather skilled in his chosen craft. Die! Sasori yelled gleefully. His 100 puppets stood straighter before plunging downwards towards Gaara. They were so many in number, and so clotted together that they blocked the sun, forming a cloud of death heading towards the Ichibi Jinchuriki. Gaara was about to raise his arms and command his sand when he heard a rattling inside his mind. Let me out! Shikaku snarled from inside his mindscape. I want to play too, Shikaku whined childishly. Fine, Gaara sighed in defeat and making Shikaku celebrate in joy. Kuchios no jutsu, summoning jutsu, Gaara said, running a bloody thumb over his forearm, right over a raccoon tattoo. Ichibi no Shikaku, Gaara said as the ground trembled. All around him the sand rose into the sky like pillars. Yahoo! From inside the sand came a gleeful screech. Sasori's eyes widened, making his puppets halt the assault when he laid eyes upon the towering summon in front of him. A sandy brown-colored tanuki, raccoon, with black cur-seal markings spread all over his body. Jagged, concave mouth and the sclerae of its eyes are black, with yellow irises and pupils that each takes the shape of a black four-pointed star with 4 black dots around it. A single tail waving menacingly and Gaara on top of his head. In front of Sasori stood none other than Shikaku, the Ichibi. About time, Shikaku screamed, relinquishing at his newfound freedom. Yes, Gaara sighed. Naruto was lucky with his bijou. Kurama was a reasonable being, and with him being a fox he mostly slept all day. But Shikaku? He was like a kid on a sugar rush. Let's play! Futon, Rankuden, air bullet! Shikaku took a deep breath and pounded his stomach, firing a highly compressed air ball from his mouth. The ball traveled very fast, leveling the forest on its path and along with it, several puppets. Score! Shikaku cheered before pumping in more air. Futon, Rankuden, air bullet, Futon, Rankuden, air bullet, Futon, Rankuden, air bullet, Futon, Rankuden, air bullet. Sasori watched in despair as the bijou in front of him proceeded to stomp on his 100 puppets. His eyes widened when a particular attack came too close to comfort, forcing him to summon a few puppets to take the blow for him. Shikaku, Gaara snarled, watching the last attack get too close to Fu's body. Watch your aim, or so help me Kami, you will never see the light of day again. Gaara warned, and Shikaku rubbed the back of his head. My bad, Shikaku chuckled weakly while Gaara just sighed in exasperation. Shikaku looked around and spotted the last of the puppets. Let's end this with a bang, Shikaku said, nearly jumping with joy while Gaara had a sinking feeling in his gut. Please no, Gaara thought, closing his eyes in the hopes his worries weren't warranted. Bijudama, oh dear, Gaara watched in disbelief as Shikaku unleashed his most powerful attack against the remaining puppets. A purple sphere shot from his mouth and in the blink of an eye and smashed against the puppets, lighting the sky ablaze in a maelstrom of fire. The earth shook as the fire in the sky consumed every remaining puppet, leaving nothing behind. Not even ashes. That was fun, Shikaku said, coming down from his high while Gaara just shook his head. Sasori for his part was rooted in place. What was he supposed to do against a bijou? His puppets were wood and the beast in front of him could level a mountain of hard granite. It was times like these he felt like crying and calling for his mommy. Ugh! Sasori was broken from his thought when he heard a grunt. His head snapped to Fu's direction to see her awakening and trying to shake away the dizziness. Sasori took the opportunity and did the only thing he could against opponents like Gaara and the Ichibi. Sasori wrapped his arms around Fu and pulled her up, shielding himself behind her and placing a kunai at her throat. Stop or she goes with me! Sasori threatened and Gaara immediately halted his progress. Waz is? Fu slurred, still dizzy. You won't be going anywhere, Sasori, Gaara said, stopping a few feet from the Akatsuki member. If you surrender you can avoid death, Gaara offered. I hold the cards here, kid, Sasori chuckled, hiding his nervousness behind his laugh. No you don't, Gaara countered. You won't be leaving from here. And you can either go with your legs or on a body bag, Gaara warned. And would you be willing to sacrifice her for my capture? Sasori asked with a smirk. Anytime, Gaara replied without hesitation, making Sasori's eyes widen in disbelief. So choose. Legs or body bag, Gaara commanded, and Sasori stood rooted. What Sasori didn't realize was that Gaara didn't really want an answer. Gaara was simply buying time for Shino to make his move. I dash! Sasori started but was cut off when a swarm of bugs burst from the ground, right beneath his feet. The bugs immediately dug deep into his joints, preventing any time of movement and freezing Sasori on the stop. URGHHHH! The remaining bugs swarmed around him and started plunging down his throat. Fu fell to the ground where Gaara's sand immediately caught her. Are you alright? Gaara asked, lying her flat on his sand cloud. Fu merely nodded and Gaara's attention shifted back to Sasori and Shino. Sasori screamed, his wooden being twisted in unnatural angles. Gaara gulped distastefully as he watched bugs start to pour out from every orifice on Sasori's body. From his ears, his nose and his eyes. That's not a good way to go. Gaara shivered, watching as Sasori was eaten from the inside out until nothing remained behind. Sasori disappeared and his cloak dropped to the ground. Shino materialized himself where Sasori had previously stood. He hunched down on one knee with sweat dripping down his forehead. "It's done," Shino said and looked towards Gaara and Fu. Even in his exhausted state he managed to stand and made his way towards them. "Fu-chan," Shino muttered, moving her hair away from her face and gazing into her orange eyes. "Shino-kun," Fu muttered with a small smile. She knew he would come for her. She closed her eyes and leaned forward ever so slightly. The action was reciprocated by Shino, and their lips met in a soft kiss filled with raw emotion. Gaara smiled softly and noticed that Shino could barely stand on his own legs. He chuckled quietly, and used his sand to rise Shino into the same sand cloud. Fu snuggled into Shino's chest and both closed their eyes, comfortable in each other's company. Gaara jumped into another patch of sand and looked behind to see Fu and Shino lip-locked once again. "Get a room!" Gaara couldn't refrain from shouting. "You didn't see me complaining when I caught you with Haku-chan." Fu snapped, and Gaara's eyes widened in shock and he felt a certain warmth rushing his cheeks. "She's got you there," Shikaku chuckled. "Shut up," Gaara grumbled. "Everything is good when it ends good." With Danzo, a few minutes later. "There is no way to go now, Hataki," Danzo snapped as he dropped down from the roofs. "I am not hiding anymore, Danzo-san," Kakashi said cheerily, making Danzo's eyes twitch. "I'll be leaving now," Kakashi said and started limping away. "You won't be going anywhere," Danzo said sharply. "I wouldn't be too sure of that," Kakashi began in a sing-sang voice. "Right, Hokage-sama?" Kakashi asked, pointing behind Danzo. "Even in my retirement I get to deal with this bullshit," Hiruzen muttered behind his breath as he jumped down, standing a few feet away from Danzo. "Hello, Danzo," Hiruzen said seriously. "Hiruzen," Danzo replied back, staring at his former rival. "I had hoped you would leave your foolish endeavors and devious plots behind," Hiruzen said, but Danzo merely huffed in reply. "This village is but a shadow of its former self," Danzo said. "And sometimes you need to cut a few branches so the tree might grow bigger and healthier," Danzo said, blurring through hand seals. "Futon Shinkuhal, air blade." Danzo took a deep breath and released a wind blade, heading straight towards the old Hokage. "How right you are, old friend, how right you are." Hiruzen shook his head grimly, thinking back to the Uchiha clan massacre. "Katan Karyuda no Jutsu, Fire Dragon." Hiruzen took a deep breath and unleashed a torrent of fire that swallowed the wind blade in the blink of an eye. Danzo jumped backwards into the walls of the Sarutobi compound and leaped high into the air. "Futon Shinkajioku, vacuum bullets." Danzo took advantage of Hiruzen's still form during his jutsu and released several wind bullets that traveled at high speeds. Danzo narrowed his eyes when Hiruzen was hit, only to simply crumble to mud. Danzo felt a slight shift in the air behind him and looked backwards, only to be hit with a staff straight into the jaw. Hiruzen saw Danzo stumble and used the moment to extend his staff and slam it against Danzo's gut. His old rival took the blow and plummeted to the ground at high speeds. And once the dust had cleared, Hiruzen saw Danzo's head bent in an unnatural angle. It didn't take a genius to see that Danzo was clearly dead. "It is done," Hiruzen said sadly and sat down on the ground, never noting the shimmer in Danzo's corpse. Sqlch Hiruzen's breathing hitched when he felt a kunai pierce through his chest. "Such a rookie mistake, old friend." Danzo chuckled but was caught completely off guard when he saw Hiruzen chuckling as well. "I'm not that old," Hiruzen replied before bursting into mud. "Shuriken Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shuriken Shadow Clones." Danzo's head snapped towards the voice only to find a sea of shurikens coming against him. He couldn't do nothing but be hit again and again until he dropped to the ground. His breathing hitched as he died again, the blood pooling on the ground. At the rooftops, Hiruzen swung his staff and looked around, waiting for his old friend to pop up again. Hiruzen felt a presence and turned to that direction immediately. He watched in fascination as his old friend appeared out of nowhere. He looked exactly the same. Hiruzen's eyes wandered over Danzo until he spotted one critical difference. When Danzo arrived here, his arms had 5 open Sharingan, but now there were only 3 left. Flashback. "Izanagi?" Kushina asked out loud. "Izanagi is a kinjutsu of the Uchiha clan and their ultimate genjutsu," Naruto started. "By sacrificing an eye, the Uchiha can use this technique to gain the power to turn imagination into reality. It was said to be derived from my creation of all things," Naruto explained, and Kushina's eyes widened along those who didn't know of this. "Tobarama is right," Naruto replied, getting a shocked look from Hiruzen. If the Uchiha clan had committed to the coup d'etat and used the Tsunade, then Konoha would have fallen in a single night. Naruto explained, and Tobirama nodded. End flashback. Izanagi. Hiruzen muttered behind his breath, and Danzo's eyes widened in disbelief. How do you know such technique? Danzo asked with shock plastered over his face. You underestimate me, old friend. Hiruzen chuckled and dashed forward, meeting Danzo head-on and delivering fast and brutal strikes. Danzo's head was still swirling with 100 thoughts on how Hiruzen knew of such hidden technique. Danzo pulled a kunai and parried Hiruzen's staff. He stumbled backwards due to the strength behind the swing. Hiruzen took the opportunity and kicked him in the chest, sending Danzo flying backwards. Danzo flipped midair and landed safely on the ground. His breathing itched when he felt a kunai being driven through his chest. Danzo looked backwards to see Hiruzen melting into mud after delivering the fatal blow. 2 to go, Hiruzen thought, pulling a couple of kunai and hurling them all around him. Danzo shimmered into existence, only to take the full blunt of a couple of kunais. His widened as he died again. How? His voice strained in disbelief. You always were too predictable, Hiruzen replied. One eye left. This time Hiruzen felt Danzo shimmer into existence farther away from the battle. Hiruzen could feel him nearby but couldn't not see him. Futon Shinkuhal, Air Blade. Hiruzen slammed his staff on the ground and jumped into the ground, avoiding the deadly wind blade. While midair he felt another one approaching. He swung his adamantine staff and smashed it against the jutsu, dispelling it. Hiruzen landed on the ground and immediately slammed both hands on the ground. The earth rippled apart as an earthquake shook the ground and broke the earth apart. Danzo jumped out of cover when he saw the ground destroying itself and heading towards him. In the blink of an eye Hiruzen was upon him and both shinobi engaged in taijutsu once more. They were equals in this art except Hiruzen had one firm advantage, his summon in the form of his staff. Enma's hands appeared from his staff and wrapped themselves around Danzo's head, snapping his neck in an instant. Hiruzen let Danzo drop to the floor and watched as he disappeared once again and shimmered into existence a few feet away. No more seconds chances, Danzo, Hiruzen said in a serious voice. Danzo for his part stayed put considering his next move. What was he supposed to do now? He had used all 10 of his eyes. Hiruzen was still on good shape and he had failed to kill Tsunade. I surrender, Danzo said while Hiruzen's jaw dropped in shock. You expect me to believe that? Hiruzen asked with a raised eyebrow. I'm finished, Danzo said and dropped to the ground on his knees. I won't be able to run away and my plan has failed. I knew what I'm doing when I started and knew the consequences should I fail, Danzo said, exposing his chest to reveal black markings. Yura Shusho Fuin, reverse 4 symbol sealing. Hiruzen, noticing the seal activating, jumped backwards to gain distance from Danzo. He watched sadly as Danzo unleashed a large, black sphere around him that swallowed everything around and sealed it inside of his body, his life along with it. Danzo's body fell forward, dead. I truly hope you find peace on the other side, Hiruzen muttered, hoisting Danzo's body and taking him away. The roots of Konoha had been cut. Naruto versus Nagato stare, that was all he could do. That was the only thing running through Nagato's mind at this point in time. His jaw was opened and his eyes widened in disbelief. He himself stood on top of the Geto Mazo, the biggest of any summons he could manage, and yet it barely reached the knees of the colossal beast standing in front of him. It was completely silver in color, either to dark nor light, with the exception of completely pitch black eyes, so dark that they could be mistaken by hollow sockets instead of actual eyes. Long, shaggy white hair that reached its waist with sharp, jagged teeth and 2 massive red horns protruding from its forehead. A samurai-like armor, forming robes, pointed shoes and body armor on its shoulders and waist. Over the armor, a large white garment, and on his back, bony and featherless wings. Never forgetting the twin sides strapped to his back. The Susanoo raised a single hand and placed it on top of the Crystal Peak Mountain, the biggest and tallest mountain in the elemental nations, and yet it barely reached above the Susanoo's waist. Naruto's Susanoo stood proud and tall, in all its colossal size, looking down at Kumo like some demonic visage. Nagato flinched when the Susanoo moved his head ever so slowly, hearing what sounded almost like metallic gears, grinding themselves together. The Susanoo stopped its movement, and all that Nagato could focus was those black eyes, peering into his soul, and that was until he noticed a diamond-shaped figure in the middle of its forehead. And inside of it, Naruto stood with his arms crossed and seemingly floating midair. Susanoo started moving again, and Nagato watched as the figure bent and lowered itself until its black eyes were but a few feet away from the Gedo Mazo. "Tell me, Nagato," Naruto began, drawing Nagato's attention from the Susanoo's black eyes and unto himself. "Do you feel like a god?" Naruto asked with a smirk tugging his lips. "Or an ant, about to be squashed like the bug he is?" Naruto said, his Sharingan glowing with so much unbridled power that its traditional black pattern was lost in a sea of red. Nagato's voice got caught in his throat. It was mind-boggling. There were no other words for it. He himself had battled against the Sharingan. Hell, he had fought against its true power, the Manjikyu Sharingan, and yet, all those times palled in comparison to now. He had fought Itachi to see if was worthy of joining the Akatsuki. But even Itachi couldn't do this. Sure, he had seen Itachi's Susanoo, but even that was a mere fraction compared to Naruto. The visage in front of him made everyone else's Sharingans feel like cheap knocks, with Naruto being its true heir. And yet, Nagato couldn't help but to ponder on this. The Sharingan was supposed to be descended from his own eyes, the Rinnegan, the first and strongest of all Dijutsu. If that was true, then how far was he from truly mastering his Rinnegan? Was there more power beyond his grasp and understanding of the seven paths? Perfect Susanoo. Nagato, the man who considered himself a god, felt a very human chill running up his spine. Susanoo, the god of sea and storms. Nagato was brought from his thoughts when he felt the ground shake around him. His eyes widened when he saw the Susanoo pick the Gedo Mazo like some doll. "Hold on tight, Nagato!" Naruto chuckled, and Nagato panicked as he secured himself to the top of the statue. "We are leaving the village," Naruto said as the Susanoo's wings opened and his knees bent. With a powerful flap of its wings, Naruto's Susanoo shot into the sky with the Gedo Mazo in hand, and a yelling Nagato on top of its head. It seemed more like a jump than a flight because they landed mere seconds later. Naruto simply threw the Gedo Mazo to the ground and raised a single leg. "Insects know their place, right?" Naruto asked, and brought his foot down at blinding speeds. Boom! It felt like a meteorite had hit the ground. Nagato had barely been able to order the Gedo Mazo to roll on the ground, avoiding the Susanoo's foot by mere inches. Not that it mattered, the sheer force of the kick hurled the Gedo Mazo into the air and crashing into the ground. The Gedo Mazo quickly got up and roared, sending a shockwave, pushing and dislodging the earth apart. "Cute," Naruto said, and watched as the Gedo Mazo's head started glowing a bright blue and shot several bolts of chakra against Naruto. Naruto's Susanoo simply stopped walking and watched as the chakra bolts crashed into the armor and dispelled in smoke, not even a scratch on his ultimate defense. "Did you know that my Susanoo is very special?" Naruto rhetorically asked, and watched as the Gedo Mazo placed some distance between them. Nagato's eyes bulged out in shock when he saw Naruto's Susanoo make a single hand seal and rear its back slightly, as if taking a deep breath. Unfortunately, his worries were confirmed very quickly. "Katon Goka Mekyaku, Great Fire Annihilation." From the Susanoo's mouth came an ocean of fire. Nagato did the only thing he could and raised his arms into the sky. "Gakido, Predapath!" Nagato yelled as a silver sphere rose around him mere moments before he and the statue were engulfed in white-hot flames. Nagato had to shut his eyes due to the brightness of the fire surrounding him. The Gedo Mazo roared in a hopeless effort to push back the flames. Nagato had sweat pouring down his face as he focused solely on the task at hand. While he could easily absorb the chakra of the fire technique, and thus be unharmed by it, the sheer heat of the fire around him was taking its toll. It was a matter of time. If Nagato dropped his shield prematurely, he would be reduced to ashes before even using the Deva path. The only thing he could do was hold and hope that the Susanoo's breath ended shortly. His hopes were confirmed as the flames died down, and Nagato dropped his shield, panting. His hair was wet and clinging to his skin with beads of sweat running down his face. He looked around to see that the Gedo Mazo was unhurt, although everything around had been scorched so badly that even the earth was the color of charcoal. "I have no choice," Nagato thought to himself grimly. Summoning the Gedo Mazo was dangerous as it was, but this would be suicidal. "I have to try. If I can't win, no one can," Nagato thought to himself as he sat cross-legged on top of the Gedo Mazo, bending his legs with the help of his arms. Naruto stopped his advances and simply watched in curiosity as Nagato sat and took deep breath, closing his eyes in concentration. "Now that's bold. Closing his eyes when I'm in front of him." Naruto chuckled to himself. The last fire technique didn't take as much chakra as he expected. It would seem any jutsu would cost the same amount of chakra despite being used in its Susanoo form, and thus, being exponentially more powerful. Suddenly the ground grumbled as the Gedo Mazo's eyes opened themselves with the exception of 4 that remained with the eyes lids closed. Aroyarara, the Gedo Mazo roared as he opened his mouth and started concentrating a mixture of blue and red chakra. Both chakras swirled around each other, forming a purple sphere. Biguudma, the Gedo Mazo reared his head before unleashing the tailed best ball against Naruto, sending it straight for the Susanoo's head. Before it could even get any close, Naruto brought a single hand and flicked the tailed beast's palm away, like some bug that landed on its arm. Enough, Nagato snapped, seeing his latest attack deflected like nothing. His Rinnegan started glowing softly as he clasped both hands together. Chibaku Tensei, Nagato roared as he released a small black sphere high into the sky. The gravity core glowed brightly before triggering into action, pulling chunks of rock into the sky. Oh! Naruto wondered in surprise when he felt his Susanoo rise in the air ever so slowly just before dropping back into the ground. Nagato, seeing this, tightened both hands together, pushing his technique to the absolute limit. A small trail of blood ran down from his eyes and nose as he poured everything he had into this last technique. The sky glowed brighter, and this time Naruto knew that even with his Susanoo, he would be pulled upwards. Naruto took a single scythe from his back and with a simple flick of its blade, he sent a crescent silver wave of chakra into the sky, cleaving the satellite-like construct in half and making it explode in the sky. Nagato watched in disbelief as his strongest jutsu was destroyed like nothing and simply saw the debris raining down back to the earth. Nagato's vision blurred as he shook his head, pushing the unconsciousness back. He watched as Naruto's Susanoo bent his knees and broke into a run, the earth quaking with each step he took. Nagato panicked when Naruto's Susanoo quickly arrived near him and drew his right foot back. Nagato pushed himself off the statue as the Susanoo's foot connected and launched it into the sky, quickly disappearing in the horizon. He kicked the Gedo Mazo like some football. Nagato grumbled in thought as he landed harshly on the ground. A single Susanoo arm approached Nagato's body and 2 bony fingers caught him gently by the head, raising him into the sky so that he stood front to front with Naruto for the first time. He coughed and watched as the diamond figure slowly opened and Naruto simply levitated outside. His blood ran cold as his Rinnegan stared back at another pair of silver eyes. Except these were glowing in a darker tone of silver than his own. "I am possible," Nagato whispered with his eyes fixed on Naruto's Rinnegan. "No, Nagato," Naruto said as he took a deep breath. "Just dear old me," Naruto said and opened his hands, letting Nagato fall to the ground. Naruto took a deep breath and let his Susanoo dissipate as he also dropped to the ground. Nagato crashed into the ground and remained in the same spot. He could barely move his legs and he had put everything into the last technique. Nagato looked up and watched as Naruto approached and raised a single arm towards him, letting a small black metal rod appear from his hand. Naruto took the black rod and sent it towards Nagato, piercing through his right shoulder and pinning him to the ground. The rod would disrupt his chakra and make sure he was going nowhere. "Peace," Naruto said, and Nagato looked at him in confusion. "That is what you seek, yes?" Naruto asked, and Nagato nodded silently. "We are not so different at all, Nagato. We just had the bad luck of finding ourselves on opposite sides of the board," Naruto said. "So this is it?" Nagato asked with half-lidded eyes, coughing into the ground and raising a small dust cloud. "I would have thought that Konoha preached mercy," Nagato asked, and Naruto simply chuckled in return. "Do you expect me to forgive you after everything you've done?" Naruto asked with a raised eyebrow as he stopped a few feet from Nagato. "I'm not proud of it, but I've killed countless shinobi, Nagato. What makes you any different from them?" Naruto asked, but Nagato remained silent. Nagato's reign was ending today. No. In Kiri I learned to control over my temper and shame and remorse over my actions. With Itachi and now I learned forgiveness. And with the Uchiha clan I learned that sacrifices are necessary. Naruto sighed. I buried my hesitance, guilt and regret the day I chose to eliminate the Uchiha clan, Naruto said, and Nagato's eyes widened in surprise. So that is why Tobi had been so pissed off for weeks and pushed this attack slightly ahead of schedule. Do you want to know what Hagoromo taught me? What he himself learned from his mother? Naruto asked, and Nagato frowned at the name but shook his head nonetheless. There is no black and white in war. War is cruelty. There is no use trying to reform it. However, the crueler it is, the sooner it will be over. Naruto said and raised his arm, creating another black rod. Goodbye, Uzumaki, Nagato, Naruto said and watched as Nagato closed his eyes before he threw his metallic rod. Sqlch Nagato closed his eyes and waited for the pain that would end his life on this earth. His waiting was broken by a squelch sound. He opened his eyes in confusion, and found himself shocked with his eyes opened in shock. Konan? Konan had stepped between Nagato and the black rod, shielding him from it. Konan was kneeling in front of Nagato, her wings forming a cocoon around them. Blood was dripping from her mouth, and Nagato noticed the black rod impaled through her chest and sticking into the ground. Why? Nagato whispered. Why? Konan chuckled weakly. Because we made a promise, a long time ago, Konan said softly, her eyelids becoming heavier. We will always be together. A small flash of memory rose in Nagato's mind. A young bubbly Konan placing her arms around both Nagato and Yahiko. Promise? A younger Nagato asked timidly. Of course, younger Konan said, puffing her chest in pride while Yahiko just laughed. Konan? Nagato asked but got no response. He looked up to see that her eyes had lost their light, and she had departed from this world. You weren't supposed to die. Neither of us was, Nagato thought grimly before he looked up to Naruto with hate plastered in his face. He could feel it bubbling inside of him, burning through him. I told you, Nagato. Naruto sighed as he looked over to Hinata, who had arrived moments after Konan. There is no white and black. Both sides lose in war, and while this is a very sad moment, nothing will change until this shinobi system exists. Naruto explained, and Nagato's gaze softened. You answered to peace would dash, and yours will? Nagato roared. I heard you the first time we met. You want peace, and yet you do nothing to achieve it. You simply sit around and watch as this world breaks apart so you can thrive in the place you do best, the battlefield. Nagato spat. You are wrong, Nagato. Naruto countered without raising his voice. You seek peace through strength, and that wouldn't last. Oppressing people would do this world nothing good, Naruto explained. What do you suggest then? Nagato asked harshly. I have my answer, but not how to achieve it, Naruto replied honestly. But I know that your answer won't work. I will do whatever my heart tells me to do. If that means stopping anyone that would sacrifice freedom for peace, then I will stand against them, like I stand against you now, Naruto answered with a serious voice. Peace is such a fleeting little thing. Naruto chuckled softly. Even the smallest of ripples and disrupt it, but it's something worth fighting for. But this that you do, killing thousands for no good reason, there is no peace in this. Naruto finished. Nagato stood silent and simply took in everything Naruto said. No one knows what kind of person they are, until the very end. Flashes of everything began running through Nagato's mind. In a way, he was reliving his life up to this point, all in the blink of an eye. Flashback. If we're gonna understand each other, first we gotta make 'em suffer like we're suffering. Like when they stop a fight because someone got injured. But I know that'll never happen, that's why there'll always be war. It always rains here and I hate it. It's like this whole country is a big crybaby. I'm going to change it, and protect everyone. Nagato listened silently as Yahiko talked to Jiraiya, both unaware of his presence just a few feet away, hidden behind the wooden door. Protect everyone? Nagato wondered, listening carefully. Scene break. You and Konan, you've gotta stay alive somehow. You're the savior of the world. You can bring real dash. Yahiko's head fell forward, his eyes closing as he died in the shoulders of his best friend. Scene break. If war is going to continue, I will become the god of the world. Scene break. Where there is light, there is also darkness. As long there are winners, there will also be losers as well. It is cause and effect, and one cannot be separated from the other. But imagine a world that knows only winners. A world that knows only peace. A world that knows only love. Worlds like these can be created. Help us and you will learn the way. Finally your dreams come to fruition. Toby said as he arrived via Kamui. It was worth all the sacrifices it took to get here, Toby said, looking at the 6 pads standing in front of the fallen Hanzo. It was a long journey, but this is the end of the internal warfare of the Hidden Ring. All there is left is to conquer the land and create the world we want, Toby explained. Now, I will need to ask you to help fulfill my dreams. I believe that was the promise, Toby said, looking intently towards Nagato. I understand, Nagato replied. So what do you specifically require? Nagato asked. First is members. Toby began. In order to move as the Akatsuki, I'd say we need to gather, let's say 10 members, not including me. In the Akatsuki we already have you and Conan, with Zetsu that makes 3. Go and gather 7 others. Toby finished. Why not count yourself among us? Nagato asked suspiciously. I need to take care of things behind the scenes. Toby replied. When the time comes, I will join the Akatsuki, but until then you will be the leader, understood? Originally, your plan was one of my goals. It's good to know that we're both on the same page, Nagato said. Heh. Toby grunted, narrowing his eyes behind the orange mask. So what are we going to do about finding the other members? Conan asked. I already have my eyes on some. Toby explained, crossing his arms. It would be a tragedy if any who were unworthy joined. Who are they? Conan asked. I have 3 in particular in mind, Toby said, raising 3 fingers. One stole the hidden waterfall's secret technique and is now an immortal, Kakuzu. Second, a rogue ninja of the sand, a puppeteering genius, Sasori. The third and final is someone not too distant from me, the one who slaughtered his own clan, Uchiha Itachi. I will bring him in myself. Zetsu here will be your guide. Contact each one of them and bring them in. Now go. Complete your assignment. For our ambitions. Toby replied, warping away. Scene break. How is everything so far? Toby asked, leaning back on his couch. Including Itachi, whom you brought into the Akatsuki yourself, our members are out collecting information on the Jinchuriki and gathering funds. Conan explained. Good. Toby nodded, resting his head on his fist. And how about you? Pain asked, looking towards Toby. Have you had any luck finding us new members? Yes. Toby replied. The next is the hidden mist ninja, Hashigaki Kisame. Pain wondered. The monster of the hidden mist. I will get in touch with him from my side. Toby informed. One more thing, sir. Conan said, bringing Toby's attention to her. We recently received some interesting information on our side. What? One of the Sannin, Orochimaru. He's sneaking around trying to gather information on the Akatsuki. Pain said. What do we do? Stop him? Conan asked. We know what route he's taking. Where did you get this information? Toby asked, curious. It's from Sasori's subordinate Kabuto. Conan replied. Pain, you and Sasori handle this. You decide what to do with him once you get in touch with him. Toby said. Understood. The Orochimaru I know is crafty and difficult to handle. It won't be easy to extract the information that he has. There has to be a motive behind this. Toby said cautiously. Pain merely nodded and walked out. Scene break dash. So, Toby began. How is our new member, Orochimaru? Toby asked with a certain curiosity in his tone. Unremarkable so far. He's been rather quiet. Pain replied. Even Orochimaru with Pain keeping a keen eye can't take any major action. Toby chuckled. By the way, Madara. Conan began. The member you brought in earlier, Kisame, has been teamed up with Itachi. Yes, that's fine. Toby waved her off. Eventually we will have them form teams as well. That's why we need another new member. Toby explained. So who's next? Conan asked. Deidara, the rogue ninja of the Hidden Stone Village. Bring him in and team him up with Sasori. Toby said. Scene break dash. It's been quite a while since all of us came together like this. Deidara chuckled as he looked at the ghostly figures of the Akatsuki members. What's the occasion this time? Kakuzu asked. The 10th and final candidate to join us has been located. Pain informed. Finally. And? Sasori asked. Orochimaru, Pain began, looking straight at Orochimaru. There's a new religious group calling themselves the Way of Jashin. Well, I guess you could call them a cult. I received information that recently the group succeeded in a certain experiment. Pain said. Oh, Orochimaru asked, raising his eyebrow in curiosity. And what would this experiment be? Immortality, Pain replied. Immortality? Kakuzu asked out loud. The one who became immortal is called Haiden. He used to be a ninja of the Hidden Steam Village. We will bring Haiden as our newest member. Orochimaru, Kakuzu and Zetsu, your task is to bring him in, Pain said. Understood, Zetsu drawled. The rest of them disappeared, leaving only Orochimaru, Kakuzu and Zetsu behind. Be aware, all of you, Pain said. From what I know of him, he will not be an easy one to convince. Scene break dash. The Akatsuki is finally assembled. Pain began, as he stood in front of the 9 members, with the Geto Mazo behind him. Konan, Itachi, Kisame, Sasori, Deidara, Kakuzu, Haiden, Orochimaru, and Zetsu. Each of you has your own agenda and your own dreams. We have finally come this far, and now, at last, we will move into full-scale action. Our targets are all the tail beats from the 1 tail to the 9 tails. The opponents are strong, but we will gather all the 9 bijou and bring the great ambition of the Akatsuki to fruition. Pain said, raising his fist into the air. We 10 shall accomplish this. And understand this. Failure is not an option. Pain finished as the group walked out of the cave. The curtain opens on the Akatsuki. Toby whispered to himself, sitting on top of the Geto Mazo, having watched the meeting without anyone realizing his presence. Now, Project Tsuki no Mi, Moon's Eye Plan, begins. Scene break dash. We have finally gathered 5 of the 9 bijou. Toby began, looking at Pain. Hachibi remains in Kumo while the Achibi, Nanabai, and the Kyubi are in the Leaf. We have already lost Kakuzu and Haiden to the Kyubi. Pain said. What do you suggest we do? I contacted Danzo in the Leaf. It appears he's unhappy with the course his village is taking and has agreed to come to terms. Toby chuckled. You will go for the Kyubi in Kumo, while Sasori and Deidara will take the remaining 2 in the Leaf. Toby said. Understood. Pain replied and walked out. Soon Naruto. Toby thought, gripping his fists tightly. You will pay for your defiance. And flashback, a split second was all it took. Nagato broke from his thoughts and looked up, staring at Naruto intently. He was about to reply with his own words when another memory popped into his head. It came from seemingly nowhere. Akatsuki? Nagato asked in confusion, but Yahiko nodded nonetheless. Yes. The 3 of us and anyone who wishes to join. Yahiko said excitedly. We will bring peace to this world without violence. Together we can achieve anything. Yahiko nearly shouted. A single phrase immediately changed Nagato's mind and he chuckled aimlessly, making Naruto look at him confusion. You were right. Nagato said, and Naruto raised an eyebrow in shock. Yahiko started the Akatsuki in search for peace without violence. I guessed that without him, I lost myself in my own pain. Nagato smiled sadly. Could you take the rod out? I have one last thing to do. Nagato asked, and Naruto shrugged his shoulders. He was curious what Nagato would do. Naruto approached him and swiftly took the rod out. Nagato didn't even flinch as the metal bar left his flesh. I've damaged this world enough as it is. Maybe this heals some of that, Nagato said, shakily bringing both hands together. Geto, outer path. Nagato began, and Naruto's eyes widened at the seal sequence. Rinne Tensei no Jutsu, Samsara of the Heavenly Life. With the final seal he exploded in green light, much similar to the one Naruto had used many times before. Hundreds of green lights flew off to the distance, heading towards Kumo. A single one remained behind, slowly wrapping itself around Konan's body. It was over before Nagato could blink. Konan took a deep breath and opened her eyes in shock. Nagato! She yelled, looking around in confusion. She looked back and saw both Hinata and Naruto looking sadly at her and Nagato. She turned her attention towards him and noticed the white hair. What have you done? Konan asked in disbelief, cradling his head to his legs. Today, I have seen the path that will lead to peace. Nagato began, coughing harshly. And it is not through the suffering of the weak and powerless. It is through empathy, compassion, and it is through mercy that this peace will flourish. You have opened my eyes, Nagato said, looking at Naruto. And I have seen the path that will lead to peace. You could stand with us, Naruto offered. Nagato, however, was shocked by the offer. I told you, Nagato. Naruto chuckled. I offer forgiveness for those who leave their old path behind, perhaps. Nagato chuckled weakly and looked up at the sky, feeling a single tear fall from Konan and slide over his cheek. But not me. Nagato sighed. I've done enough. My time is over. If anyone will find peace, it will be you. Nagato whispered, his voice getting duller as he let out his last breath, dying with a smile on his face for the first time in many years. War brings nothing but death, pain, and suffering to both sides. It's a never-ending cycle of hatred. Naruto remembered Hagoromo's words as he walked forward, kneeling in front of Nagato. Konan had tears running down her face, ruining her purple eyeliner. She looked up and her eyes widened when she saw Naruto kneeling in front of Nagato and bending his head slowly as a sign of respect. Why? Conan sobbed. Because he was a shinobi that deserved respect. Naruto replied with a small smile. Hinata was also kneeling next to him. No matter what he did what his heart told him. Naruto explained and rose once more. His eyes shifted to the east, looking at the smoke rising from Kumo. I guess this is the end. Naruto sighed and looked back towards Conan. Where will you go now? Naruto asked. Back to the rain. She smiled. We fought hard for our village, and I would hate it for that to go to ruin. Conan said and waved her hand, making several paper tags start to wrap themselves around Nagato. Wait. Naruto said, and Conan stopped abruptly, looking at him in confusion. Naruto walked up to Nagato and kneeled once more next to his head. Before Conan could protest, Naruto plucked Nagato's eyes and placed them in a vial filled with a greenish fluid just before warping it to his dimension. What are you doing? Conan snapped. You dare defile him after everything? Conan yelled, her bloodline already threatening to activate. Naruto rose a single hand and stopped any further action. He took a deep breath and opened his eyes, showing her his own Rinnegan. I didn't take his eyes for power since I have my own. Naruto replied, and Conan simply stared at him. The Rinnegan is a very powerful tool. I'm sorry, but I can't allow it to fall into the wrong hands. Naruto explained, and Conan smiled sadly. I guess he was right in the end, Conan said sadly, wrapping Nagato in paper tags. You will the one to bring peace to the world, Conan said, and she levitated Nagato's body. I will be returning to the rain to continue his work. Until then, Conan said as she dispersed in paper and left the area. Naruto took a deep breath and looked up to the blue sky. Naruto was surprised when he felt a hand land on his shoulders. He looked back to see Hinata smiling at him. Naruto took her hand and started walking back to Kumo with her. Naruto was calmly walking when his feet hit something. He stopped and looked down in confusion, trying to find what exactly made him trip. It was Nagato's Akatsuki cloak. It was nearly ripped to shreds and covered in dust. Naruto bent down and picked it up from the ground, shaking the dust off. With a single glow from his eyes, the cloak mended itself back to its original form, free of tears and holes. What are you doing? Hinata asked with surprise when she saw Naruto repairing the Akatsuki cloak and putting it on as if he owned it. The Akatsuki was created to bring peace to the world. Naruto chuckled as he put on the cloak. I see no better way to honor his memory than to bear his mark, Naruto said, and Hinata smiled in acknowledgement. The old Akatsuki may be gone, but a new one had risen in its place, a better one. Chapter 61 Weather Forecast, Shitstorm. Mount Myaboku. Mount Myaboku, also known as the Mountain of Bewilderment, is the sacred place of the Land of Toads, the place where all the toads that Minato and Jiraiya have summoned live. It is home for huge and small toads alike. Mount Myaboku is a rich and beautiful land, whose ultimate authority seems to be the great toad sage. Shima and Fukasaku are both elders and sages, and they seem to have an even higher authority than Gamabunta himself. Gamamaru, more commonly known as the Great Toad Sage, is the oldest and most respected toad of all the inhabitants of Mount Myaboku. It is said that he has watched over the home of toads since the very beginning. Because of his age, the other toads affectionately call him Great Honorable Geezer. The prophecy is coming to pass, Gamamaru said out loud, startling Fukasaku. The prophecy? Fukasaku asked in confirmation, and Gamamaru nodded. But we had no news about the child of the prophecy. Is it Minato-chan? Fukasaku asked. A mischievous blue-eyed boy will unite the tailed beasts and change the world, Gamamaru recited. I can sense it. Half of this prophecy has already been fulfilled. Now there is only the last piece missing. Gamamaru smiled. But who? Who is the child of the prophecy? Fukasaku asked in exasperation. The heir of my only summoner, Gamamaru replied with a crooked smile, taking pleasure in Fukasaku's confused face. Konoha, few days before. This is bullshit. Naruto couldn't believe his eyes when he, Hinata, Shikamaru, Tenten, Lee and the dragons arrived at the gates of Konoha. What prompted such response out of him, you ask? Well, the simple fact that the village was smoking and there were repairs ongoing almost everywhere. We leave the village for a couple of weeks and this happens. Naruto shook his head as everyone entered the gates and were greeted by Izumo and Kotetsu. It's good to see you have arrived, Naruto, Izumo said and couldn't but sigh in relief. What happened here? Hinata asked softly. The rest of the dragon was simply looking around in confusion and apprehension. We don't know much, but the whole village is on edge, Izumo replied, stamping their documents. Elder Danzo tried a coup d'etat, Izumo said, and everyone's eyes widened in shock. You shouldn't waste time here, Kotetsu said, breaking Izumo's incoming explanation. Dragons, Naruto called, making the masked people with them stand in attention. Go unpack and meet at the Hokage Tower. We'll sort this mess out in there, Naruto ordered, and every masked man disappeared in the blink of an eye. You should know, Naruto, Kotetsu said, gathering his attention. Tsunade-sama was poisoned during the attempt and is in a coma right now, Kotetsu said sadly, shocking everyone. See coma? Tenten sputtered while Izumo nodded as well. Hinata-chan, go take care of her. I'll swing by later if necessary, Naruto said, and Hinata nodded in acknowledgement. She understood the underlying meaning of his words. Should she be unable to awaken Tsunade, then Naruto would step in. Hokage Tower. Naruto quickly arrived at the Hokage Tower, or what was left of it. What the hell happened here? Naruto wondered out loud, looking at the missing roof. He made his inside the usual way and arrived at the Hokage's office, now sporting direct sunlight and natural breeze. He kicked a piece of rubble aside and made his way into the office. That was when he saw it. A single desk stood in the middle of the rubble, paperwork stacked on said desk and on the ground. And on the desk sat Hiruzen Sarutobi. Curse words leaving his lips as he struggled to both deal with the paperwork and stop it from flying away due the wind. Hiruzen felt a presence in his office, and tiredly looked up to see Naruto where should have been a door. Hiruzen's eyes narrowed when he noticed Naruto's lip twitch ever so slightly. Don't you dare! Hiruzen threatened. Congratulations on becoming Hokage for the third time. Naruto cheered and laughed openly at the old man's misfortune. You are really setting a record here, Naruto commented while Hiruzen grumbled behind his breath. Stay, Hiruzen yelled, and Naruto flinched, seeing the old man stabbing a kunai through a piece of paper that threatened to fly off. Paperwork chases you, old man, Naruto chuckled softly. This is so much paperwork that I fear my paperwork has paperwork, Hiruzen muttered, picking his pipe and leaning back on his chair, taking a well-deserved break. He narrowed his eyes when he saw Naruto failing desperately to place a few papers on a stack discreetly. And those are? Hiruzen asked. The results of the Jounin exams, Naruto replied and rose a piece of earth upwards, making a stool for him. Ended? Hiruzen stretched the word, making Naruto smile. You would be proud to know that me, Hinata, and Shikamaru are now Jounin. Tenten and Rock Lee were awarded with Tokubetsu Jounin, Special Jounin, status, Naruto replied. Good, Hiruzen replied happily. I heard you put on quite the show in the exams, Hiruzen said. Really? Naruto asked with a raised eyebrow. And what did you hear? Naruto asked. Besides the whole invasion thing. I heard they are calling you and Hinata the perfect storm of Konoha. Hiruzen chuckled. Konoha no Erasure, storm of Konoha. Naruto shook his head in amusement. Another name for our bingo book entries, I have to ask though, Hiruzen said, and Naruto raised an eyebrow. What's up with the cloak? Hiruzen asked, and Naruto chuckled sadly. Some kind of trophy? Hiruzen wondered, but Naruto quickly shook his head in denial. After all, it wasn't too unusual for victors to collect the spoils of the fallen. It's a long story, old man. Naruto sighed, making Hiruzen poof out a small ring of smoke. I've got time, Hiruzen said, and got comfortable in his chair. A small gust ran by as Naruto took a deep breath and began recounting what happened in Kumo. So it's finished? Hiruzen asked, and Naruto nodded. With Nagato dead and Tobi as well, Deidara and Sasori will most likely disperse. The Akatsuki is no more, Naruto said. The cloak is just a memento of Nagato. His methods may have been extreme, but he truly wished for peace, Naruto explained sadly. Then let me tell you of what happened here. Hiruzen began and explained everything that happened to Naruto. Danzo's attempt on Tsunade's life, attacking the clan heads, Sasori and Deidara kidnapping Fu, their battle against Gaara and Shino, and Hiruzen's final battle with Danzo. So everyone in the Akatsuki is dead, Naruto stated. Konan had already stated that she was done with it, and would return to the reign to rule in peace, just like Nagato would want. What will you do now? Hiruzen asked with a curious glint in his eyes. Dedicate my life towards my goal, Naruto said, and Hiruzen raised an eyebrow. To bring peace to our world, Naruto said, and Hiruzen nodded in agreement. And maybe blow some stuff up along the way. Naruto chuckled. Say, Hiruzen began. It's getting a bit chilly in here. Why don't you patch this place up? Hiruzen asked, and Naruto chuckled. It's not that cold. You just want to see my Amayutan in action, Naruto stated with a deadpan. You have me there. Hiruzen grinned back. Naruto closed his eyes and took a deep breath. His eyes snapped open and the Hokage tower immediately started vibrating slightly. Hiruzen stretched his arms around the desk, fighting to keep the paperwork in place. His pipe fell out of his mouth when he noticed Naruto's eyes starting to glow with a dark silver. The rubble on the ground started rattling even more as it began floating and heading towards the walls. Slower at first but quickly gaining speed, Hiruzen just watched in wonder as the walls reconstructed each other. The shattered glass and the floor joined together, and instantly reformed the glass panes before floating to the walls and joining with the rock. The splintered wood and the floor joined together and formed the destroyed door. The bent metal corrected itself, forming the doorknob and lock. As the walls reached their height, Hiruzen watched in amazement as remaining debris outside the building started levitating as well and began forming the roof. As the roof of the Hokage tower finished reconstructing, Naruto began with the details of the office. Hiruzen instantly jumped from the desk when it started shaking a bit much for his tastes. The desk started stretching and rounding itself. The paintings of the previous Hokages shimmered into existence in the walls. And to finalize it all, the symbol of Konoha burned itself on the wooden desk. All done, Naruto said, breaking Hiruzen's from his sputter. Remarkable, truly remarkable, Hiruzen muttered. And you don't even show signs of exhaustion. I have tons of chakra. Reconstructing a building is like making a normal clone, and I'm not talking about a shadow clone but the standard one, the one they teach at the academy. Naruto chuckled at Hiruzen's face. Even so, Hiruzen said, taking in every detail of the room. Everything is exactly the same. I know you have eidetic memory in regards to images when you have your Sharingan activated, but this is very good. I didn't just repair the Hokage tower by memory. I kinda reversed everything in the building until it seemed good enough, Naruto said, struggling to find the correct words to explain his technique. Hiruzen sighed and thought of the good old days when there weren't any Manjikyu Sharingans or Rinnegan around. Hiruzen stretched, sighing in relief when he heard a few faint popping sounds. He leaned forward and picked up the paper in front of him. Strange, Hiruzen thought, seeing the report in his hands without stamp when he remembered placing it. He didn't think much of it and simply reapplied the stamp and carried on. He was about to put it on the already done stack when he noticed the top paper also didn't have the stamp or was filled. I kinda reversed everything in the building until it seemed good enough. Hiruzen paled, remembering Naruto's words about his techniques. Naruto, Hiruzen said, making Naruto look at him funny. Please tell me you didn't also undo a week of paperwork, Hiruzen said calmly. Was Naruto's genius of an answer. He gulped and slowly backed up, seeing Hiruzen surrounded by a black aura. Naruto, UPS, Naruto chuckled weakly and flashed to safety. NRRUTO. With Hinata was like a purple blur through the streets of Konoha. She was making her way to hospital as quick as possible. She noticed a group of people clogging the street that would slow her down. She crouched and leaped into the rooftops, jumping from building to building until she arrived at her destination. She dropped down to the ground and made a quick turn right, arriving at the entrance of the hospital. The building itself didn't show any type of damage. She quickly stepped inside and went straight to the receptionist. Lady Hina Dash, in which room is Tsunade-sensei? Hinata asked quickly, stopping the receptionist's greeting. The receptionist was momentarily taken back by the question but quickly regained focus. Room 0, the receptionist said, looking at the computer. She looked up but Hinata was already gone. Poor girl, the receptionist sighed sadly, thinking how worried Tsunade's apprentice seemed. Room 0 was a special room at the hospital, reserved only for high-profile targets due to the security of its location. The general knowledge of the hospital in Konoha was that the entrance was the first floor, going up in height. What few people knew was that the hospital also had several floors deep underground, connected by a main elevator. These floors were top secret and dealt mostly with research, dealing primarily in discovering and improving healing techniques but also poisons and viral weaponry. Hinata made her way to the elevator. An ANBU stood by it, arms by the side of his body and straight posture. The ANBU gave Hinata a slight nod to which she replied in kind. Hinata entered the PIN code and the doors opened with a swoosh sound. She quickly stepped inside and selected the lowest floor possible. The elevator arrived at the bottom and Hinata waited for the doors to open. The moment the darkness of the hallway greeted her, she ran full speed, taking quick turns. In the blink of an eye, Hinata arrived at the door of room 0. The door was closed and the entrance was barred by 2 ANBU who stood guard. Hinata gave a small nod and one of the ANBU opened the door, allowing her entrance. The first thing she noticed was the dimly lit room. No windows and lack of lighting, coupled with the smell of high-powered cleaners, gave the traditional smell of death of a hospital. The second thing she noticed was the beeping sound of the machines connected to Tsunade, who was resting peacefully in the bed. Seating in a chair next to her was Shizen, failing desperately to keep her eyes open. Shizen's head slowly turned towards the door, dark circles under her eyes. "Hinata-chan," Shizen said strenuously, her voice taking a harsher tone than usual. "Get some rest, Shizen-sensei," Hinata said, helping Shizen prop from the chair. "I tried my best, but the blood analysis gave nothing and the mystic palm didn't respond to her chakra," Shizen explained. "Don't worry. I will take over from here," Hinata said, and Shizen nodded quickly before leaving the room and closing the door behind her. Hinata turned her attention towards Tsunade, who laid on the bed. Her genjutsu had dropped and Hinata saw for the first time what she truly looked like under her disguise. She seemed much older than simply 50 years. Her brown, wrinkly skin looked like discarded, wrinkled paper left to itself. She could clearly see the contours of bones as if the skin was nothing more than a thin sheet. "She looks so fragile," Hinata thought, a small tear trailing down her cheek. Did Tsunade put her genjutsu to appear strong when she in fact wasn't? Hinata cleaned her eyes with her sleeves and got to work with renewed strength. She pulled the white sheets down, leaving Tsunade covered only by the standard medical garb. "Byakugan," she thought, her eyes flaring to life and several bulges appearing around them. She gazed into Tsunade's chakra network to see that she was filled to the top with chakra. Her reserves were filled to the max, but her chakra seemed unstable and haywire. There was no discernible pattern to the flow when her chakra should be flowing orderly around her body. If she was unresponsive to chakra techniques, then the poison must be affecting her network directly, Hinata concluded. She focused more intently on her chakra, skimming every inch of it. And then she found it. A small trail of chakra, similar to a baby corn snake, slithering around Tsunade's chakra network. This chakra had a very similar color to Tsunade's, so it had been harder to find. But now that she did, Hinata wouldn't lose it. She needed to find a way to extract this small chunk of chakra that was disrupting her network, almost like a genjutsu. If she wanted to extract all of the invading chakra, first she would need to trap it and stop its flow. And there was no one better than stopping chakra flow like a Hyuga. She started pulling her right arm back and forming a chakra needle at the tip of her fingers. She needed to wait to the best place to trap it. The parasitic chakra was fast, but Hinata was faster. Her fingers blurred forward, striking Tsunade's neck with deadly precision. "She will be sore for a week though." Hinata laughed softly. She had to use a bit more strength than the usual Juken strikes to stop the poison from forcibly reopening the chakra point. 2 more strikes and Hinata had trapped the poison in the chest area, blocking its access to her head and both arms. Hinata pulled both arms and waited patiently for the next chance to strike. "Here," she thought, and pushed forward, both arms blurring towards Tsunade's body in a flurry of strikes. The poison was now restricted solely to the chest area. She watched as the poison picked up speed by being enclosed in a smaller area. Hinata began to systemically tighten the perimeter around the poison, all the while opening the chakra points she had closed before, leaving the poison contained by a single layer of closed points. It took nearly an hour of opening and closing nearly all the 361 points, taking special care around the 8 gates. But she had done it. She had the poison trapped in a single chakra point. Now she only needed to remove it. Hinata flexed her wrist and a single samban needle popped out. She placed the needle vertically to the chakra point and slowly pushed in, twisting the needle as it sunk into her flesh. With her Byakugan, Hinata tracked the progress of the metallic needle as it sunk an inch into her skin. "Just a little more," Hinata thought as the needle breached deeper into Tsunade's flesh and broke the chakra point manually. Hinata began removing the needle just as slowly as she entered it. Once the needle was out, Hinata watched as the poison leaked from the orifice, running down the skin and into the bed. Hinata took a sample of the poison and performed a small healing jutsu, pleased that Tsunade began reacting to chakra techniques once again. Hinata reopened every single chakra point and let out a sigh of relief, watching the chakra running around her body like it should be, forming a perfect loop. Hinata pulled the sheets back to cover Tsunade and dropped to the chair. She waited patiently for her to wake up. It would be any moment now. Tsunade's chakra network just needed to stabilize from the strain the poison had put on it. Tsunade let out a groan as her eyes opened briefly. Hinata was by her side in a flash. "Take it slow, Tsunade-sensei," Hinata said, helping Tsunade get up and lean against the bed. Tsunade's eyes opened again, slower this time, giving it time to adjust to the lighting of the room. "Hinata," Tsunade said, her mouth dry. She looked at her apprentice, and Hinata seemed relieved about something when her memories about Danzo came like a torrent. "Danzo," she snarled. "Where is the bastard?" shouted Tsunade. "You've been in a coma for the last few days," Hinata said, and Tsunade sighed before calming down. She looked over herself and quickly applied her transformation, turning into her prime once again. "Why do I feel so stiff?" Tsunade asked, flexing her joints. Hey, Hinata chuckled weakly. "About that. Next day, council room. It's good to see that you're back, Lady Tsunade," Kohara said, sitting down. "Shut it, you old fossil," Tsunade barked, making the old woman flinch in surprise. "I still want to know if you were involved in Danzo's schemes," Tsunade said, pointing her finger at her. "I would never," Kohara said in a raspy voice, insulted by such claim. Tsunade hummed in defiance but let it go. "That old fossil won't last much longer anyway," Tsunade thought, looking down the assembled council. The room was more packed than usual. Every clan head had their heir behind them. It was a rite of passage in a way, to teach the heirs how the proceedings worked. The only difference now was that Shino was the clan head of the Aburame clan. Everyone turned their heads when they heard a slurping sound and watched as Naruto strolled into the council room with a bowl of ramen in his left hand and a pair of chopsticks. "West?" Naruto asked, but everyone just stared at him. "I'm hungry and this is going to last a while," Naruto said, ignoring the stares and walked down to the Senju seat. "Naruto-san, if I may ask?" Inoichi said, and Naruto nodded to go forward. "About the cloak." Inoichi trailed off, pointing at Naruto's black cloak with red clouds. "Oh, for the love of Kami," Naruto said, rolling his eyes and shaking his head. "It's just a cloak, deal with it. I was nearly plummeted to the ground when Tsunade-ba-chan saw me yesterday." Naruto sighed. "Stop it, father," Ino snapped at her father, smacking his head. "You know nothing about fashion. I'll have you know that cloaks are the new vests," Ino lectured. "Yes, dear," Inoichi replied meekly, making Shira laugh at their antics. Tsunade cleared her throat, looking intently at Ino. "Sorry, Hokage-sama," Ino replied, embarrassed. "Yes," Tsunade trailed off, setting silence in the room to begin the proceedings. "We will beg dash, may I, Lady Tsunade?" Kohara asked, and Tsunade's head snapped to her direction, glaring at the old woman for interrupting her. Kohara took the glare head-on, only gulping slightly at the killing intent she received. "We received some interesting reports from Kumo I would like to revise first," Kohara said. "And pray tell me what these reports have to say." Tsunade sighed. The meeting was already planned to be long, and with constant interruptions they would still be here tomorrow. "They report seeing our beloved Yondaime and Nidaime Hokages, wearing the dragon uniform and fighting in the Kumo invasion," Kohara said, and an intense silence descended on the room. Tsunade's head snapped towards Naruto, who seemed to be looking at the roof, avoiding Tsunade's gaze. "Impossible," Tsunade replied after a few seconds. Naruto discreetly cleared his throat and looked at Tsunade, who was still glaring daggers at him. "I think not," Kohara replied. "I think I speak for all of us when I say you kept these so-called 10 dragons of the leaf hidden long enough," Kohara said, and few nodded their heads in agreement. Everyone in Konoha wanted to see what was behind the masks, but the shinobi respected their Hokage's decisions. "Naruto," Tsunade said, turning to her grandson. "What do you think?" she asked, and Naruto sighed. "Why are you asking him?" Kohara asked harshly. "You are the Hokage," she said. "I really don't like you," Tsunade said, and everyone's sweat dropped. "The feeling is mutual," Kohara huffed in reply. Tsunade said nothing more, and everyone turned to Naruto, who was spinning his chopsticks in his hands, deep in thought. "You know that their identities would come out eventually," Kurama said, and Naruto let out a sigh. I know Kurama, Naruto replied in thought. I just kept postponing. Can you imagine the aftershock of everyone seeing their faces? And I'm not talking just about Konoha. This will have a big impact on the rest of the villages as well, Naruto thought before letting out a breath of acceptance. At least I have the backstory ready. Naruto nodded and immediately slammed his hand on the table, making everyone flinch at the sudden action. They were broke from their stupor by 9 clouds of smokes, right in the middle of the council room. For the first time since their creation, the 9 dragons stood before the council of Konoha. You already know the identities of the purple and brown dragons, Naruto said and motioned for Hinata and Gaara to remove their masks. Everyone nodded in agreement. Hinata went to stand behind Tsunade, next to Shizen, while Gaara stood behind Naruto. Father, Naruto sighed and the yellow dragon turned towards him. Naruto gave a small nod and everyone in the room held their breaths. Time seemed to slow down as Yellow moved his hands slowly towards his light yellow-colored mask. With a small click sound, the mask detached from his face. The first thing that became apparent was his bright yellow, spiky hair. The mask dropped to the floor and everyone just stared in shock at the man in front of them. Minato slowly opened his eyes, revealing his ocean-colored blue eyes. Minato. Yondaime-sama, Hokage-sama. The whole room gasped seeing the man that defeated the Kyuubi and lost his life 17 years ago, standing in the very same room with them. Is it really you, Minato? Inoichi asked, his face plastered with shock. Yes, Minato simply replied. How can we know for sure? Shikaka asked seriously. Both father and son were wide awake by now. I'm not exactly sure what to give as proof, Minato pondered. It's him, Hana replied from the Hyuga clan seat. Standing behind her was the chosen heir to the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Neji. Usually Neji would remain in control of his emotions like a Hyuga should, but this was too much. I would recognize his chakra anywhere, Hana explained. No offense, but your daughter is married to Naruto. I'm afraid you are biased in this, Inoichi countered. None taken, Hana replied kindly. Perhaps showing your Hiraishin? How about your Sharingan? Shikaku offered and he felt every eye on him. Troublesome. It's known that Minato has Uchiha blood and Naruto himself said that his father possessed the Sharingan. Shikaku sighed and everyone turned towards Minato and waited. Sure, Minato said, shrugging his shoulders. He chucked a kunai to the other side of the room and vanished in a flash of yellow. He quickly flashed back to the original position and turned to face the room, this time his eyes glowing red instead of the cold blue. The whole room felt a shiver crawl upon their spines. It was one thing seeing Minato with blue eyes and the other with one of the most powerful Dijitsu. Those red blood eyes gave a much more dangerous vibe. But how are you back? Kohara asked this time. Once again everyone's attention turned towards Naruto. Drop your masks, Naruto said, and every remaining masked dragon turned to Naruto, looking at him with apprehension. Do it, Naruto confirmed. One by one, every single dragon dropped their masks to the ground. Mito-sama, Tobirama-sensei. Both Koharu and Hamura shouted in the midst of the yelling. Hashirama-sama, oh Kami! It's the Red Death. Hide the ramen! Kushina snickered at that particular comment. Itachiathai, someone screeched, forcing everyone to stop the gawking and put them all on edge. Tsunade-sama, one of the members in the civilian council said weakly, pointing his chubby finger at Uchiha Itachi who remained impassive. Yes, let me introduce you to them by order. My father, Senju Hashirama, and my mother, Senju Mito. To the right is my uncle, Senju Tobirama. Next we have my daughter Senju Kushina and her husband Namikaze Minato. And finally Itachi and now Uchiha. Tsunade finished and an extended silence filled the room. I knew she looked familiar, Shikaka muttered beneath his breath, looking at now. She had been on a mission with him back in the day. Tsunade stopped her explanations and a deep silence ensued. She didn't know if the council was still processing everything or they were just waiting for any more surprises. Well? She asked, snapping everyone from their shock. Ask away, Tsunade said, and the council erupted in screams. One at a time. Tsunade groaned weakly. Everyone shut up almost instantly and looked between each other, silently choosing the first to ask any questions. If I may? Chuza asked, standing up. Everyone nodded for him to go on. I think the most obvious question is how they are here? Chuza asked, and everyone turned to Tsunade, who in turn turned towards Naruto. Naruto was happily slurping on his noodles when he felt the attention of the whole room. What was the question? Naruto asked, rubbing the back of his head in embarrassment. Everyone's sweat dropped, and Chūzō repeated the question. Naruto sighed, taking a deep breath. I want to see you digging yourself out of this hole. Tsunade, though, resting her head on her interlocked hands. I guess I should start at the beginning. Naruto began, and everyone leaned into his words. I believe with you being clan heads you are familiar with the forbidden jutsu known as the Edo Tensei, impure world reincarnation, correct? Naruto asked, and every single shinobi in the room nodded. What is the Edo Tensei? A civilian member asked in confusion. Naruto looked back to Tsunade, silently asking for permission. Tsunade gave a small nod and Naruto moved on. The Edo Tensei is a forbidden technique currently locked away in the Scroll of Seals. This jutsu allows the user to essentially bring back someone who died under the penalty of giving up a living sacrifice. By sacrificing a life, the user can, in return, summon a dead person to serve him under his control. Naruto explained, and the civilian council felt a shiver crawl up their spines. Hokage-sama has granted me some leeway with this technique because I can summon the dead without sacrificing anyone by using my clones. However, this method gives the summoned a fixed time. This time being determined by how much chakra I pumped into my clone at the time of the jutsu. Basically, all those who were supposed to be dead and are here now are the ones I summoned through the Edo Tensei during my 3-year training trip. I summoned them to train and spar with me. I guess since my method isn't exactly a kinjutsu, I kept summoning them over and over again. Eventually, when I came back to Konoha, my grandmother decided to create the group. The 10 Dragons of the Leaf, who were originally only 8, are the people who built Konoha and who chose to defend it even when death has taken them from this realm. Naruto finished and everyone stood silent, taking it all in. But, Shikaku suddenly said before stopping. Naruto gave a nod in reply. They aren't exactly Edo Tenseis, are they? Shikaku asked suspiciously. The shinobi who knew the technique immediately understood his meaning. Edo Tenseis were technically dead while these people looked very much alive. No, they are not, Naruto replied with a smile. Trust in Nara to want everything explained, even if it was too troublesome. I'm confused, Mabuki said. They are not Edo Tenseis, but you used the Edo Tensei to bring them back? Mabuki explained, her memory going back to her goodbye with Sakura. This is where it gets tricky. I believe you all heard of the Kumo invasion a few days ago? Naruto asked and everyone nodded. This attack, as you all know, was orchestrated by Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki. Pain, otherwise known as Uzumaki Nagato, led the invasion force into Kumo, in a desperate effort to capture both the Hachibi and the Kyubi. I went up against him and managed to defeat him in single combat. However, Uzumaki Nagato was by no means a normal shinobi. He possessed a very special dojutsu. He had the fabled Rinnegan, the eyes of Rikuta Sennin, Naruto said, and the crowd gasped. As you can most likely tell, it was a gruesome fight. I barely managed to defeat the man, Naruto explained dramatically, placing a hand over his heart. Everyone leaning into his words, waiting for the outcome. He's enjoying this a bit too much. Hinata giggled to herself. Naruto was spinning a remarkable web of lies that surprisingly enough went together and made sense. What you need to understand about Nagato was that he truly wanted to bring peace to our world. He was born in the Hidden Rain village at the time of the Shinobi World War. During the war, he was orphaned by 2 of our own shinobi, Naruto said regretfully. Eventually, he met 2 other kids, Konan and Yahiko, who became his best friends. Jiraiya-sensei even trained the trio of a couple of years. Naruto chuckled softly. The trio grew stronger and vowed to change the Hidden Rain village and the world. They created an organization called Akatsuki, whose sole goal was to bring peace to our world. This was their symbol, a black cloak with red clouds. This was Nagato's cloak, Naruto said, pointing to his cloak. And for the first time, everyone understood why he had kept the cloak for himself. However, Danzo and Hanzo plotted together a way to bring that organization down. In the process, Yahiko was killed and Pain was born. He lost himself in his grief, his pain. After I defeated him, we kinda talked. I managed to persuade him to change his beliefs. His last action on this world was to bring back everyone that had been killed in the invasion. He used up the remaining of his chakra to revive everyone in Kumo. At the time, I had summoned the dragons to help defend Kumo. I theorized that this release of life energy brought them back permanently. Naruto finished. The amount of bullshit he's giving out is remarkable, Tsunade thought, shaking her head in disbelief. Naruto had just blatantly lied to the governing room of Konoha. And the worst part was that he mixed truths and lies so well that if she didn't know better, she would have believed him without question. That's some story, Inoichi muttered, taking everything in. And quite the remarkable coincidence. Shikaka thought to himself but discarded the situation. What happened to this Uzumaki Nagato? Hamura asked. Konan took his body back to the rain. They fought hard to free Rain from Hanzo's tyranny. I see no other resting place for him, Naruto explained. And the Rinnegan? Koharu added. Destroyed. Naruto simply replied. Those eyes are too dangerous should they fall into the wrong's hands. Are we implying we are the wrong hands? Koharu asked, narrowing her eyes at the Senju heir. Do you wish to play God? Naruto asked, chuckling. Not at all, Koharu replied. But even you can't discard that those eyes would be a powerful weapon for our village, Koharu stressed. And we got our prizes. Thanks to Nagato's sacrifice we have all the Hokage alive, not to mention 2 S-rank kunoichi. This world doesn't need a Rinnegan anymore, Naruto explained. He had thought this very thoroughly. With the Akatsuki finished, he would use the Rinnegan solely in his quest for peace. A Rinnegan? Why not the Rinnegan? Shikaka wondered, scratching his goatee. I wonder what you are hiding behind all of this. Shikaka chuckled to himself, but it was too troublesome to ask. Fine. Koharu reluctantly agreed. But what is he doing here after what he did? Koharu said, pointing towards Itachi who remained impassive. Before Tsunade could answer, Naruto beat her to it. I'm sure you know very well why he's here, Naruto said, a smile tugging his lips. After all, you had a hand in the massacre along your buddies, Danzo, Hamura and Hiruzen, Naruto said, and heavy silence filled the room. You could feel the tension in the air. I think it's time to come clean about every dark secret this village has, Naruto said and looked to Tsunade for confirmation. Tsunade just shook head in exasperation and nodded in confirmation. This would shake the village, but it needed to be done. It were all these secrets that lead Danzo's attempt to take over in the first place. The truth is that the Uchiha clan massacre was a sanctioned mission from this very council, and Itachi carried on the orders as a loyal shinobi of the village, Naruto said, and the clan heads rose in protest and glaring at the advisors. Lord Third would never allow such thing. Some snarled. It's the truth, Hiruzen whispered loud enough for everyone to hear. Sam's jaw dropped. But why? She asked in disbelief. They were one of the founding clans of the village. Why would you order such travesty? She asked, her voice raising again. Peace, Naruto instantly replied and received a furious gaze from Sam. He was about to explain when Hiruzen raised his hand and Naruto nodded. I did what was necessary, Hiruzen said with a heavy heart. He was really feeling all the years he carried. Itachi, Hiruzen said, and he nodded silently. The Uchiha clan, my clan, had this coming. Itachi began very softly. Now walked up and stood next to him, grabbing his hand and interlocking fingers. Everything happened because of my father, Uchiha Fugaku. He was the one that summoned the Kyuubi 17 years ago, Itachi said, and Sam's eyes widened. She found a new hatred towards the Uchiha clan, being the ones responsible by the death of her husband, along with thousands of shinobi and civilians. I still don't understand his thirst for power. He wanted the world in his hands, Itachi sighed. He summoned the Kyuubi in order to weaken Konoha and in the process take over as Hokage. He didn't count on Hiruzen stepping back in to fill the role left by Minato. After the Kyuubi attack, everything settled down. But my father wasn't done. The Uchiha clan massacre was ordered because they were planning a coup d'etat. I carried out my orders and killed everyone in the clan, but I couldn't bring myself to kill my little brother, Itachi explained, and everyone nodded, feeling a wave of sadness wash over them. How could someone be able to kill his own family for the village? But it appeared that Fugaku was one step ahead at the time. When I slaughtered the clan, all I killed were clones. Fugaku had known about my orders and had evacuated the clan out the village. He led me to believe that I killed the clan with my own hands, Itachi finished. So is the clan still alive? Inoichi asked, confused. No, Nao replied, taking over Itachi's explanation. Fugaku evacuated me and the clan to Kiri, where he had taken control over Yagura, the Yondaime Mizukage. And so we hid in that village, waiting the day we would make our move, Nao explained. But not everything works the way we wanted it to, Nao said and looked towards Naruto. Nao defected to our side, and with her help we tracked down the Uchiha clan, and slaughtered them, permanently," Naruto said in a harsh voice. Everyone stared at Naruto, the man who had just preached peace. They had it coming. "I may want peace, but I'm not foolish enough to forgive everybody," Naruto said, and everyone had finally learned what type of man Naruto was. Ino had been particularly surprised at his tone, nearly flinching in the process. "I guess I'm still naive about how the world works," Ino thought to herself. "You would make a fine Hokage someday." Shikaku laughed. Shikaku understood the world better than he let on. And he understood what Naruto had done, and why he had done it. "I know that there were a lot of surprises today, and it will take a while to get used to all of this," Tsunade said, standing up and pointing to the dragons. "The dragons are gone." Naruto stood up as well, and everyone turned to him. "The dragons did their job, protecting Konoha. The world is nothing but a child, still in its infancy. We will bring order to this cursed world, we will bring peace to the shinobi land. We 10 of us shall accomplish this. After all, we are the new Akatsuki." Next day. "It's time," Naruto said as he, Fu and Gaara arrived at one of the training grounds. "I'll go get B and be back in flash," Naruto said and vanished in a flash of yellow. "That line is getting old," Gaara sighed while Fu laughed. It was always be back in a flash with Naruto and Minato. Not even 1 minute later, Naruto was back in the training ground with the disoriented B in tow. "That was the Hiratian fool," he rapped, dropping to his knees on the ground. "I'm not feeling good," he finished and emptied his stomach on said ground. "Everyone ready?" Naruto asked, and every single Jinchuriki nodded. "Kuchios no Jutsu, summoning Jutsu, Kuchios no Jutsu, summoning Jutsu, Kuchios no Jutsu, summoning Jutsu, Kuchios no Jutsu, summoning Jutsu." 4 cries of the summoning Jutsu and the 4-tailed beasts were brought into the outside world. Kurama from Naruto, Gyuki from Killer Bee, Chomei from Fu and Shikaku from Gaara. "Yash!" Shikaku yelled, pumping his arms into the air. "Let's do this!" Naruto looked at the 4-tailed beasts and saw each one giving him a nod. He closed his eyes and concentrated. "Kuchios no Jutsu, summoning Jutsu, Geto Mazo!" Naruto shouted, his Rinnegan flaring to life as he slammed a hand on the ground. Aroyarara, the Geto Mazo burst from the ground and roared into the sky. Naruto jumped on top of its head and synchronized with him. An instant later, the statue opened his mouth as a multicolored chakra started pouring outside. As the chakra left the statue and dropped to the ground, it started taking form. The first form was completely engulfed in blue flames. She also had a right yellow eye and a left green eye, similar to an odd-eyed cat without pupils. The second form resembled a large turtle, but with a crab-like shell, spikes all over its body, and 3 shrimp-like tails. Under his shell, it had red, muscle-like tissue. He had a pair of human-like arms and hands, but no hind legs. His lower jaw is rather big and has teeth-like horns, together with his big forehead, which also has horns. It somewhat resembles a mouth with big teeth, making it look like the rest of the face is inside the mouth. His eyes are red and have crimson pupils. The third form was a red-furred and green-skinned monkey, with a body build of a gorilla. He had eyes with yellow irises and white pupils, spike-like protrusions along the length of its tails, elongated blunt fangs, and 2 long horns curving upwards on its forehead like a crown. In his mouth, Sun had a big, round opening, from where he spits lava, and it doesn't seem to have a tongue. The fourth form primarily resembled a white horse, but with a dolphin's head. He had 2 pointed long horns and 3 shorter horns in front. The ends of his horns, hooves, and tails are light brown, with some of the same colored spots before the brown areas of his horns and hooves. He also has red markings under its dark blue-green eyes. The fifth and final form resembled a large white, with a slight light bluish tint, bipedal slug with stubby arms and feet. He has 2 prominent optical tentacles and hole-like openings as a mouth. His entire body is covered in a slimy substance. "We are free," Matatabi said in astonishment. The last thing she remembered was being sealed in that damn statue after being ripped from Yujito. "So it seems," Son Goku replied, looking around. "Gyuki, Shikaku, Chomei, and even Kurama. We are all here," Son Goku said with glee. "How is this possible?" Matatabi asked in confusion. "I think I have an idea about that," Isabu replied, nodding his vast head towards the 4 humans standing on top of the Geto Mazo. "You're welcome," Naruto chuckled. Naruto, B, Fu and Gaara were all on top of the Geto Mazo, with all of the 9 bijus surrounding them. "I remember you from the Chunin exams," You are the fox boy, Matatabi said, stretching her legs and laying down on the ground. So you are him? Son Goku asked, stepping forward and sniffing the blonde. You smell like father, he said, and Naruto's sweat dropped. Thank you? Naruto asked, confused. What happened to our Jinchuriki? Saiken asked with a sad voice. He had become rather attached to Utakata. He was the first shinobi who actually enjoyed peace instead of war. My guess is that their bodies were destroyed. I got no memory of them from Nagato. Naruto sighed sadly. After bringing the dragons from the dead, he pondered on what he had done and promised to be more responsible on the future. However, he would open an exception to the Jinchuriki. What now? Son Goku asked in curiosity. You are free to do what you want. Naruto shrugged his shoulders. I'm going to seal the Geto Mazo back into the moon in a couple of days. I know that you can shift into smaller forms, so I would recommend that if you wish to stay here in Konoha, you are all welcome to live in the Senju compound, Naruto said. However, let me be clear, Naruto began in a serious voice. You may be free, but you will comply with our rules. I would be most displeased by any unprovoked attack on humans, Naruto warned, letting the threat hang in the air. Every bijou quickly nodded and started shifting their forms, similar to how they looked moments before they were born. This is going to be some much fun. Shikaku screamed, and Naruto pondered if releasing 8 bijou in Konoha had been wise. What's the worst that could happen? Naruto thought with an uneasy chuckle. Famous last words after all. Undisclosed location, Orochimaru's laboratory. How are the specimens going? Orochimaru asked with his traditional raspy voice. Kabuto turned towards his master and pushed his glasses upwards before answering. All failures as of now, Orochimaru-sama, Kabuto answered. Tisk, Orochimaru replied, annoyed, but such failures. He had been trying these experiments for the last couple of years and had nothing but failures. I don't understand, Kabuto began. Even at the cellular level, the Uchiha and Senju blood are destroying each other. I fear it may be impossible to combine both bloodlines into a viable vessel, Kabuto explained. We both know that isn't true, Kabuto, Orochimaru replied in defiance. Naruto is the prime example of that. He carries both bloodlines in perfect harmony. You have seen firsthand the strength of his body and the power of his eyes. I for one do not think that Naruto was the firstborn from both clans. The shinobi world has existed for millennia. And we both know that the Uchiha and Senju clans are among the first ones ever created. The probability of Naruto being the first ever born from both clans is slim to none. If someone had existed before Naruto that carried both bloodlines, we would have heard his name before, Orochimaru explained. Little did he know that there existed such man before Naruto. Said man carried the name of Hagoromo Otsutsuki, otherwise known as the Sage of Six Paths, father of all ninjutsu. We just have to keep trying, Orochimaru replied through gritted teeth. Even his immortally quest hadn't been such a pain. Perhaps using Uchiha Sasuke's genetic material is at fault? Kabuto offered. They had limited access to genetic material since both clans were nearly extinct. Perha-dash. Orochimaru replied and immediately stiffened, feeling another presence in the room. Show yourself, he ordered. Orochimaru watched as a figure rose from the ground. Tobi, Orochimaru said, the name leaving a foul name in his mouth. How did you find me? Orochimaru asked, taking caution with the man in front of him. I never lost you, Orochimaru. Tobi chuckled, his Sharingan glowing beneath the orange mask. Yes. Orochimaru drawled. What is it you want? Surely this isn't a social call. Orochimaru stated and watched as Tobi sighed in annoyance. You must be truly desperate to come to me for help. Orochimaru smirked. I need a favor, Tobi said, and Orochimaru's eyes lit up. A favor, you say? Orochimaru replied, licking his lips in amusement. And what can dear old me do for you? Orochimaru asked, a dark smile in his lips. I need a technique of yours, Tobi began, and Orochimaru raised an eyebrow. I would go to the leaf for it, but their defenses are too tight since the Kumo invasion, and I can't afford to wait. Get on with it, Orochimaru said, losing his patience. I need the scroll for the Edo Tensei, impure world reincarnation, Tobi simply stated. My. Orochimaru chuckled evilly. That isn't a small favor to ask. You understand I must ask something in return. Orochimaru grinned while Tobi sighed. He should have known Orochimaru better than this. I can offer you Sharingans, Toby offered and Orochimaru just laughed. Sharingan are one of the simplest things for me to grow, Orochimaru said, licking his lips in anticipation. I want a white Zetsu, Orochimaru said, his eyes glistening with the prospect of possessing such creature. Toby's eyes widened in disbelief at the request. That is no small thing, Toby said while Orochimaru just laughed in reply. The Edo Tensei is no small technique. Orochimaru smirked. He knew he had Toby in his hands. Toby pondered momentarily before finally agreeing to the terms. A single Zetsu rose from the ground. We have a deal then? Toby asked, ordering the clone to go towards Orochimaru. Indeed. Orochimaru replied, coughing out a scroll and throwing it at Toby, who caught it midair. Toby sunk to the ground and disappeared. If I may ask, Orochimaru-sama, Kabuto said, and Orochimaru nodded in acceptance. Why did you accept to give him such valuable technique? Kabuto asked, curious. Because now we can create our own army. With Toby rose from the ground inside a small cave. Once he was fully out of the ground, his body started shifting. The black cloak turned completely white and his Sharingan eyes turned to yellow. Did you get it? Black Zetsu asked. Of course. White Zetsu replied cheerily. Like stealing candy from a baby. White Zetsu chuckled. Orochimaru didn't even suspect of him being a simple transformation of Toby, also known as Fugaku. Let us begin then, Black Zetsu said and moved to the center of the room. White Zetsu quickly skimmed through the scroll to read the hand seals and proceedings. Tiger, snake, dog, dragon. White Zetsu ran through the hand seals and watched as kanji poured into the ground, creating a hollow circle around Black Zetsu. Kuchios, Edo Tensei, summoning, impure world reincarnation. White Zetsu shouted, clasping both hands together. Black Zetsu was instantly swarmed with leaves, easily covering his form. Black Zetsu didn't even scream in pain as his body was consumed for both the source of the genetic material and the sacrifice necessary. So it finally happened. A deep voice rose from the pile of leaves. The man was light-skinned with waist-length, spiky, black hair with shoulder-length bangs framing the sides of his face, covering most of his right eye. He wore crimson armor with numerous metal plates, forming protective guards along his chest, waist, shoulders, and thighs. The man slowly opened his eyes to show blood-red color with 3 black tomos spinning. This isn't exactly the form I planned to return to, he commented. How long has it been? The man asked. Around 20 years, Madara-sama, Zetsu replied. And why have you summoned me in such state? Madara asked in a flat tone. There have been complications to the original plan, Zetsu explained, and Madara raised a single eyebrow. Where is Fugaku? Madara asked. This way, Zetsu replied, leading Madara towards another room. Once they entered the room, they were greeted by a grotesque sight. Fugaku laid in a single table in the middle of the room. His body was completely torn to shreds. His skull was broken in half, displaying the brain for all to see. His head connected to the remaining of his chest by Zetsu material. His chest completely opened, the ribcage visible to the naked eye. The remaining limbs were non-existent. Who left him in such state? Madara asked with surprise. Fugaku may not have been strong, but the man had unusual skill at avoiding damage. Your son, Zetsu replied. Minato did this to him? Madara asked with amusement, while Zetsu nodded. He has grown strong, stronger than you think, Zetsu replied. It seems there are a lot of things I don't know, Madara commented, still amused by seeing Fugaku utterly defeated by his son. Why don't you bring me up to speed? He rhetorically asked. Zetsu nodded and proceeded to inform Madara of everything that had occurred in the last years. What about him? Zetsu asked towards Fugaku. Dispose of him, Madara replied offhandedly. Sir? Zetsu asked in confirmation. Did you really think I would share my goals with him? Madara asked with amusement. He was just cannon fodder. A means to an end, Madara said, and Zetsu shrugged before heading towards Fugaku and proceeded to eat him, leaving nothing behind. I look forward to dancing with you, Madara started, looking at the darkening sky. His eyes shifting into a silver color, and a sinister smile tugging his lips. Senju Naruto, my grandson. Chapter 62. Here we go again. Konoha. The entire village was in a state of bliss and excitement. The reason behind all of this? The news that the previous Hokages had been brought to life had spread through the village like a wildfire. Mere hours after the council meeting had finished, and already all of Konoha knew about the return of the fallen heroes. And everyone in the village, be it civilian or shinobi, always tried their best to walk by the Senju compound, in a desperate attempt to even catch a small glimpse of the Hokages. Every Hokage had been a friend, a leader, an icon to the people. And for those who didn't have the pleasure of knowing the legends in person, they did their best to at least see them. Tsunade had confined everyone to the compound during the last few days, waiting for the dust to settle, so to speak. It wasn't every day that the fifth Hokage barged into the roof of the newly reconstructed Hokage Tower and shouted that the previous Hokages had been resurrected to the whole village. There was no finesse in her speech. It was a single shout that left most of the people rooted in place with their jaws on the ground. Then again, finesse wasn't exactly a typical trait of the Senju clan. They tended to be louder and somewhat reckless to a fault, not to mention the unhealthy addiction to ramen. Not that Tsuchi was complaining, of course. The additional customers all looking to catch a glimpse of Naruto helped a lot. But anyway, I'm digressing here. Let us focus of Naruto, who was currently laying down on his bed with Hinata sleeping next to him. It was still early in the day, so it was no surprise. What am I going to do now? Naruto thought to himself, playing with a strand of Hinata's silky hair. He had been so focused on the last 3 years of his life to train and train. His sole focus had been to become as strong as possible to take down the Akatsuki. But now that he did that, he felt disappointed. No, that wasn't it. Sad? No, that wasn't either. He felt bored. With the Akatsuki alive, there was always that threat of something sparking and throwing him into combat. Now, he spent his days dealing with the paperwork that came with the position of clan head. Maybe he wasn't cut out to become Hokage, not if he had to deal with paperwork 8 hours a day. He had to find something productive to do, or he would go crazy. He still didn't know how to approach the whole bring peace to the world mission. Naruto was broken when he heard a particularly loud crash coming from the kitchen. The sound of dishes breaking and smashing to the floor came followed by a horrified screech of fear. Naruto raised an eyebrow when everything became quiet once again. Too quiet for his taste. That was why Naruto didn't even flinch in bed when the door to his room opened loudly and Kurama came running inside, still in his chibi form. Naruto raised an eyebrow at the look of sheer desperation the fox had. Naruto, you've got to help me. Hide me, summon me back to the seal, anything. Kurama said quickly, his voice filled with complete despair. What did you do? Naruto asked in amusement. He looked over to see Hinata stir slowly and rub her eyes, pushing the sleep away. Morning, Hinata mumbled, watching Kurama bounce frantically on Naruto's chest. Quickly, she's coming! Kurama shouted. Who's coming? Hinata asked in confusion, while Naruto just shrugged his shoulders in ignorance. Hide me, Kurama pleaded. Kurama-kun! A husky, soft voice cooed from the entrance of the room. From the sound of it was definitely female. Naruto looked over Kurama and spotted Madatabi strolling in calmly. Naruto looked back to Kurama and noticed his eyes widened with fear. Here you are! Madatabi cooed, jumping on the bed and landing on top of Hinata. Come here! Tabi-chan will take good care of you! She purred while Kurama backed away slowly. Naruto watched in amusement as Kurama turned to him with pleading eyes. What is wrong? Naruto asked with a raised eyebrow. Already tired of your family after only 1 week? Naruto taunted jokingly. Save me. She craves my body, Kurama said, and both Naruto and Hinata looked at each other in surprise. I didn't know you were into incest. Naruto chuckled while Kurama glared at him. So soft, Madatabi purred, rubbing herself in the sheets on top of Hinata. These sheets are so soft. What has she been drinking? Hinata asked, looking at the cat Bijou. She's starting to freak me out. Is there catnip in Konoha? Naruto asked, trying to account for Madatabi's attitude. I know that the Yamanaka and Nara clans supply the hospital with many herbs, catnip included, but I don't know if there is any in the wild, Hinata replied. You smell like the fox boy. Madatabi purred and tried to lick Hinata in the face but was pushed backwards. So she's high on that stuff. Kurama sighed in relief. She's a Bijou though. That stuff shouldn't affect her. Hinata pondered while Naruto just chuckled. The best way to picture Madatabi is like a cat infused with senjutsu. Even though she was created, she shares many traits with cats in general. Naruto explained and watched as Madatabi's pupil dilated and she started rolling on the bed, wrapping herself in the blankets. Madatabi meowed happily and dropped her head, falling asleep. Safe at last, Kurama sighed in relief and dropped to the bed while Naruto just laughed. That wasn't funny, Kurama snapped. I was nearly raped by my sister, Kurama whined, putting a paw over his eyes. Knock knock. It's 6 a.m. Naruto grumbled, hiding beneath the sheets while Hinata giggled in reply, hiding as well. However, as much as Naruto wanted whoever was knocking to go away, it didn't. The knocking started becoming more and more frantic as time went by, as in mere moments the wooden door was already shaking from the poundings. Oh, for the low command! He snapped. The wooden door slammed open and a head peeked inside the room. Hashirama, what do you want? Ghhh, why are you naked? Naruto yelled, jumping from the bed. Hashirama was completely naked, trying desperately to hide his little Hashirama with his hands. What is wrong with you? Naruto shouted, walking up to his great-grandfather. You just don't barge into someone else's room naked. Hinata simply chose to avert her gaze. There were some things that were best left to imagination. Not that she imagined a naked Hashirama in the first place. I'll just stop thinking about it, Hinata thought, finding her quiet place for all the ruckus at 6 a.m. You've got help me, Hashirama pleaded. It burns, he whined. Explain. Naruto sighed. It's like this. Me and Mito-chan were, Hashirama struggled for words. Having sex? Naruto offered and Hashirama nodded furiously, grimacing as another wave of what seemed pain washed over him. She still hasn't full control over that paper bloodline you gave her, and in the heat of the moment she. Hashirama trailed off and both Naruto and Hinata's eyes widened, unintentionally drawing their eyes to Hashirama's groin area. Don't tell me that she gave you a paper cut, down there? Naruto asked and Hashirama nodded furiously. Naruto felt a shiver run up his spine. Now fix it, Hashirama demanded, taking his hands away and displaying his manhood for all to see. Gah! Naruto yelled, looking to the side. I'm not touching your junk, you don't have to touch it. Just do the whole green thing. Hashirama pleaded and Naruto reluctantly agreed. Naruto slowly approached and knelt to the ground, placing his hands a good foot away from him. His hands glowed green and Hashirama sighed in relief. There, Naruto said, getting up as fast as he could. Now go away and learn some decency, Naruto said and Hashirama laughed, thanking him profoundly. That was the greatest thing I ever witnessed. The great Senju Hashirama got a paper cut in his dick. Kurama laughed, rolling on the ground. There's something wrong with your side of the family, Hinata said deadpan. Now Hina-chan. We do share the same ancestor after all. We are all descendants of Princess Kaguya, Naruto lectured while Hinata just rolled her eyes. Yes, but my family branch has some decency at least, Hinata explained, thinking back to the Hyuga clan. Your family enslaved their own blood, Naruto replied deadpan. Okay, point, Hinata conceded. And don't get me started on the whole decency thing, Naruto began in a sing-sang voice. You have the Byakugan which grants you X-ray vision. Are you telling me that you never peeked beneath someone's clothing? Naruto asked in a teasing voice. Absolutely not, Hinata huffed in playful defiance. You sure? Naruto teased, rolling on top of her. You never took a peek at me before we became intimate? Naruto asked, planting a soft kiss on her neck. Oh great. They are going at it again. Kurama grumbled in thought, letting himself out of the room and dragging the unconscious Matatabi with him. He planned on chaining Matatabi somewhere just to be safe. And no. Hinata giggled from the kiss. You're lying, Hinata-chan. Naruto smiled. I know you perved on me during our training, Naruto teased, tickling her stomach. Maybe. She giggled in reply, making his grin widen. I knew it. He cheered in victory. Hinata took his momentary moment of celebration and rolled them over, pushing him to the bed and standing on top, straddling him. This is no way to treat a princess, Hinata huffed. Go make me a sandwich, she demanded playfully. You are no longer a princess, you know? Naruto asked, and Hinata just stared at him surprised. Oh, Hinata muttered, trying to hide her sad smile. She liked being called princess, it was an affectionate name. Hinata-chan, Naruto began softly. He saw her saddened expression. A princess is when they are pretty, young, naive. You're so much more than that. Our battle in Kumo opened my eyes. You are strong, stronger than I thought. And you are no longer simply pretty, you are beautiful in ways I can't explain, cheesy. Hinata thought with a smile. You are a queen. My queen. Naruto finished, emphasizing on the word my. As long you be my king, Hinata said, laying down and pressing her breasts to his chest. Forever, Naruto said, kissing her lovingly. My queen. With Madara sat in a stone throne, twirling a small locket of golden hair. He was lost in his thoughts that he didn't even notice Zetsu appearing in front of him. Master? Zetsu called, breaking Madara from his musings. What do you want? Madara asked evenly. Are you going to sit there all day musing about your past? Zetsu asked, and Madara raised an eyebrow in amusement. Since when do you care about what I do? Madara asked with annoyance. Because reasons. Zetsu replied cheekily. Madara grunted. Tell me, Zetsu. What is the state of the elemental nations? He asked with some curiosity. The elemental nations had been rather peaceful for around 25 years if you don't count a few slides here and there. As of now, Konoha is allied to Kiri due to their help in the bloodline wars. There is talk about a possible alliance between Konoha and Kumo, but that is just rumors. Suna and Iwa are also fully allied and bear a particular grudge against the Leaf. Zetsu finished. I died shortly after Minato wiped out Iwa's army, but I remember Suna being on good terms with Konoha. Madara explained. 3 years ago Suna teamed with Orochimaru and launched a surprise invasion on Konoha. They were slaughtered and ended up losing their Kage, their only bijou, and nearly a fifth of their forces. After that, things became sour between Konoha and Suna. Zetsu explained why, and Madara just shook his head. Amateurs. Madara chuckled. And Iwa? He asked. They have done a few tries over the years, but nothing significant. Zetsu answered, and Madara pondered on his next move. What will you do? Zetsu asked. I guess I'll pay a visit to dear old Inoki. Madara replied, getting up. But first I need to check on something, Madara said, and slammed his hand on the ground. Kuchios no Jutsu, summoning jutsu, Madara said, and with a mighty roar the Gedo Mazo burst from the ground. Madara looked at the statue and focused on linking up with it. 1. Tell me, Zetsu. Madara began with a normal tone. What is wrong with this picture? He asked, pointing towards the Gedo Mazo in front of him. I don't understand, Master. Zetsu cocked his head in confusion. The Gedo Mazo seems to be missing a couple bijou, Madara replied with annoyance. You told me that Fugaku and Nagato had managed to capture the Nibi, Sanbai, Yambi, Gobi, and the Rokubi. And yet the Gedo Mazo is empty, Madara informed him. I don't know, Master. Where are my eyes? Madara asked, trying his best to hide his annoyance at Zetsu. Konan, Zetsu stammered when he felt Madara's killing intent rising. Zetsu, Madara growled. Where is my Rinnegan? He asked. Nagato had them, but after the battle they were gone. Zetsu gulped under Madara's glare. Konan will know, ask her. Zetsu answered quickly. And where is Konan? Madara asked. Amigekure, Zetsu replied. Take me there, Madara ordered, and Zetsu nodded quickly, disappearing into the ground. Next time maybe I should give more intelligence to my creations. Zetsu is almost as dumb as a rock. Madara sighed, shaking his head. Hidden Rain Village. This concludes this meeting. Thank you all, Konan said, getting up and leaving the meeting room. The Hidden Rain Village was going well enough, but things were more difficult to handle without Nagato there. He was the leader, he knew how to run things better than her. Will do, Lady Konan, Kuro replied and walked away. Konan sighed and walked towards Pain's tower. She chuckled softly at the name, but didn't have the heart to change it. The tower and the whole village was her memento to Nagato and Yahiko. She stepped inside the room and felt unusually nervous. She stood on the doorway. The entire room was pitch black, with a few thunders lighting up the room momentarily. A loud thunder roared in the sky and gave enough light for Konan to notice the outline of a man sitting on Nagato's chair. Who are you? Konan asked, her voice taking a dangerous tone. Who knows? The figure chuckled, and Konan saw that the figure was definitely male from the deep voice. What do you want? She asked firmly, her body already showing several cracks as her bloodline triggered into action, expecting battle. What belongs to me? The man replied, getting up and started walking forward. Konan took a step back and prepared herself for battle as the man walked forward, still shrouded in darkness. Step, another thunder lit the room, enough to show the man's feet and upper legs. He was clad in samurai-like red armor. Step, Konan looked up as the man approached, one step at the time. Her eyes widened when another thunder lit the room and showed the man's face. Blood-red eyes with long, black, spiky hair. Uchiha Madara, Conan whispered, finally noticing the white Setsu in the corner, watching everything. So that Toby fellow worked for you? Conan asked while Madara chuckled. Worked? Madara asked with amusement. You seem to be mistaken. He was my pawn, it's as simple as that. Yes, Conan drawled. She didn't exactly have much love for Toby either. What do you want? She asked. What belongs to me? Madara replied once more. Conan just stared blankly at him. My eyes. I want my Rinnegan back, Madara said, and Conan's eyes widened. Don't be so surprised. I gave him the Rinnegan to begin with. He was supposed to bring me back with it, but alas, not everything worked out as I planned. Madara chuckled. I don't know, Conan said neutrally. Let's us agree to not lie to each other, okay? Madara asked, and Conan didn't reply. I will ask again. Where is my Rinnegan? Madara stressed. I don't dash. Conan didn't even see it coming. One moment Madara was a few feet away, the other he was standing in front of her, his right arm extended. Conan received a strong punch to the stomach. It felt like being hit by a train. She felt blood vessels burst, her diaphragm collapse from the pressure. Her knees buckled from the force of the blow, and as she went down, she swore she heard a cracking noise ricochet between her ribs. She landed on her knees, spewing out blood from her mouth like a fountain. What did we agree on? Madara asked, gently rising Conan's chin upwards. He noticed the pained and bloodied expression on her face. Now, where are my eyes? Madara asked calmly. Where you? Conan coughed. Will never get them. Conan chuckled weakly and Madara dropped her to the floor. Why can't people just answer truthfully? Madara sighed. You could have lived, you know. I only wanted the Rinnegan, but now I guess I'll keep the Rain Village as well, Madara said with a dark smile. Conan rose as fast as she could to protest, but Madara slammed his hand over her chest. Ninjendo, human path. Madara ripped Conan's soul out of her body, reading her mind in the process. Conan's body toppled to the floor, her eyes open wide and staring blankly into nowhere. Naruto, Madara sighed. You are getting on my nerves and I didn't even met you. With Naruto. Naruto, what are you doing here? Tsunade asked, seeing Naruto strolling inside her office carelessly and plopping down to the couch. Stuff, Naruto replied tiredly and leaned back on couch, releasing a sigh of bliss. Tsunade left him be and focused back on the paperwork reproducing on the desk. Naruto groaned and Tsunade looked up, but he still had his eyes closed. 5 minutes later Naruto groaned again and Tsunade's eyes twitched. Naruto groaned again and Tsunade jumped to her feet. Naruto, she snapped. What are you doing here? She snarled. Protecting you from assassins, Naruto replied offhandedly, looking at the ceiling. Doesn't anyone ever attack you? Naruto asked, and he could feel the hidden Umbu shake their heads in disbelief. Danzo tried it 2 weeks ago, Tsunade informed him and sat back down, having taken out her frustrations with the previous shout. Naruto was about to groan again, and most likely be punched out of the room by Tsunade, when there was a soft knock on the door. Come in, Tsunade replied, welcoming any type of break that didn't originate from Naruto. Shizen's head peeked inside the room. There is a team from IWA wishing to speak to you. They say it's urgent, Shizen informed, and both Naruto and Tsunade raised an eyebrow. Send them in, Tsunade replied, and Shizen opened the door fully. A team of 3 stepped inside the room, flanked by 2 ANBU. Naruto looked up from the couch and spotted familiar faces in all 3 of them, some friendlier than others. Hokage-sama. All 3 shinobi bowed slightly as a sign of respect, even if a particular brash male in the team didn't have any. Lord Senju, Kuratsuchi said, turning towards Naruto and bowing once more. Naruto raised an eyebrow at the greeting but moved on. Kuratsuchi, Naruto replied, and she nodded once. Taiseki, Naruto said, and the man huffed. Renchan, Naruto said happily, and the girl waved shyly. Congratulations on making jounin. I knew you had it in you, Naruto said, and Ren nodded quickly, trying desperately to cool down her cheeks. Naruto, Tsunade said, breaking the conversation. Stop hitting on the girl. You are married man for Kami's sake. Tsunade laughed while Naruto just shook his head in amusement. Anyway, Tsunade began. What's the urgency in speaking to me? Tsunade asked. Our mission was to deliver this to you, Kuratsuchi informed the Hokage, stepping forward and placing a single scroll on the desk. What is this about? Tsunade asked with curiosity, picking the scroll. Lord Tsuchikage is calling for a meeting between all 5 Kages. Kuratsuchi replied, and Tsunade's head snapped up from the scroll. The 5 Kage summit was extremely rare, usually only occurring in times of war or peace talks. Akatsuki, Tsunade thought, her eyes quickly reading through the contents of the scroll. She looked sideways to Naruto, who was entertained by talking to Rin and completely oblivious to what Kuratsuchi had said. I see, Tsunade simply replied. Time and location? Tsunade asked formally. 5 days from now. Lord Tsuchikage chose Land of Iron due to its security and neutrality. Kuratsuchi explained, and Tsunade nodded. I'll be there, Tsunade replied, stamping the documents and handing them over to Kuratsuchi. Thank you for your time, Hokage-sama. Kuratsuchi bowed as she and her team left the room. I'm taking you with me, Tsunade said towards Naruto, who nodded in acknowledgement. I never met Oanoki personally, Naruto muttered, dropping his head back to the couch. Minutes went by and Naruto started groaning again, much to Tsunade's annoyance. This is boring, Naruto sighed, waving his arms in frustration. Naruto, Tsunade began sweetly. Go away, Naruto gulped and bolted out of the room, not wanting to unleash the wrath of Senju Tsunade. Leave, Mito said politely. Naruto gulped and ran away from the village's walls, where Mito was looking at the perimeter seals. Go away, Minato said, pushing Naruto out of the compound. The boy was getting on his nerves. Out, Tobirama shouted, kicking Naruto out of the Umbu division on the other side of the village. This sucks, Naruto thought to himself, walking aimlessly. Everyone was busy and now Naruto had nothing to do but to stroll around Konoha. He sighed and spotted Konohamaru and the gang a few feet away. Hey Konohamaru! Naruto shouted, approaching him, Moegi and Udan. Yo boss! Konohamaru greeted him enthusiastically. What ya doing here? Konohamaru asked. Want to learn a new technique? Naruto offered, and Konohamaru's eyes sparkled with happiness. Of Kuritai Tai Iti. Konohamaru yelled in pain since Moegi was tugging rather harshly on his ear. He won't be learning anything today. We have a mission, Moegi huffed, keeping Konohamaru in line before he and Naruto bolted to some training ground. I guess, Konohamaru muttered, nursing his swollen ear. I'll see you later, Konohamaru said and left with his team towards the gates. What am I going to do? Naruto whined in thought, dropping his head. There is always ramen, Naruto thought, his eyes lighting up as he ran at full speed towards Ichiraku's, swearing to set a new record today. On the other side of town, Tucci felt a shiver crawl up his spine, and for the life of him, he couldn't tell if what was coming was a good or bad thing. Yo, old man, Naruto called, pushing the curtains wide open and sitting in one of the stools. Naruto-kun, I am greeted him cheerily. I am Chan, Naruto cheered, seeing Tucci's daughter at the counter. It's been a while, Naruto said, and I am nodded. So, how many? I am asked cheekily while Naruto laughed in reply. I'll beg ARGH, Naruto was saying when a crippling headache rendered him to the floor. Naruto Kyuen, I am yelled, jumping over the counter. She knelt beside him and helped turning him around, cradling his head. Naruto was breathing hard and had a small trail of blood leaking from both eyes, his Manjikyu turned on at full power. Aye. Fine, Naruto struggled to answer, his breathing slowly returning to normal. You are not fine, I am snapped, taking a tissue from her pockets and cleaning his face. This is not fine, she said, showing Naruto the bloodied napkin. Naruto looked at the napkin and brought a hand to his own face, gently running his fingers over his cheek. He looked at his hand and grimaced when he spotted the blood smeared over the skin. I'm good, I am, Naruto said, dropping the affectionate name and getting up. I've got to go, Naruto said and rushed away. What happened? Kurama asked with apprehension. I felt a massive chakra surge from your eyes. Someone ripped the Geto Mazo out of my Kamui dimension, Naruto replied, rushing to the hospital. It's not possible, Kurama said in disbelief. You better believe it because it's not there anymore, Naruto replied. With Hinata was having a rather peaceful day at the hospital. She had completed her daily clinic hours and was now in her own private laboratory, workings on her research. She let out a small shriek of surprise when the door burst open and Naruto rushed inside. Where's the Rinnegan? Naruto asked immediately. Wah dash. The Rinnegan, Naruto asked once more. Why is there dried blood on your face? Hinata asked, concerned. Hinata-chan, I'm fine. Naruto reassured her, placing a single hand on her shoulder. He took a deep breath to calm down. Where is the Rinnegan? Naruto asked, and Hinata motioned for him to follow. Hinata went to a fridge that stood nearby and opened the door. She took out a single vial and Naruto could see 2 floating eyeballs in the midst of the greenish liquid. That's not possible, Naruto said, looking in shock at the Rinnegan from Nagato. He had given it to Hinata so she could run a few tests and perhaps find out who it belonged to. After all, you need both Uchiha and Senju blood to achieve the Rinnegan, and both clans were from the leaf. What's not possible, Naruto-kun? You are not making any sense. Hinata replied softly and watched as Naruto sat down and brought his hands to his head. Someone summoned the Gedo Mazo. Naruto explained and Hinata's eyes widened. Someone ripped it out of my Kamui dimension. That alone takes a powerful chakra or someone with a lot to use, and I mean a lot, Hokage at least. Naruto explained. What are you going to do? Hinata asked softly. We can't wait any longer. See if you can speed up the DNA results of the eyes. Naruto explained and Hinata nodded, going back to work at full speed. And you? Hinata asked, never looking off the microscope. I'm going to train. Naruto replied and was about to vanish in a flash when he saw Hinata stumble. He was beside her in the blink of an eye and gently grabbed her. You alright? He asked, concern in his tone. I just felt lightheaded for a moment. Hinata answered, steadying herself once more. My eyes hurt. I guess I'm tired. Hinata mumbled, rubbing her eyes to dull the slight pain she had. Don't push yourself too hard, Hinata-chan. Naruto pecked her cheek and vanished in a flash. Hinata rubbed her eyes once more before going back to work. Later that day, Senju compound, there was a somber mood at the Senju compound. Especially around the Bijou, since they heard from Naruto the possible existence of another Rinnegan somewhere out there. They thought they were free at last, free of human control. But fate, it seemed, had another plans for them. The only safe place now was in Konoha. Naruto knew that the Gedo Mazo was far away and that was enough for him, for now. It was a good thing he hadn't sealed it back to the moon, otherwise he would never have known if someone else had summoned it back here, to the earth. Every dragon, including Tsunade and the pervert, were gathered in the kitchen. They waited in silence for Hinata to arrive with the DNA results. Enough of this, Tsunade said sharply, snapping everyone from their thoughts. It's not like the statue had the bijou in them. They only have a hollow husk, she said. It's not about the bijou. It's about existing another pair of eyes somewhere out there, Naruto stated. It's just a Rinnegan, Tsunade said, crossing his arms while Naruto shook his head. You have no idea the full power of the Rinnegan. Naruto let out a hollow chuckle. It's not just another pair of eyes like the Sharingan or a Byakugan. Sure, you can access some nifty jutsus with him, but that is not that I'm talking about. They aren't called the eyes of God for no good reason. Bringing back the dead, it's just a parlor trick. With barely a year of experience in using the Rinnegan, I already have enough skill with it to destroy the moon and create another just like it, Naruto said, and everyone's jaw dropped. The human body peaks at around 25 years old, which means I will only get stronger until then. And as I age, so will my skill and control over the Rinnegan. Eventually, there will be nothing stopping me from destroying this universe and simply creating one at my own image, Naruto said, and everyone just stared at him. The Rinnegan offers me absolute control over life, death, time, space, destruction, and creation itself. I can already destroy and create many things. In time, dimension hopping will become as easy as breathing. The next step would be perfect control over the Yin-Yang released itself, allowing me to use every single jutsu in the world, be it bloodline or not. So you see? The Rinnegan isn't just some eye. Naruto finished and everyone was slack-jawed at the explanation. But you aren't going to, are you? Tsunade asked wearily, seeing Naruto frown his eyebrows in confusion. Destroy the world and create another in your image? Tsunade gulped and everyone stared at Naruto, who held a smirk. Maybe, Naruto replied mysteriously while Tsunade just stared at him blankly. Just joking. But you know the stories of the Rinnegan very well. It is said that in times when the world is in disorder, a person is sent down from the heavens to become either a god of creation who will calm the world, or a destroyer who will reduce everything into nothingness. Naruto finished. Some jewel we got from heaven. Now muttered and smirked towards Naruto. Hey! He snapped. I take offense to that. I'm very, Hinata. Naruto stopped mid-sentence when everyone heard Hinata enter the room. I've got some good and bad news, Hinata said, sitting down and placing a small folder with documents on the table. Which ones you want first? She asked. Let's start with the bad ones so that the good news can cheer us up, Naruto said, and Hinata nodded. The bad news is that I couldn't find an exact match on the database, Hinata informed, and Naruto shrugged his shoulders. It was to be expected. And the good news? He asked. I managed to find an exact match on the database. Hinata giggled and Naruto stared at her blankly. I'm confused, he simply said. I think this Rinnegan is artificial to some degree, Hinata said thoughtfully. What do you mean by artificial? Tobirama asked, leaning into the conversation. Take Naruto-kun for example, Hinata began, pointing towards the blonde. He has a Rinnegan due to the Uchiha and Senju blood. However, he only has one DNA, like everyone else. He has a DNA signature, and on that, we can trace several Uchiha and Senju markers. Hinata explained, and everyone nodded in acknowledgement. This Rinnegan, however, has 2 different strands of DNA, Hinata said, and Tsunade's eyes widened. It would seem someone mixed Uchiha and Senju blood together and hoped for the best. The good news is that I don't think this Rinnegan is fully functional, since both bloodlines aren't properly merged like Naruto's. In this Rinnegan, both bloodlines are always fighting each other for dominance. Hinata finished and waited for everyone to process the information. And how does it not being fully functional translate into its abilities? Naruto asked. He needed to know that information desperately. I can only speculate about that, Naruto-kun. But if I had to guess, since both yin and yang energies aren't properly balanced, he might be able to access the 6 paths, maybe a few limbo techniques, but I don't think yin-yang release would be possible. Hinata finished and Naruto released a sigh of relief he didn't know he was holding. I'll sleep better tonight knowing this Rinnegan is weaker, but what about the other one out there, the one who summoned the Geto Mazo? Hashirama asked. We don't know who is out there. The only thing we can do is wait for that someone to make his move. The good news is that he or she only possessed the empty husk, since I had already extracted the bijou. But if they knew that the statue had bijou inside, then they will know that someone else has a Rinnegan as well, Naruto explained. It's like a game of cat and mouse. Tobirama sighed while Hashirama patted his back. Enough about the artificial Rinnegan. What are the DNA results? Tsunade asked with curiosity. Like I said, I managed to isolate 2 different strands of DNA. I found a perfect match to the Senju DNA, Hinata said, pushing the report towards Tsunade, who swiftly picked it up. 100% match to Senju Hashirama, Tsunade said, and everyone's head snapped towards Hashirama. What? He snapped. Are you telling me that there is a piece of me in there? Hashirama shouted, pointing to the floating eyeballs in the flask. Unfortunately, getting someone else's DNA is fairly easy. You only need a piece of hair, a little blood. A simple spar would suffice. Tsunade sighed and closed the report and picked up the other one. She quickly read through the details and her head snapped towards Minato. What? Minato asked, confused, seeing Tsunade's gaze on him. Uchiha DNA, 25% match to Minato, Tsunade said. And 25% means? Minato asked, gulping under all the attention he was receiving. Grandfathers, grandmothers, aunts, uncles, half-siblings, double first cousins, Hinata informed. Give me the isolated Uchiha DNA, Naruto said, and Hinata threw him a vial. On Mayatan Banbutsu Sozo, creation of all things, Naruto said, and the glass vial started floating on his hand. The glass instantly shattered, leaving behind only the genetic material. Everyone watched with enrapt attention as Naruto created a body from a small sample of DNA. As the body started forming and growing, anyone could clearly see he was male, with long black hair, with a slight tinge of blue. His bangs parted down the center of his face to frame both sides of it. Shit, Tobirama said, jumping to his feet instinctively. He looks familiar, now muttered. Who is that? Tsunade asked towards Tobirama and Hashirama. Judging from their expressions, they knew very well who laid on the ground, breathing evenly. Groaned the person on the ground groaned just before opening his eyes, and almost immediately, a familiar red color swarmed his eyes. Uchiha Izuna. Chapter 63 All Hail the King. Previously. Shit, Tobirama said, jumping to his feet instinctively. He looks familiar, Nao muttered. Who is that? Tsunade asked towards Tobirama and Hashirama. Judging from their expressions, they knew very well who laid on the ground, breathing evenly. The person on the ground groaned just before opening his eyes, and almost immediately, a familiar red color swarmed his eyes. Uchiha, Izuna. Now, where am I? Izuna wondered. He remembered dying. Correction, he remembered he was going to die. He knew that once he fell asleep he wouldn't awake again. And yet, he felt awake. He could hear a multitude of people around him. Talking. Rather loudly, he might add. Shit, Izuna heard a shout, and he felt he knew that voice. He was familiar with another one. His body felt weird. It was like every sense was different from what he remembered, but in a good way. He no longer had that constant little pain in his hands from the multiple fractures he had during his life. Who is that? A female voice this time. Unknown to him as well. Izuna thought he had observed long enough and decided to open his eyes. He involuntarily let out a groan as he tried to at least sit up. He opened his eyes, squinting at the brightness of the room. His eyes hurt slightly, as if they had never experienced light at all. Due to the pain in his eyes, he instinctively activated his Sharingan. Izuna opened his blood-red eyes, and the first thing he saw was a lot of people in front of him. He quickly skimmed over the faces, all of them strangers to him, until his eyes latched on a very specific person who had white, spiky hair and 3 red markings on his face. Bah, Tobirama said, curling his lips in distaste. Tobirama, Izuna shouted, startling everybody and jumping to his feet. His right hand instinctively went to a single tiger hand seal. Katan, grhh! Izuna gurgled, beginning a fire technique only for Naruto to blitz towards him. Naruto grabbed Izuna by the neck and slammed him on the ground. Traitor, Izuna roared, looking at the blazing Sharingan eyes of the man restraining him. Let me go or you will die screaming alongside him. Naruto, however, simply disregarded his shouts and unleashed a small pulse of lighting chakra, enough to disrupt Izuna's own network. Nnai-san, brother, Izuna croaked in thought, blacking out. His last images were that of a man with a Sharingan that strongly resembled his older brother. What is wrong with you? Tobirama snapped at Naruto. You just don't bring an Uchiha back to life like that and don't expect reprisals. He only attacked because he saw you. Naruto countered, picking Izuna and wrapping his arms and legs together. I guess you two have a history, Naruto said. You could say that. He was my Madara, Tobirama explained, putting things into perspective. I killed him though, Tobirama said, and everyone's sweat dropped. I have to agree with Tobirama, Naruto-kun. Bringing back a Kage-level shinobi without preparing for it was rather reckless, Hinata stated. Naruto just shrugged his shoulders as he finished tying Izuna. Why did you bring him back in the first place? Hashirama asked. Answers, Naruto replied. I want to know what happened to his eyes and how they turned into a Rinnegan. Well, now began. We know that Madara stole his eyes and dash. That's a lie. Izuna snarled, awake once again. Everyone turned towards the tied Uchiha. That is a lie. I was dying, so I gave him my eyes voluntarily. He was my brother. We would never harm one another, Izuna said, spatting his answer at the female Uchiha. Well, that answers that, Itachi said thoughtfully. Is that true? Naruto asked, and Izuna nodded firmly. Interesting, Naruto muttered, bringing his hand to his chin. Why did you give him the eyes in the first place? We come from the pure bloodline. We don't get blind from using the Manjikyu, Naruto asked. Pure blood? Blind? What are you talking about? Izuna asked, annoyed by such senseless words. Never mind all of that. Why did you give him your eyes? Naruto asked, and Izuna raised an eyebrow. And why should I tell you anything? Izuna asked with amusement. I'm all tied up. You didn't even offer refreshments to your cooperating prisoner. Izuna chuckled while Naruto didn't seem too happy. Answer me one question and I shall answer yours in reply, Izuna offered with a grin. Fine, Naruto sighed. Who are you? Izuna asked the blonde. Was the blonde related to his brother? They certainly looked alike aside from the blonde hair and strange whisker marks. Senju Naruto, Naruto answered, making Izuna narrow his eyes. You have the Sharingan like me. Why are you called Senju? Izuna asked sharply. My father was an Uchiha and my mother a Senju. I had to pick one inch, Naruto said, shrugging his shoulders. You lie, Izuna said with a harsh tone. The Uchiha and Senju clans have been adversaries since the dawn of time. Neither member of the clans would mingle with each other. Not in these times of war. Izuna finished. Told you, Tobirama said. Bringing someone who died so long ago was rushed, died. Izuna wondered softly. I remember dying. How is it I am here? Izuna asked with confusion. I brought you back. Naruto answered truthfully. No one can bring back the dead. Izuna countered. The shinobi world has changed a lot. You have been dead for a long time, great uncle, Naruto said, making Izuna's eyes widen in surprise. Only Madara was left alive. So that means that you are his grandson. Prove it, Izuna challenged. Izuna narrowed his eyes when he noticed Naruto's Sharingan morph into a Manjikyu. Another one, Izuna thought with surprise. He watched the space swirl in front of him. Madara's war fan came out of Naruto's dimension. So it is true after all. Izuna sighed and looked up, spotting another blonde man within the crowed room. Naruto caught Izuna's eyes and smirked. Meet Madara's son and my father, Naruto said, pushing Minato forward. Nice to meet you, uncle, Minato said awkwardly. You are my brother's son? Izuna asked in disbelief. Minato simply nodded. I don't see it, Izuna stated, making Minato drop his head. It's the haired deer. Kushina patted Minato's back. Tell me, Izuna began. How long has it been? It's a strange sight for me to see several Senju and Uchiha clan members sitting in the same room so peacefully. Times have changed, Izuna, Hashirama said, making Izuna glare at the Senju. The shinobi world is no longer a battlefield like we knew it. Instead of single clans, there are now shinobi villages. Me and Madara brought our clans together and founded the first of many villages. As of now, there are 5 great nations. There is the Hidden Cloud Village in the Lighting Country, ruled by the Reikage. The Hidden Sand Village in the Wind Country, ruled by the Kazekage. The Hidden Mist Village in Water Country, ruled by Mizukage. The Hidden Rock Village in the Earth Country, ruled by the Tsuchikage. I think you may have heard of him. The current Tsuchikage is Oinoki, Hashirama said, and Izuna nodded. He had heard the name of that talented brat before. And finally, the Hidden Leaf Village in the Fire Country, ruled by the 5th Hokage, Senju Tsunade, my daughter, Hashirama said, pointing towards the busted blonde. I seriously doubt Madara and I ever agreed to team up with you after everything, Izuna said softly. About the eyes, Naruto trailed off. I suppose you answered enough of my questions, Izuna said thoughtfully. It's simple really. I was dying so I gave them to Madara and I, but why give them? We don't get blind from overusing the Manjikyu, Naruto stated, making Izuna's eyes twitch in annoyance. I know we don't get blind, you fool, Izuna scowled. Madara was injured in the battlefield. He was slowly losing his sight, and the more he pushed his Sharingan and Manjikyu, the more he aggravated his condition. We didn't exactly have access to proper healthcare back then, and I guess you died shortly after giving him your eyes? Naruto wondered and Izuna nodded. So this is Madara's Rinnegan, Naruto said, and Izuna's head snapped to the flask on the table. I wonder how Nagato had them in the first place. Naruto muttered out loud. Rinnegan? Are those Madara and I's eyes? Izuna wondered in thought, looking at the 2 floating eyes balls. We have 2 accounted Rinnegan users. You and Madara, Tobirama said, and Izuna's eyes widened in disbelief. He turned to Blonde and looked at him in both confusion and intrigue. Who do you think is out there with another Rinnegan? Tobirama threw the question into the air. How could I have forgotten? Naruto face-palmed while everybody looked at him in confusion. I forgot about Setsu, Naruto said, remembering the last Akatsuki member. What's so special about Setsu? From our intel, he was the reckoned member of the group and that was about it. Hashirama replied, confused. White Setsu, yes, but the black Setsu was different. When I talked to all of the Akatsuki, I felt his chakra. It was so similar to my and father's chakra that it was scary, Naruto said, and let the information hand in the air. Do we have Madara's DNA on store? Naruto asked. You are not bringing back Madara. Tobirama snapped towards the blonde. You fool, do you want a war in your hands? Tobirama roared and everyone looked at him with surprise. Tobirama was always a collected individual. Easy, Tobi, Naruto said, hoping to calm his uncle. How about I use the Edo Tensei? That gives me control over him? Naruto offered, making Tobirama glare at him even harder. You are a fool. Madara had one of the most powerful chakras I have ever felt. And while yours is slightly more powerful, I doubt even you would be able to bind him to your will. Tobirama said drily. Relax, Tobirama. Hinata began. We don't have his genetic material, otherwise the eyes would have found a 50% match towards him. Hinata explained, and Tobirama sighed in relief, slumping to the couch. Thank God for that, Tobirama replied. I thought you liked Madara? Naruto asked, confused. As if, Izuna chuckled. I did, Tobirama replied, making Izuna's eyes bulge out. He and Izuna over there were the only Uchihas I respected back then why all the panic? Hinata asked. Because Madara is both stubborn and volatile, not to mention as powerful as Hashirama when he supposedly died. If you get an idea into his head, sheesh, you will never get the end of it, Tobirama said, and everyone's sweat dropped. I have to agree on that, Izuna chimed in. Oh, you are still here, Tobirama stated, making everyone's sweat drop. Of course I'm still here, you bastard, Izuna snarled. What are you going to do with him? Hashirama asked. He didn't expect Naruto to resurrect someone purely for answers. I say we kill him and be done with this, Tobirama said, crossing his arms and looking pointedly at Naruto. Izuna grunted. He would embrace death head-on. Besides, being dead wasn't so bad, it was rather peaceful. I suppose, Naruto said, his eyes turning into the Rinnegan as he placed a single hand on Izuna's head. Ningen dash. Wait, Hinata said, stopping Naruto from removing Izuna's soul. Izuna opened his eyes and looked at the soul Hyuga in the room. This is what I talked about back in Kiri. When you can give life with a mere snap of a finger, you tend to lose the notion of life itself. Hinata explained. Could you be any more cryptic? Hashirama groaned. What I'm trying to say is that all life is important. Hinata began softly. It doesn't matter if it came from Naruto-kun or Kami herself. Every life is important and to be protected. Hinata finished and Naruto sighed, stepping back. You owe your life to my wife. Be thankful she has a kind heart, Naruto said. Izuna grunted. Please, the Uchiha in him had pride. He would never thank an enemy for sparing his life. That still doesn't resolve his fate, Minato said. Just to be clear, Tsunade began sharply. I don't want a rogue Uchiha running rampart in my village. Naruto hummed, bringing a hand to his chin. Tell me, Izuna. You still don't think that Hashirama and Madara teamed up for the greater good? Naruto asked, and Hinata smiled, knowing where Naruto was taking this. Naruto was giving Izuna something that all Uchihas treasured above all else. Family. Come, Naruto said, releasing Izuna from his binds and motioning him to follow him. Let me show you what Madara and Hashirama built together. Naruto smiled, leading Izuna outside of the compound and into the village that his brother had built. Outside of Senju compound, Konoha. Hang on tight, Naruto said, placing a hand on Izuna's shoulder and flashing both of them towards the Hokage mountain. What was that? Izuna groaned, feeling the world dancing around him. It was that blasted technique from Tobirama. Izuna snarled. Relax, Izuna, Naruto said, calming the Uchiha. You are among family. There are no enemies here, Naruto said. Izuna grumbled at being ordered around by some brat but reluctantly followed. This, Naruto said, stepping to the ledge of the Hokage mountain and gazing into the village. Wow, Izuna breathed out, looking at all the light in the village. This is the Hidden Leaf Village, founded by Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, Naruto said, and Izuna just looked in amazement. During the night, Konoha was truly an amazing sight to behold. Hidden Leaf Village? Izuna asked, confused. Don't blame me or Hashirama for the name. It was Madara that came up with it. Naruto chuckled while Izuna looked at Naruto in disbelief. He grunted. Naruto smiled and placed a hand on his shoulder. Moving on, Naruto said, and flashed them both to the streets of Konoha. Even at nightfall the village was bustling with activity. How many clans live here? Izuna asked, walking down the streets and looking around. Hyuga, Akimichi, Nara, Yamanaka, Aburame, Senju, Inazuka, Kurama, and several smaller ones, Naruto explained. No Uchiha clan? Izuna asked, confused, and saw Naruto flinch. Yes, Naruto began slowly. The Uchiha clan lived here until a few years ago, Naruto said, hoping to not lose Izuna after this. What happened? Izuna asked, his voice taking a dangerous tone. Greed, Naruto replied, and Izuna stopping walking, looking at him in disbelief. The only Uchihas alive now are me, Itachi, now my father and you, Naruto said. What happened? Izuna asked sadly. I killed them, Naruto said bluntly, and Izuna's jaw dropped. You did what? Izuna asked coldly. His Sharingan was turned on and glaring at Naruto. The clan leader at the time was a fool with delusions of grandeur. He wanted the world in his pocket. He wanted power, and save for a few people, all of the clan supported him. He even unleashed the Kyuubi in this village, killing thousands of innocents just to try and become Hokage. So I took steps and killed them all, Naruto said without remorse. How could you just kill them like that? Izuna snarled, his fist shaking from anger. They were family. You can hate me all you want, but it was necessary. They wanted to destroy the very thing Hashirama and Madara built. Even Madara left the village shortly after its creation because he got fed up with his clan. Naruto explained, but Izuna showed no intention of calming down. Izuna clenched his fists so hard that the knuckles were becoming white. He looked towards the blonde and lashed out. Naruto saw it coming. He figured Izuna would come at him. Naruto took the punch head-on, staggering backwards slightly. Feeling better? Naruto asked, licking the blood from his lips. Izuna scoffed and punched him once more. Go ahead. If it makes you feel better, Naruto said plainly. Izuna went for a third punch but stopped midway and took a step back. I'm good, Izuna said, sighing. Let's go eat something, Naruto said, placing a hand on Izuna's shoulder and leading him away. Izuna looked up and saw his busted lip had already healed. Your lip? How? Izuna asked in disbelief. Let's just say I have an advanced healing factor, Naruto explained. Izuna just looked at him in slight suspicion, but if he could bring back the dead, then a healing factor wasn't that surprising. Izuna ended up shrugging his shoulders and tagging along with Naruto in silence. Here we are, Naruto said, stopping in front of a small restaurant with several stools. A ramen bar. Izuna curled his lips in disgust. Why did it have to be ramen? Gross stuff, Izuna said, and Naruto's eyes widened. Ramen is food of the gods, Naruto said, feeling like Izuna had just insulted a higher deity. Naruto pushed Izuna inside, who reluctantly sat on one of the stools. 2 bowls of ramen, old man, Naruto called out. Tucci nodded and went to work. A few minutes later, both Naruto and Izuna were served with a steaming bowl of hot ramen. Wait! Naruto yelled, stopping Izuna from dipping into his meal. What now? Izuna groaned, almost childlike. First, you inhale this godly scent, Naruto said as he lowered his head and inhaled the steam rising from the bowl. Then we taste the exotic flavor of the godly soup, Naruto said, taking a small sip from the bowl. Izuna's sweat dropped at his behavior, but Naruto wasn't finished. And finally, you eat the noodles, relinquishing on the softness and flavor they carry. Only when you have finished these important 3 steps you may feast on your meal like a hungry bear. Naruto finished, and Izuna was looking at him like he was growing a second head. Tucci was just nodding in acknowledgement. Whatever, Izuna said and picked the bowl, nearly swallowing his meal in an instant. And oh, Naruto whined, seeing his teachings gone to waste. It wasn't half bad, Izuna said, placing the bowl down. He looked over to see Naruto mopping over his own bowl. Say Tucci-san, Izuna began, drawing the attention of the ramen chef. Who founded Konoha? Izuna asked. Really? Naruto thought, nearly face-palming. He's asking Tucci of all people. Tucci was taken back from the question. He had been asked a lot of stuff, but this was a first. Tucci stammered, looking over to Naruto, who was eating his ramen like nothing had happened. Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, Tucci replied. It was basic knowledge after all. Izuna said nothing more and waited for Naruto to finish in silence. Ready to go home? Naruto asked. Your home isn't my home, Izuna said defiantly. It will be. Give it time, Naruto sighed, flashing both Uchihas to the Senju compound. Next day. Morning, Hinata-chan, Naruto said, kissing her head as he sat down at the table for breakfast. He yawned and rubbed his eyes, pushing the lack of sleep away. Last night's tour around the village had taken longer than he anticipated. He's gone, Tobirama shouted as he rushed into the kitchen, slamming the doors open. Who's gone? Hinata asked, munching on some toast. Izuna, Naruto answered, eating his cereal peacefully. You knew? Tobirama seethed. Of course I knew. I'm not naive enough to just drop Izuna into one of the rooms and hope he doesn't kill us in our sleep. Naruto chuckled and looked towards Itachi, who didn't seem to like the joke. I let him leave, Naruto said, and Tobirama sputtered in reply. Why? Tobirama in disbelief. Because we want his loyalty. Hinata began just as Naruto opened his mouth to reply. We want him to choose to live with us by his own free will. He was born in a different time than ours and never got to experience this village system like you and Hashirama. Telling him that Konoha was built by Madara and trapping him here would more harm than good. He needs to choose by himself where he stands in this new world. Hinata explained, and Naruto nodded. You took the words from my mouth. Naruto nodded until a thought crossed his mind. That's rather creepy, how you said exactly what I wanted to say. Maybe I should stop feasting on your brains at night. Hinata said thoughtfully, sticking her tongue out. The brains from which head? Naruto whispered huskily into her ear. That's lame. She groaned in reply while Naruto laughed. You are a pervert. No matter how much you deny it. Kurama muttered from his mind. So you let him go just like that? Tobirama asked, shaking his head disappointment. Naruto and him did agreed in a lot of stuff, but Naruto had more trust in other people than him. Did you even tag him with the Horatian seal? Tobirama asked, hoping for a yes. No. Naruto replied, and Tobirama hanged his head. He battled you extensively throughout his life. He would recognize that seal in a heartbeat, so you just let him go, just like that? Tobirama asked. Yes, you are too trusting. Let's hope it doesn't come back and bite you in the ass. Tobirama warned and sat down to eat as well. If my ass hurts, you will be the first to know, Naruto replied, making Tobirama look dangerously at him. Few days later. All ready to go? Tsunade asked, looking at both Naruto and Hinata, her chosen bodyguards, to the 5 Kage summit that would take place in the Land of Iron in a few hours. Tobirama was also tagging along, but for others' reasons, primarily one Mizukage. Leave the cloak, Naruto, Tsunade warned. I don't want the others Kages thinking you are the new ringleader for the Akatsuki, she said. In a way, I am the new leader, Naruto replied. Do you want to be jumped by the other Kages? Tsunade asked in disbelief. It might be fun fighting 3 or 4 Kages at once. Naruto pondered while Tsunade just looked at him blankly. I never had the chance to go all out. It's like my eyes are itching for relief, Naruto explained, and Tsunade sighed dramatically. Anyways, are you both ready? Naruto asked, placing a hand on her shoulder and the other on Hinata. We are going now. We will see you in a few hours, Naruto said to the rest of the compound as he teleported away, towards Land of Iron with both Tsunade and Hinata. They arrived at their destination in the blink of an eye. It was snowing in the Land of Iron as they walked towards the gates leading inside the small castle where the meeting was to be held. They approached the big, wooden double doors and were greeted by samurais. Welcome, Lady Hokage, Mifune said, bowing in respect. Good to see you as well, General Mifune, Tsunade replied back, bowing as well to the leader of the samurai. Lord Tobirama. It seems the news were true. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mifune said, and Tobirama nodded in reply. Lady Hinata, it's good to see as well, Mifune said, and Hinata nodded. Mifune turned towards the last element, a particular blonde we all know and love. Naruto, Mifune said with a chuckle. Old man, Naruto smirked back. Naruto, Tsunade shouted, grabbing him by the scruff of his hair and forcing him to bow. Show some respect to your betters, it's fine, Lady Tsunade, Mifune replied kindly. We have met almost a year ago during his training trip, and you let him call you old man? Tsunade asked in disbelief. I'm not getting any younger, Mifune laughed heartedly. Besides, we both know that he has respect for us, even if doesn't show it in his words. I guess, come, Mifune smiled. The others Kages have yet to arrive, Mifune said, leading Tsunade inside. Naruto was about to follow when Hinata tripped. Naruto's lighting reflexes came in handy as he gripped her by the arm and stopped her from hitting the ground. Did you seriously trip? Naruto asked in disbelief. How would a shinobi even trip? Much less a shinobi of Hinata's caliber. I just zoned out for a little. Hinata chuckled weakly, blinking her eyes quickly like they were burning. She felt like she was awakened for days. What's wrong? Naruto asked. The last couple days have been weird. I get these random waves of pain to my forehead. Sometimes the pain just lingers around, not that painful, just an annoying drone during the day, Hinata said. Why didn't you say anything? Naruto asked softly. I didn't want you to worry. Hinata mumbled and Naruto smiled. I want to worry. It's my job to take care of you, Naruto said firmly, placing both hands on her shoulders. Let me see, Naruto said, activating his Rinnegan and poking her forehead with 2 fingers. A soft green glow enveloped his fingers and started sinking into her head, spreading around her forehead seal. What is that? Naruto wondered, feeling that something strange was happening to her body. It can't be! Naruto's eyes widened in disbelief and he jumped backwards from surprise. Hinata opened her eyes when she felt Naruto's hand leaving her forehead. What's wrong, Naruto-kun? Hinata asked, worried by his reaction. Naruto only smiled in reply and approached her. Something amazing is coming to his world, Naruto said, resting his forehead on hers. His Rinnegan staring into her Byakugan. What's coming? Hinata asked with hope. Naruto was happy, so it must be something good, right? Naruto, Hinata, come inside. Tsunade shouted from the entrance, breaking Naruto's explanation. We'll take later, Naruto said, and Hinata nodded, walking next to him. She was happy that these erratic waves of pain was nothing to worry about. Few hours later, meeting. Now that the Mizukage has arrived, we can finally begin this meeting. I am Mifune, General of the Samurai in Iron Country, and it's my pleasure to host the 5 Kage meeting. Please introduce yourselves, Mifune said, folding his hands and resting his elbows on the table. Mei Terumi, Godame Mizukage, Mei said, placing her dark blue hat on the table. Yandame Reikage, A said, throwing his yellow hat to the table. Baki, Godame Kazakage, Baki answered, placing down his green hat. Anoki, Sandame Tsuchikage, Anoki replied, placing down his brown hat. Senju Tsunade, Godame Hokage. Tsunade finished, placing down her hat as well. Good, Mifune said with a smile. Acting as mediator for powerful figures as Kages when there is so much history between their villages wasn't easy. Now, I believe that Tsuchikage should begin since he was the one that called this meeting in the first place, Mifune explained, gesturing to the old Kage. Lord Tsuchikage, when you are ready, Mifune said and leaned backwards as a sign for the Anoki to proceed. Anoki nodded silently and sat somewhat straight. He cleared his throat and simply said one word. Akatsuki, what of it? Mei asked, folding her arms across her chest. As you know, the Akatsuki appeared many years ago, but only in the last 3 they became active. And in only 3 years they have captured nearly all of the bijou, Anoki said and let it hang in the air. Your worries are unwarranted, Anoki. A grunted. I believe you heard the news regarding the Jounin exams I hosted in Kumo? A asked and Anoki nodded. I believe the Hokage could explain better, A said, giving a nod towards the blonde Hokage. If you allow it, I'll call Naruto to explain since he was the one on the battlefield, Tsunade asked towards the Kages and Mifune, who all nodded in agreement. Naruto. Tsunade called and Naruto jumped from the overwatch and stood behind Tsunade. Tsunade gave a small nod and Naruto stepped forward slightly. The Akatsuki is finished. During the Jounin exams they launched a full-scale invasion on Kumo. Of the original 10 members, only 7 were active at the time. Deidara and Sasori attacked the Leaf and nearly captured the Nanobite but were defeated in the end. The remaining 5 members, Tobi, also known as Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha clan head, Kisame, Konan, Zetsu and Pain, also known as Nagato, attacked Kumo. I summoned the 10 dragons of the Leaf and swept the floor with them. By the end of the battle only Konan and Zetsu were left alive. I allowed Konan to live and returned to the reign to rule it in peace. We didn't need another Hanzo popping out in that poor village. Zetsu's whereabouts are currently unknown, Naruto explained. Yes, the 10 dragons of the Leaf. Konoha sure came out good because of that invasion. Having a few legends resurrected is always nice. Anoki spat, making the Hokage slightly tense. Having an influx of 5 S-rank shinobi to any village was a large boost in power, and wars had been started for less than that. Although, Tobirama seems to be getting a little handsy with the Mizukage, Anoki stated. HN. Mei replied. That was uncalled for, Lord Tsuchikage, Mifune warned while Anoki just grunted in reply. If you called this meeting just for this, then you are wasting my time. A sighed. The Akatsuki is defeated, true. But what happened to the bijou they caught? Anoki asked, making everyone's eyes widen in sudden enlightenment. So that is the reason of this meeting, Naruto said with a smile. You want to know the fate of the bijou? I already know the fate of the bijou, boy, Anoki sneered. I heard the most interesting news about some new pets Konoha had acquired in the last few days, Inoki said, and Kurama snarled inside Naruto's mind at the word pet. It seems we have been lied to, Kages, Inoki said, addressing Mei, and Baki. It seems Konoha is in possession of 8 bijou. The last one is the Hachibi, still in possession of Kyumo, Inoki said, and only Baki seemed surprised at the news. Without their single bijou, the Ichibi, Suna had been left alone of the Akatsuki troubles. Where are you going with this, Inoki? Mei asked, narrowing her eyes at the aged Kage. It's very simple, my dear. Inoki gave a crooked smile. I want my bijou back, Inoki said in a firm voice. Naruto sighed and looked back towards Tsunade, who seemed to be pondering the options. A wrong answer, and this was definitely war. Gives us a few moments, Tsunade said, beckoning Naruto to stand close to her. Inoki grunted in acknowledgement, and everyone waited a few moments for the whispers between Naruto and Tsunade to end. So, have you come to an answer? Inoki asked, getting impatient. This meeting was already 1 hour in. Tsunade nodded and Naruto stepped forward. The answer is, no, Naruto said, and Inoki jumped from his seat. What? He snarled. Both the Gobi and the Yambi belong to IWA. I demand them to be returned to us, Inoki said with a harsh tone. The bijou are not yours, old man, Naruto said, making the room gasp. They are mine, and mine only. Tsunade, Inoki started with a dangerous tone. Does this boy speak for you and the leaf? He asked. Yes, Tsunade replied with a little hesitation. I see, Inoki replied, sitting back down and turning towards Naruto. You are walking a dangerous path, boy, Inoki said, and Naruto just laughed in reply, making everyone look at him in confusion. It seems old age has gotten to you, Naruto said, and Inoki merely sneered in reply. The bijou belong to me, not the leaf. Don't get other ideas in your head. And when the time comes, despite my respect for A and Kyumo, I will come for the Hachibi. And in the meantime, if you want a war, then I will give you 1 inch, Naruto said in a cold tone. I don't need a village to support me. I don't need a village to stand behind me. I will personally walk through the front gates of IWA with 8 bijou behind me, and lay waste to your village, Naruto said coldly. Tsunade was sitting a bit uncomfortable in her seat. Naruto was coming a bit strong. The other Kages just watched the events unfold, and witnessed the start of the 4th Great Shinobi War. Such arrogance. You are just like him, Inoki sneered. At least your father had some decency. I'm not my father, Naruto replied. No, you are not. At least we agree on that, Inoki grunted. Is that your final answer? Inoki asked, and Naruto nodded. Let the world know who is responsible for this, Inoki said with a tone of finality, making everyone wonder what the old Kage was up to. The Tsuchikage slowly moved out of his seat, hands behind his back as he calmly strolled to the center of the room. Then, to everyone's surprise, he began to levitate above the ground, standing a few feet from ground level. The old Kage closed his eyes and stood there, floating and seemingly meditating in the middle of the room. Have you gone insane in your old age, Inoki? Aside. IWA shall never bow to Konoha or its allies, Inoki roared, extending both arms forward, a jutsu leaving his lips with a harsh tone. Jinten Genkai Hakuri no Jutsu, dust release detachment of the primitive world. As the Tsuchikage called his technique, a large transparent cube appeared with a pure white sphere located inside. The sphere suddenly expanded into a cone-shaped structure. Inoki pointed his technique towards Tsunade, Naruto, Mei and A. The technique glowed white and enveloped the 3 Kages alongside Naruto. Then suddenly imploded, destroying everything inside and around. When the dust cleared, all 3 Kages and Naruto were gone, along with the table and a chunk of the wall. At least, that was what the Tsuchikage intended to do, but he never counted on Naruto being unpredictable as he was. The moment that Tsuchikage extended his arms for his jutsu, Naruto activated his Sharingan. His eyes started swirling as Inoki's jutsu formed into the white sphere. Then, to Naruto's surprise, his own arms moved almost unconsciously. He could see it. He understood how it worked. Time seemed to slow down as he watched Inoki pouring earth chakra and forming the outer, translucent shell of his jutsu. Then, each arm added the next components. His left arm added a small flame of fire chakra, and his right arm added a burst of wind chakra. The wind chakra enveloped the fire chakra, creating a small vortex of fire inside the sphere. As both elements empowered each other, the sphere started glowing almost a pure white. What Naruto didn't know was that he was performing the exactly same steps as he watched Inoki. Then, a mere fraction before it all began, time seemed to resume. Jinten, both Naruto and Inoki said simultaneously. Genkai Hakuri and Ojutsu. Both techniques clashed in the middle of the room. The point of impact glowed white, covering the room in a blinding light. Where Inoki had the experience and skill with his technique, Naruto had his powerful chakra and vast reserves to compensate for that. The room rumbled from the power of both techniques. From the point of impact, a small sphere started forming and growing in size, destroying the ground and quickly increasing in size. The Kages and their bodyguards seemed to snap from their shock and all jumped away to safety. Suddenly, just like it began, the jutsu imploded and the piercing light died down. Everyone was staring at Naruto and Inoki. Even they seemed to be in shock, Inoki for seeing Naruto copy his jutsu, and Naruto himself for being able to copy said jutsu. Inoki, a snarl, being the first to break from the shock. He bent down and jumped towards the levitating Inoki, tackling the old man to the floor. Naruto was shaken from his shock, noticing the entire room about to explode in war. He took a deep breath and sent his golden chains to immobilize everyone in the room, most already running through hand seals. Everyone calm the fuck down! Naruto roared, releasing a wave of chakra that made the room shake slightly. Naruto released his chains, leaving them only around Inoki and his bodyguards, Kuratsuchi and Akatsuchi. Good, Naruto said in his normal voice. He rose a single hand and tried the jutsu once again. He was once again shocked to see a small white spark at the tip of his fingers, forming the perfect sphere he had used. Inoki, Mifune said harshly, forgetting all niceties. What is the meaning of this? You dare attack foreign Kages on neutral ground? He asked, his voice taking a deeper tone. It would seem that Iwagakure will go to war over the Bijou, and not against Konoha alone. Tsunade explained, looking at the chained Kage on the floor. Yes, A drawled. It would seem our alliance agreement got public. What's your take on this, Kazekage-sama? Mei asked towards Baki. You are, after all, allied with Iwagakure, are you not? Mei asked sweetly, making Baki take a step back and gulp in fear. I assure you. Baki tried to reason. I knew nothing of his plans for this meeting. Prove it, Naruto challenged, extending his arm for Baki to take. The Kazekage, however, didn't even hesitate and placed his hand on Naruto's. Ninjendo, human path, Naruto thought, taking particular care to keep his eyes closed. He scanned through his memories and found nothing. He's clear, Naruto said, and Baki released a breath of relief he didn't know he was holding. What are we going to do with you, Inoki? Tsunade sighed, leaning back on what remained of the wooden desk they had been sitting on. Lord Mifune, a single samurai burst into the room, urgency in his voice. Iwagakure is marching towards us, the samurai explained, and everyone looked back to Inoki, who had a crooked smile. How many? Mifune asked quickly. A full battalion of approximately 1,000 men crossed our borders and are taking position around the castle's main entrance as we speak. The samurai explained. We have closed the gates and barricaded the entrance. It would seem Inoki wasn't as insane as we thought, Naruto said. This meeting wasn't about the Akatsuki or the Bijou. They were just an excuse for him to try and get rid of the Konoha-Kirikumo alliance. If no one survived, there would be no reports of what happened here and a small lie would be sufficient, Naruto explained. You pretty sharp, Inoki commended the boy. But not even all of you can stand against 1,000 shinobi, all around Jounin level, Inoki said, pleased with the strength of his forces. Do not worry, this castle was created to withstand heavy siege, Mifune explained. That won't work against IWA shinobi, Tsunade sighed. They are highly skilled in earth ninjutsu and will bring down these walls in minutes. Then I suggest we man the walls, Mifune offered, and everyone nodded. And him? A asked, nodding towards Inoki and his bodyguards. I'll bring him along, so he can see what his decisions brought, Naruto said, and everyone left the room. With Iwa's battalion. Get ready, men, Kitsuchi shouted to the shinobi standing behind him. Are you sure about this? Ren asked with doubt. We are going to attack the Kages, she muttered. Are you loyal to IWA or that Naruto fellow? Taiseki asked with a sneer, and Ren stayed silent. Just stay back, Taiseki sighed. You are not here to be a frontliner. You are here to sense enemy movement, okay? Ren said slowly and sat down, crossing her legs and placing her hands in the ram's seal. Begin, Kitsuchi shouted. Doton Doryuden, Earth Dragon Bullet! With Kages. This won't hold much, Mei said, frowning at the defenses they had placed. While the gates were metal, their barricade was nothing but a few chunks of wood pressed against the gate. Take cover, one of the samurai on the walls shouted as thousands of rocks and hardened mud rained upon the castle. Everyone inside hugged the walls for cover as the attack smashed against the walls. At first it did nothing, but over time, the continuous impacts of small rock was beginning to crack the walls. Should we answer back? Baki asked, siding with the other Kages. What Inoki had done was foolish and the Suna wouldn't stand against 3 allied villages. Get back, Hinata shouted, beckoning everyone to stay away from walls. Naruto felt the large chakra spike from the invading forces. The whole castle started rumbling as the walls started simply sinking on the ground, inch by inch. The vast and thick wall that separated the inner castle from the outside was simply sinking into the earth, as if being swallowed by a swamp. Stay here, Naruto said, walking forward. What are you going to do? Tsunade asked quickly. What I do best, Naruto replied and jumped over the sinking walls. With Iwa's battalion, enemy incoming, Rin shouted to the battalion, forcing everyone to halt their jutsu. The moving earth core technique required a lot of chakra and made the user stationary, and thus vulnerable to an attack. Men, forward! Kitsuchi bellowed and the shinobi charged forward, running towards the enemy. And oh, run away! Rin shouted, but they never heard her. It's Naruto, she whispered, her voice falling on deaf ears. Kunai Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Kunai Shadow Clone, Naruto said, throwing a single kunai into the air. The kunai quickly multiplied into hundreds and started raining down against the IWA army. Doton Dorihiki, Earth Wall, the forward shinobi shouted, raising a wall in front of their army and blocking every single kunai. The bastard thinks we didn't learn anything from the yellow flash back then, one shinobi sneered. What they didn't expect in a million years was for Naruto to simply appear through the wall like a ghost, speeding towards them at fast speeds. He blinked and Naruto was suddenly upon him, delivering a lightning-empowered punch against his gut. His last image was a pair of glowing red eyes with black markings. Suitunbaku Swishuha, great exploding water wave. Naruto pumped his lungs with chakra and unleashed a gigantic wave over the army. They raised defensive walls, but the water was like a tsunami. Not even the earth nature power over the water nature seemed to stop it. Raitun Rariyuden, Lightning Dragon. A blue dragon with piercing yellow eyes sparkled out of Naruto's hands and dove into the wave. Naruto watched as the electrified tsunami washed down and dealt with the frontliners. Kitsuchi snarled, seeing most of the army defeated in the blink of an eye just by a water jutsu. Doton Sando no Jutsu, Mountain Jutsu! He roared, slamming both hands on the ground. Naruto stopped walking when he felt the earth rumble beneath him. Around him, 2 enormous rock formations rose from the ground. They started moving towards one another, Naruto still caught in the middle. Let's try this, Naruto wondered, raising his hands forward. Jinten Genkai Hakuri no Jutsu, detachment of the primitive world. The same white sphere he had used before appeared in his hands. The sphere expanded and completely leveled the ground around him, destroying the towering slabs of earth. Not possible, Kitsuchi muttered, seeing his strongest attack neutralized with the Tsuchikage's dust style. Bastard, he snarled, running towards Naruto. Doton Kengan no Jutsu Stone Fist. Kitsuchi charged forward, sending his stone-covered fist crashing against the blonde. Naruto simply raised a hand and blocked the strike with an open palm, much to Kitsuchi's shock. Chidori, Naruto said, unleashing lightning chakra from the same hand he used to defend. The lightning completely destroyed the rock shell and electrocuted Kitsuchi, who fell to his knees, twitching all over. Be bastard, Kitsuchi said before blacking out. Naruto stepped over Kitsuchi and continued with his onslaught until he reached the last person on the army. Ren, Naruto said, but she stayed silent. She looked up but only caught a glimpse of yellow hair before she saw nothing more. It was done. With Kagezanoki smiled when he heard his army yell and charge forward. He could feel the ground trembling, this caused by his army running forward. His grin quickly fell out of his face when the scream of charge were replaced with screams of fright. Anoki's eyes widened when he saw his own technique shine in the distance. Then silence. His heart was hammering in his chest as Anoki waited for a sound, anything. The silence was leaving a sinking feeling in his gut. Then he saw it, a glimpse of red hair, approaching the castle through the mist of the dust. Naruto walked inside, his face covered with dirt, and his hair stained red. He had so much blood on him that his hair seemed red instead of yellow. "It's done," Naruto simply said. "What have you done?" Inoki yelled in despair, fighting against the restraints. "What was necessary?" Naruto replied with a heavy heart. "This is will happen to your village if you continue to pursue your goals. Forget the bijou. They aren't meant to be used as weapons, and as long as I live, they will never be again," Naruto explained, and Inoki dropped his head. Naruto could see tears running down the man's cheeks. He had just brought 1,000 of his men to die. Clap, clap, clap. Everyone looked towards the origin of the clapping sound. Their eyes widened in shock, fear, and disbelief when they saw Uchiha Madara sitting on one of the rocks, slowly clapping. "Looks like Setsu wasn't lying about you, Naruto. You do dance rather well," Madara said with amusement. "Madara," Tsunade said with astonishment. "He's an Edo Tensei," Naruto said, looking at the fracture marks all over his skin. Now, Madara began, rising from the stone. "That is no way to greet family. How about giving your old man a hug?" he asked with amusement. Everyone just stood there gaping like a fish. Here stood Uchiha fucking Madara, the man that was supposed to dead, cracking a liner. I mean, Naruto stammered, scratching his head in confusion. He didn't know how to handle this. "Why are you here, Madara?" Tsunade snarled. "Easy, Senju," Madara replied calmly. "I came to offer all of you a choice. Either give me the bijou," Madara said, looking pointedly at Naruto, "or you will have war," Madara warned, his tone getting lower. "The bijou are mine," Naruto replied. "And not even you will get them. You are the other Rinnegan, aren't you? You were the one that summoned the Geto Mazo," Naruto stated. His initial suspicions had been confirmed. "Guilty as charged," Madara said, raising his arms in defeat. "But I do have to thank you," Madara said, getting a confused look from Naruto. "You gave me my brother back," Madara smirked. "Told you," Tobirama grunted. "And as a gift in return, I came here to offer all of a choice. You either deliver me the bijou peacefully or I will give you a war. Iwagakure today was only a taste. It's amazing what the power of suggestion can do, isn't it, Inoki?" Madara asked with amusement. "A suggestion here, a suggestion there. Couple that with your already existent hate towards the leaf and here you go, bringing an army to kill your enemies," Madara said, making everyone stare at him in shock. Inoki was just looking blankly at the ground. "Don't feel so bad," Madara appeased. "Naruto was rather mild with them. They are all knocked out, you know. They are all alive," Madara explained, and Inoki's head snapped up and looked towards Naruto. Naruto noticed Inoki looking at him with pleading eyes, as if asking to confirm what Madara said. "It's true. They are only knocked out. The blood on me was only a simple genjutsu," Naruto confirmed, and Inoki could sigh in relief. "Anyway, he may be mild, but I'm not." Madara smirked and nodded towards the outside of the castle. The night sky was immediately lit ablaze. "And oh," Naruto yelled, flashing towards the battlefield. He saw a clone of Madara do a single-hand seal and spew an ocean of fire against the unconscious shinobi lying on the ground. "Suetun Baku Swishuha, great exploding water wave." Naruto did the same jutsu yet again. This time twice as more powerful as before. The gigantic wave swallowed Madara's jutsu, immediately putting out the fire all over and saving the IWA shinobi from being burned up. He watched the clone of Madara smirk and dispel in smoke. Naruto flashed back to the Kages, and every single one was on the ground in pain, their bodyguards completely out. What happened? Naruto thought. He had only been gone for a minute at the most. Hinata? Naruto wondered, looking around but didn't spot her. Where's Hinata? Naruto asked, rushing to Tsunade's side. She looked up and groggily extended her arm. Naruto opened his hands and watched as Tsunade dropped something on it. Naruto looked at the item, and it was Hinata's wedding ring. I'm sorry, and Naruto. We tried. Tsunade coughed. No. Naruto thought, backing away. Madara couldn't have taken her. Hinata. Chapter 64, Breaking Your Limits. Previously. Hinata? Naruto wondered, looking around but didn't spot her. Where's Hinata? Naruto asked, rushing to Tsunade's side. She looked up and groggily extended her arm. Naruto opened his hands and watched as Tsunade dropped something on it. Naruto looked at the item, and it was Hinata's wedding ring. I'm sorry, and Naruto. We tried. Tsunade coughed. No. Naruto thought, backing away. Madara couldn't have taken her. Hinata. Few days later, Konoha the Senju compound was in a somber mood. And Naruto was even worse. His Uchiha side was coming out, and he was moping around in the corners and mostly snapping at anyone around. Everyone was in the living room waiting for Jiraiya. Well, everyone was waiting. Naruto was just pacing around in the middle of the room, hands behind his back and a scowl on his face. Where the hell is he? Naruto asked loudly, waving his arms for good measure, but no one replied to him. They knew he would snap at anyone who said anything, regardless of the answer. His waiting was cut short when the door opened and Jiraiya strolled inside with a disappointed look. Naruto rushed towards the man and quickly asked, Where is she? Jiraiya looked at him sadly. Naruto was looking at him with eyes filled with hope, and it broke his heart to answer. I'm sorry, Naruto, Jiraiya said, dropping his eyes. I couldn't find her. Why you couldn't? Naruto whispered. The words from Jiraiya finally settled in, and he felt his stomach drop. All this waiting he had done, waiting for Jiraiya to return with her whereabouts, all this time, wasted. What do you mean you couldn't find her? Naruto asked, his voice just above a whisper. His head snapped upwards with a furious gaze. You have a spy network that stretches halfway through the fucking globe and you can't find one woman. Naruto snarled, gripping Jiraiya by his clothes and bringing him the man to his eye level. Ninja dash. Naruto was about to use his human path and skin through Jiraiya's memories when he felt a hand land on his shoulders. He turned his head ever so slightly, his hair parting away and revealing but a fraction of his silver eyes to the man behind him. That is enough, Minato said sternly, but Naruto only chuckled. It wasn't a warm chuckle filled with happiness, but a cold and hollow one. Minato himself felt a small shiver crawling up his spine at hearing such sound from his son's voice. The laugh seemed so cold, so cruel, so empty. Tendo Shinra Tensei, Naruto intoned with a smirk. Minato only had time to stare at his son in shock until he felt an invisible mountain crash against him. He was lifted off the ground and blasted backwards, crashing against the walls, not very far away. Minato left a small indentation as he slid to the floor, dazed. Naruto, everyone shouted, can't believing that he had attacked his own father. Naruto's attention snapped back towards Jiraiya, who gulped and simply stared at Naruto with the Rinnegan activated. You wouldn't lie to me, Jiraiya? Would you? Naruto asked, his voice turning deadly. Jiraiya had never seen this side of Naruto. He never knew that Naruto could be so vicious, cruel. Kushina for her part had enough of this, and was time to put her foot down. Naruto was about to blast whoever placed a hand on his shoulder when he was pulled and swiftly turned around. A loud slap echoed through the room. Naruto was staring at his mother in no small amount of surprise as he felt his right cheek already swelling and turning red. Now you listen to me, young man. I may have not been here to raise you, but I will still smack you if you need it. Kushina began harshly. Your wife was kidnapped because of you. You are childish, stubborn, arrogant, and have too much power for your own good. You think you can solve the world's problems by throwing your power around? Kushina shouted in a furious tone, poking his chest with a single finger. Well, you can't. You are not a god, and you certainly do not rule this world. Threatening the Tsuchikage with war, saying you will take the last bijou from Kumo. What is wrong with you? This is not how the world works. If you asked me, Madara did us all a favor and took you down a peg, Kushina said, making everyone's eyes widen. Ever since you got your little Rinnegan you have been going around with you chin up, praising to be God Almighty. But you are not. And a word of advice, Kushina said, lowering her tone. If you are not careful, you might one day lose her too. Now go cool off. Kushina finished and pushed him out. Naruto said nothing and simply walked of the compound. That was a little harsh, Kushina, Tsunade said, helping a groaning Minato of the floor. Minato didn't seem to bear any external injuries. The man just seemed to be dazed as he was looking at seemingly nowhere. He needed it. It's the parents' job to discipline their children. Kushina huffed, hands on her waist as she walked towards her husband. With Naruto strolled around Konoha aimlessly. The village was buzzing with activity, but Naruto didn't seem particularly interested in anything. His mother's words still ringing around in his ears. Was it my fault? Naruto wondered, looking at the sky. It was a clouded night, not a single star visible, not even the moon. Hey Naruto. Naruto turned to the source of the voice and found himself in front of the ramen stand. Ramen for dinner? Teuchi asked hopefully. Not hungry. Thanks anyway, old man. Naruto replied solemnly and moved on. Teuchi was surprised by Naruto refusing ramen, but the look on his face said all that he needed. Maybe if I give him the bijou, don't you dare. Kurama snarled from his mind, making Naruto flinch. Is that it? You would give us to him just for her? Kurama asked sharply, his tails waving. He kinda understood what Naruto was going through. He, as well, had grown fond of the girl. She's my love, my wife, my queen, Naruto said sadly, walking like a ghost through the crowded streets. I would do anything for her, even sacrificing a friend? Kurama asked softly. Naruto said nothing and continued walking, hands deep in his pockets and his head down, the hair clouding his vision of everything but the ground. What am I supposed to do? I have all this power. I can create and destroy moons, but I can't even find one woman. Some god I am? Naruto thought bitterly, kicking a straight piece of rock away. She can be anywhere in the world. She can be hurt, dying, and here I am, walking around in the village. Naruto walked a little more and soon found himself on top of the Hokage mountain, overlooking the village. He kinda resented the village. They were all happy and cheery. Rain? Naruto muttered, feeling a drop of water land on his face and slide down his cheek. He looked up as rain started pouring from the sky and watched as the people ran around, trying to escape the rain. Flashback. You were always with me since the very beginning, Naruto began. You were the first person to show me kindness and love. You were my first friend, my girlfriend, and now my greatest love. You were there when I was feeling alone and lost. You were there when I was called a monster, and you were there when I was thrown from stores and feeling lonely. There is nothing I wouldn't do for you, so, Hinata, will you marry me? Naruto asked as he displayed his ring for her to see. You are such a knucklehead, Hinata replied lovingly and making Naruto hesitantly raise his head to look at her. Of course I do, Hinata lovingly replied, and Naruto immediately got a smile that threatened to split his face. He slowly took the ring from his box and tried to place it on her finger. End flashback. Naruto let out a scream of pure anguish. He dropped to his knees, his voice being carried in the wind. The few who heard the scream felt a shiver crawl up their spines, in both fear and sorrow. Naruto picked a few rocks and crushed them with his hands. Madara, he snarled, his eyes glowing so much that a few rocks around him started levitating. When I get my hands on you, not even the Shinigami will save you, Naruto growled with conviction. A thunder lighting the sky as the words left his mouth. Darkness. When everything that you know and love is taken away from you so harshly. All you can think about is anger, hatred, and even revenge. And no one can save you. Kurama muttered, and Naruto gave a hollow chuckle. It was one of father's favorite sayings, Kurama informed him. I'm not going dark, Naruto said, swallowing hard, his throat dry from the previous shout. I'm just so angry. I can feel it bubbling inside of me, just waiting to be unleashed. I just want to lash out and destroy everything around me. Naruto explained and sat down on the mountain, the rain pouring down, but he didn't seem to mind. The rain reminded him of her. Naruto sighed and watched his breath leaving his mouth. Temperature started dropping as frost left his mouth, like a cloud of smoke. He inwardly felt a chill run up his spine as a presence manifested itself behind him. It was different from chakra. It felt like pure, raw, unaltered spiritual energy. Death, Naruto whispered, still looking at the sky. Have you come for me? He asked softly. You have an inflated sense of your importance. To a thing like me, a thing like you, well. Think how you'd feel if a bacterium sat at your table and started to get snarky. The Shinigami replied with his raspy voice. This is one little planet. On a tiny solar system. In a galaxy that is barely out of its diapers. I'm old, Naruto, very old. So I invite you to contemplate how insignificant I find you. The Shinigami finished, and Naruto turned his head slowly, getting a first glimpse of his form. The Shinigami was dressed in a dark business suit, hiding beneath his skinny form. He carried a steel-tipped cane in his right hand. His face was that of an old man with wrinkled skin and pitch black, slicked back hair. Not what I expected, Naruto answered, gazing at his form. Once more you are clouded by hubris. Even your academy students can change their shape, and yet you find me, a nigh omnipotent being, to be unable to. The Shinigami replied neutrally, crossing his hands above his cane. I suppose, Naruto sighed, standing up and turning towards the Shinigami. What are you doing here? Naruto asked cautiously. After all, he was standing in front of the death god itself. You called and I found myself compelled to honor our agreement. The Shinigami replied, walking forward slowly until he stood but a foot from Naruto. He ran a single finger over Naruto's cheekbone. Those eyes of yours, they intrigue me to no end. So fragile and with such potential, the power of creation is not something I can claim of possessing. But you, a mortal even, to wield such ability. The Shinigami trailed off, backing off. Since you are here, I don't suppose you could locate Hinata for me? Naruto asked hopefully. There are rules in place. I cannot directly interfere in the mortal world. The Shinigami answered neutrally. You helped my dad seal Kurama in me. Naruto replied with a deadpan voice. That was different. I was summoned and received his soul as payment. The Shinigami answered truthfully. And what payment do you request for this favor? Naruto asked harshly, spatting the last word. Mind your tone, human. The Shinigami bellowed sternly. I'm afraid I can't locate your precious wife. I can only feel souls without vessels. The girl you refer still draws breath. That makes me feel so much better. Naruto answered sarcastically. Some god you are, Naruto said, shaking his head. You seem to have a wrong understanding how things work. My sister Izanagi creates. My other sister, Izanami, destroys, and I keep the balance. Neither of us is more powerful than the other, and none is omnipotent. It's as simple as that. Death explained and walked forward towards Naruto, their noses nearly touching. You think you are a god? Death asked, his pupils expanding. Please, I've seen my sisters and you, sir, are no god. I could kill you right here. It would be so easy. Like snapping a twig, you are welcome to try. I have my hubris after all. Naruto replied, never looking away from Death's eyes. Foolish boy. You can't kill Death. Death replied, shaking his head in disbelief. Foolish mortals. You are weak. Frail. Pathetic. You fear yourselves and what you will become. Your bones will turn to glass. Your body to dust. Your hopes to ash. Stumble in the dark and grasp whatever light you can. It does not matter. Because in the end, only I will remain, perhaps. Naruto replied, making Death narrow his eyes. But I am very adept in the sealing arts. Naruto warned. You are the first mortal to ever say that to me. Most just cry or cower, some try to run, others just accept it, but no one has ever tried to defy me. You intrigue me, Senju Naruto. Death said and turned away, walking off from Naruto. He suddenly stopped and looked backwards. Call me again for pointless matters and I will kill you, you know. Naruto began with a chuckle. I do believe this is the beginning of a beautiful friendship. Death said nothing and simply disappeared from view. Naruto just didn't want to think about what happened right now and simply sat back down. Seconds turned into minutes, minutes into hours. Mom was right. Naruto sighed, looking at the sky. The rain had ceased somewhere along the night, and the sun was just peeking in the horizon. I became the very thing I once told Sasuke not to be. Naruto laughed weakly. Naruto got up and started walking back to the Senju compound. He had a few things to fix. Senju compound. Most of the shinobi living in the Senju compound were in the kitchen, eating breakfast. They heard the door creak open and watched as Naruto walked inside. Hey, Naruto greeted weakly and walked to the table. No one said anything as Naruto sat down and began eating as well. Sorry, Naruto suddenly said, making everyone stop their actions. I'm sorry the way I acted in the last few days. Naruto muttered and Kushina nodded, placing a hand on his shoulders. Dad, Abo dash, don't worry about it. Minato waved him off. I would be a lousy father if I didn't forgive my son for lashing out when he was hurt. Minato grinned and Naruto nodded, his eyes watering. How did he get her? Naruto suddenly asked. It occurred Naruto that he never asked Tsunade about how Madara had taken her. He had only been away for a few seconds, a minute at the latest. He is fast, Naruto. Very fast, Tsunade answered sorrowfully. What kind of master couldn't protect her apprentice? She looked at Naruto and waited for him to blow up again, but he didn't. How fast? Naruto asked after a few moments. Tsunade smiled. He was beginning to reason instead of being driven by emotion. I guess we know from where Minato inherited his speed. Madara didn't seem to be at his level, but... Tsunade trailed off. Naruto understood what she meant. He knocked us around in the blink of an eye. Neither of us expected that. Zetsu came and grabbed both of them. Tsunade explained. What about Hinata? Naruto asked, looking at his plate and clenching his fists to contain the anger he felt at Madara. We will find her, Naruto, Kushina said softly. Then we will kick his ass, she barked, punching the air. I goose dash. Naruto's head snapped to the side. He sensed something, a presence approaching the compound. Before anyone could ask what happened, Naruto's eyes lit up as he jumped from his seat and ran to the door, nearly dragging the wooden stool with him. He was at the door in the blink of an eye and pulled it open, smashing the handle into the wall. Hinata, Naruto muttered, looking at the person standing on the other side. He hoped it wasn't a mirage he was seeing. At the door stood a woman who looked exactly like her. Hinata-chan, he whispered, and she nodded, running to him and hugging him fiercely, as if he'd slip away at any instant. Hinata sobbed in his arms as he held her, dropping to the floor. The rest of the compound went after Naruto and found him and Hinata, cradling together on the floor. Hinata, she's back! Kushina shouted in astonishment and surprise. Naruto finally let go of her and stepped back a little. He raised her face and gently cleaned her tears. Hinata-chan, he said softly, running his thumb over her cheek. Both Naruto and Hinata got up. Everyone walked inside and sat around the kitchen table. Everyone was shocked to see that Hinata had returned on her own. How did she manage to escape? I know you have questions, Hinata said, breaking the awkward silence in the room. She snuggled deeper into Naruto's arms, who tightened his hold ever so slightly. It was amazing how her presence calmed him down, all his anger, hatred, gone. How can we be sure it's really you and not some Zetsu clone? Tobirama asked, crossing his arms and leaning back in his chair. He wouldn't put it past Madara to try and scheme something. I already touched her soul. Zetsu don't have any, Naruto replied, stopping Tobirama's incoming rant. How did you escape? Hashirama asked, narrowing his eyes. Madara isn't exactly stupid to the point of letting prisoners escape. I didn't escape. Hinata chuckled softly. He let me go, Hinata said, making several jaws hit the ground. He let you go? Just like that? Tobirama asked in disbelief, and Hinata nodded in disbelief as well. She still could barely believe that she was simply released. According to him, my kidnapping had two purposes. The first was to get his Rinnegan back, Hinata said, and Naruto's eyes widened. He was about to leave, but Hinata held him in place. It's already gone, Naruto-kun. He read my mind with his Rinnegan and sent a Zetsu clone of me to the hospital. He already has the Rinnegan, Hinata said, looking the floor. I'm sorry. I can resist the Sharingan Genjutsu, but the Rinnegan, don't worry, Hinata-chan. I'm glad you're safe. Nothing else matters, Naruto said gently. What was the other reason? Hashirama asked, rubbing his chin. He said it was to make Naruto-kun ready. Hinata explained, making everyone frown in confusion. Ready? Ready for what? Naruto asked, and Hinata simply shrugged her shoulders. To be honest, she was just happy to be back and not particularly interested in his reasons for now. Why don't you explain from the beginning? Tsunade asked, and Hinata nodded, taking a deep breath and beginning her tale. Flashback. Everything was fuzzy. Hinata was feeling fuzzy, the last remnants of her dreams being chased away by the growing pain on the back of her neck. She turned her head slowly, groaning at the stiffness she felt in the area. She tried bringing her right hand to massage her neck but found she couldn't. What happened? Hinata wondered in thought. She still had eyes closed, not truly wanting to face the brightness should she open them. That was until the memories of the previous night came flooding in. Her eyes snapped open only to be closed immediately after due to the brightness. She took a calming breath and slowly opened her eyes, letting them adjust to the ambient light of the room. The first thing she noted was that her hands were bound behind her back, her legs bound in similar fashion. She tried using her chakra scalpel to cut down the ropes but felt high resistance in molding chakra. She carefully examined her body, searching for any trace of a chakra seal. Something was blocking her ability to mold chakra, and usually it was a chakra-suppressing seal stuck somewhere in contact with her skin. Alas, her searches were for nothing. She couldn't activate her Byakugan, and being bound restrained her movements a lot. She decided to observe the room where she was stuck. The room itself was very plain. Brown walls with wooden floor, a door and a single light bulb stranded in the ceiling. Where am I? She wondered. She remembered taking a heavy blow to the back of her head, courtesy of Madara, but after that it was blank. She didn't even remember the dream she had, mere moments ago. Hinata turned towards the door. She could hear voices coming from the other side. She focused and tried to pick up any word. She recognized the voices. They belonged to Izuna and Madara, but they were talking too quietly for her to hear properly. He. 1 inch she recognized Madara's voice. Power. Person. Now that voice belonged to Izuna. Hinata straight. Hinata was surprised to hear her name being uttered in their conversation. She was trying to make sense, but she only got a few words here and there. Not nearly enough to complete the sentences and understand their conversation. Why? Izuna asked. Because change. Villain, Hinata heard Madara reply, and then it was over. Instead of words, she now heard the sound of footsteps getting closer and closer. The door opened and the Uchiha brothers stepped inside. Neither said a word as they approached Hinata. Hinata watched them approach, her heart speeding up in response. What do you want with me? Hinata asked, her voice calm and neutral, not betraying the nervousness she felt inside. Outside she was as calm as possible, but inside there was a maelstrom of thoughts running through her mind. Relax, girl, Madara replied, sitting in front of her with his legs crossed together. As to why you are here? 3 reasons, Madara said, raising 3 fingers. First is information, obviously. I'm about to wage war, and any information on the enemy is essential after all. The second reason is to make Naruto ready, Madara said, and Hinata just stared blankly at him. And 3, if anyone knows where my Rinnegan is, it will be you, Madara said with a small chuckle. Hinata's eyes widened a fraction of an inch as she tried to show no emotion at his words. I will tell you nothing, Hinata hissed coldly. You don't have to. Madara smirked and activated his Rinnegan. He placed a single hand on Hinata's head and grabbed her by the ear to stop her from struggling. Stop, she shouted, squirming under his touch to try and break free. Ninjendo, human path. It was too late. Hinata's eyes dazed as if she entered some type of trance. Madara quickly shuffled through her memories until he found what he was looking for. His Rinnegan was at Konoha Hospital, in Hinata's private laboratory where she had been running a few tests on the eyes. Madara removed his hand and stepped back as Hinata regained her focus. Zetsu, Madara called, and a single white Zetsu appeared from the ground. You know what to do, Madara said, and the clone nodded silently. The Zetsu clone touched Hinata and immediately took her form. Go get my eyes, Madara ordered, and the clone sunk into the ground, heading towards Konoha at full speed. Naruto-kun will defeat you, even if have your eyes back, Hinata replied defiantly. Girl, who says I want to defeat him? Madara chuckled darkly, getting a confusion face from Hinata. Don't for a moment assume to know my plans. What now? Hinata asked, her heart hammering on her chest. Were they going to kill her now that they had the information they needed? Now we wait, Madara said and walked out, leaving Hinata alone in the room. Wait for what? Hinata said out loud as the light on the ceiling turned off and she was left alone in the dark. Next day she didn't get any sleep that night. Even completely shrouded in the darkness of the room, she couldn't help but let her mind wander and work overtime on how to escape. Although it put things into perspective, how terribly weak any shinobi was without their chakra to fuel their powers. Naruto and other strong shinobi like Rock Lee and Meito Gai might be able to break their binds with raw muscle strength alone. But Hinata's massive strength was solely based on her chakra. Her Byakugan needed chakra. Even her Saban and Kanai's needed chakra since they were stored away in her storage seals. She sighed and leaned back against the wall. There wasn't much to do around here unless wait for something to happen. Suddenly the lights were turned on, and Hinata scrunched her eyes at the sudden brightness. The door opened and Izuna strolled inside with a metal tray. Rise and shine. Izuna laughed at his own joke as he walked into the room. Didn't get much sleep? He asked, noticing the dark bags under her eyes. Anyway, enjoy lunch, Izuna said, putting the tray on the floor and sitting in front of her. I don't suppose you would remove the cuffs? Hinata asked with a smile. I know very well the extent of your abilities. Even with your chakra sealed you could take me on in a taijutsu battle. Izuna chuckled. Open up, Izuna said, dipping the spoon into the soup and raising it up in the air. Hinata just stared at him in disbelief and looked at the food with suspicion. It's not poisoned. Izuna sighed and Hinata reluctantly nodded, opening her mouth and swallowing the soup. It was pretty good soup in the end. Where am I? Hinata asked between mouthfuls. Amigakure, Izuna replied, and Hinata stopped eating. Rain Village is under Conan's rule, Hinata said suspiciously until a look of shock hit her. Only Conan knew the fate of Nagato's Rinnegan, and that meant she was gone. Madara had found her. So Madara is ruling the Rain Village? Hinata thought, storing that information away. Not anymore, Izuna replied, putting down the bowl. Care to explain why I'm here? Hinata asked, more with curiosity than anything. She couldn't do much without chakra. It was rather pathetic how shinobi relied on it. Leverage? Izuna offered while Hinata just stared at him. How should I know? I don't know what goes through my brother's head, Izuna explained. Of course not, Hinata replied kindly. You are just his sidekick, being forced into remedial service. I mean a big, strong Uchiha like you being forced to feed a captured Hyuga of all people, Hinata said, a smile hinting in the corner of her lips. That was pretty good. Izuna laughed while Hinata scowled. Trying to turn me on my brother. If it was any other Uchiha it might work. Hinata mumbled something inaudible as she stared at the metallic tray on the ground. She looked carefully and noticed that she could see her reflection. But what caught her eyes was a strange pattern drawn over her forehead. She watched carefully, taking care to not warn Izuna of anything. So Madara drew the seal directly in my skin, Hinata thought as she analyzed it the best she could. She wasn't a seal master herself, but she knew enough to know that the seal was pretty good. Damn headache, Hinata thought bitterly. As if this whole situation wasn't enough, she also needed the damn headache to return. Naruto didn't get to explain her problem at all. All done, Izuna said, picking the tray and getting up. See you later, Izuna said and walked out of the room, closing the door behind and leaving Hinata alone once again. How is she? Madara asked with curiosity. Izuna looked to the side and noticed Madara leaning against the wall. He was back to a human body, having used the original Rinnegan to get rid of his Edo Tensei body. How do you think? Izuna replied sarcastically. Angry? Madara offered, but Izuna shook his head in denial. No. She's come to terms with her kidnapping. She is more interested in your motives, Izuna said, and Madara chuckled. Izuna mumbled something that Madara didn't hear. Come again? I could swear that I saw her eyes twinkling, Izuna said, scratching his chin. Izuna, Madara began calmly. A Byakugan doesn't glow, it doesn't spin, and most certainly doesn't twinkle. Wise ass, few days later. Good morning, Izuna shouted as he opened the door and stepped into Hinata's holding room. Izuna expected Hinata to be lying down, sleeping, or simply leaning down against the wall. Instead, he found her sitting on the ground, legs crossed and her back perfectly straight. Hinata was sitting in perfect lotus position with her eyes closed. Her breathing was deep and evenly. What are you doing? Izuna asked with confusion. What was the point of mediating when you couldn't access your inner chakra? You there? Izuna asked, kneeling in front of her. He frowned when he didn't receive any answer. Whatever, Izuna muttered and placed the food down. He started walking towards the door and, with one last look back, he closed the door, leaving Hinata alone. Izuna was mumbling profanities beneath his breath when he crossed paths with Madara. What's wrong? Madara asked with a raised eyebrow. Izuna was always rather cheerful, unlike most Uchihas. She didn't greet me good morning, Izuna whined, shedding crocodile tears. Madara just shook his head in disbelief. He wondered how he put up with Izuna back in the day. Stop when, Madara was broken from his thoughts when he felt something coming from Hinata's holding room. Was it his imagination? He could swear he felt a chakra spike coming from her room. What was she doing? Madara asked with curiosity. Meditating, Izuna replied with a confused face. Why do you ask? Madara, however, didn't reply and just looked towards the door, as if expecting something to happen. Brought dash. Izuna was about to get his brother's attention when both Uchihas felt a massive chakra spike from Hinata's room, enough to make them stumble slightly. The wave of chakra washed through the building, making a few specks of dust fall from the ceiling. What the hell? Izuna shouted and looked towards his brother in shock. Madara, however, just stared at the door with a smile in his face. Izuna knew that smile all too well, and it always meant trouble. Izuna's head snapped towards the site of the sound. He barely had enough time to dodge the incoming projectile. His Sharingan had activated just in time to see the wooden door being blasted cleanly from its hinges and flying a few inches above his head. Finally, Madara thought with a smirk as Hinata's form appeared from the dust cloud. Hinata appeared from the room with a look of fierce determination. Her Byakugan blazing, but what caught his attention was her aura. The chakra seal he had placed on her forehead was gone. Now, she had purple markings extending from her diamond-shaped figure, going down her cheeks and into the jawline. Her body was surrounded by an intense purple aura. For Madara's Sharingan, it was like she was surrounded by purple fire, licking her feet. "Took you long enough," Madara commented. Hinata cracked her neck and flexed her wrist, punching the nearby wall and bringing the whole thing down into nothing more than small rocks. "Izuna, stay out of this," Madara warned as he stepped forward. "Your only way out is through me," Madara said, cracking his knuckles. "Care to try your luck?" Madara asked with a smirk. Hinata didn't say anything and shot forward, her fists glowing with chakra, just waiting to be unleashed. "Come, girl," Madara shouted, jumping forward and meeting Hinata head-on. "Prove you are worthy of fighting me." Madara laughed, lashing out a fast punch that struck Hinata right in the face. Hinata exploded in a shower of water. Water clone, Madara thought, letting the water wash over him until he saw a blur fly past him. His Sharingan allowed him to track Hinata as she flew past him, heading towards the door. He didn't think twice and blurred after her. Hinata noticed that her decoy had already been destroyed and that Madara was running after her, closing in very fast. She bit her lip and looked forward. The exit to the building was near. She charged up her fist and took abruptly turn to the right. Madara's hand missing her hair by an inch. Hinata jumped in the air and brought her fist down against the floor. With a deafening bang, the floor started cracking and the building they stood on started vibrating. "Izuna, get out! The building is coming down!" Madara yelled to his brother, who nodded in reply. Madara turned back towards Hinata before blurring through hand seals. "Katon, Gakakyu no Jutsu, great fireball technique!" Madara spewed a large fireball against Hinata, who punched the floor, breaking the rock and forcing the whole floor to cave in. The large fireball flew over her head and took out the roof. Both Madara and Hinata attached themselves to the falling debris, jumping between them to avoid the falling pieces of rock. For the first time since her capture, Hinata got a glimpse of the Rain Village. Wherever she had been captive was certainly high enough, she could see the whole village from there. She looked up and saw Madara crouch just before leaping towards her. A purple ribcage forming around his body with a single samurai blade pointing straight towards her. Hinata was about to jump away when a wave of pain hit her whole body, centered mostly on her head. She flinched internally and fell to her knees, shaking her head. The previous pain had been annoying, but that had been it. But this last wave of pain was certainly not pleasant at all. She looked up just in time to see Madara thrusting his sword right through her chest. Hinata dissolved into water as Madara removed his sword. Hinata reformed under the falling chunk of rock before jumping downwards and plummeting to the ground. She turned around midair, falling to the ground on her back. "Suiton Tepidama, water bullet!" She pumped her lungs with water and unleashed a compressed water ball towards Madara. "Mizu no Muchi, water whip!" Hinata thought, forming a whip-like construct around her wrist and latching it onto the nearby building. Madara smirked and swatted the water attack with his sword. He noticed Hinata was gone. He looked around until he felt a presence to the side. He turned in time to see Hinata flying towards him. She cocked her fist back just before smashing against Madara's Susanoo. She was pleased with her attack when she saw Madara's shield cracking beneath her attack and plummeting to the ground even faster, creating sonic booms as he passed through the air. Madara twirled midair and turned facing the ground. The earth was approaching fast. He flexed his arm and pointed towards the ground. "Shinra Tensei," he bellowed, unleashing a pulse of gravity, creating a noticeable indentation on the water on the ground, enough to show the earth a few inches beneath. Madara landed on the water with a loud crash and looked up, seeing Hinata in a free fall. Just before she could hit the water head-on, she liquefied her body and there was a simple plop sound. He watched with a smirk as she reformed and stood in front of him. "I see you stopped trying to run away," Madara commented, sidestepping a piece of rock that they're still falling from Pain's tower. "I wouldn't be getting far," Hinata replied back. She looked around and noticed they landed pretty far from the main city. They were both surrounded by water, and it was raining heavily. "Home field advantage," Hinata thought. She would be able to put quite a fight surrounded by her natural element if Madara used fire techniques. To think you had enough control over Senjutsu to break my seal, Madara stated, but stopped when Hinata snorted. I may not be a seal master, but I can see when a seal hasn't been properly structured, Hinata said, narrowing her eyes. I've never been much good in the sealing arts. Madara shrugged his shoulders. Bullshit, Hinata scoffed, making Madara raise an eyebrow in interest. Building arrays is the very first thing you learn. They provide the foundation to good overall stability. It's why learning the sealing arts without a teacher around is very dangerous. Without a good array, seals tend to blow up. It takes a skilled person to build a good array. Hinata paused, noticing the smile appearing on Madara. But it takes a master to make this array stable enough not to blow up, but just that little bit weaker to be breakable. You set this up from the very beginning. Hinata finished, and Madara's smile had turned into a smirk. Perhaps, Madara replied with amusement. You are sharper than people give you credit for. But my comment remains true nonetheless. You do have very good control over Senjutsu. Is this part of your grand scheme? I breaking the seal so that you can play with me? Hinata wondered as Madara laughed. Everything I do is part of grand plan, and you are the queen on the board, Madara replied as Hinata tensed for the fight. And who is the king? Hinata asked as Madara began building up chakra. Naruto, of course. A king falls without his queen, and a kingdom falls without its king, Madara answered before his hands blurred towards the horse seal. Katon Goka Mekyaku, Great Fire Annihilation. Madara drew his breath and unleashed a torrent of fire, the wave of heat completely vaporizing the falling rain on its path. Hinata raised her hand to shield her face from the heat as her body started liquefying. Moments before the fire connected with her, she completely burst into water and plunged into the water on the ground. She reappeared on the other side a few feet behind Madara and quickly rose from the water, her body regaining form as she pulled her arm backwards to strike. She thrust her arm forward, aiming at Madara's unprotected heart. But Madara wasn't an ordinary shinobi. He turned faster than she expected and caught her chakra-powered punch with an open palm, much to her shock. It was then she noticed that he had his Rinnegan activated and had simply sucked the chakra from her fist, rendering her chakra-powered punch useless. Hinata immediately slipped from his grasp and jumped backwards, gaining some distance. She crouched on the ground, immediately going through Hansel's Hijitsu Mugen no Aim, secret technique, endless rain. The heavy rain was laced with chakra and she could already start to feel her surroundings. Interesting, Madara thought to himself, noticing his chakra being absorbed by the rain. It was a pesky amount to someone like him, but it was chakra nonetheless. He looked up and noticed that her Byakugan was activating, her veins slowly bulging. He would let her have the first move. He could feel Hinata scrutinizing him in every way possible. He absorbed part of my Senjutsu chakra but had no effect on him, Hinata mused in thought. His chakra's reserves were massive, being on par with Naruto. He wondered how much time she was going to take. He noticed a small twitch in her feet as she blasted forward, the water rippling in her wake. Enough with the clones, Madara snarled, backhanding the charging Hinata as she burst into water. Just as Madara said those words, another set of 5 clones burst from the water, surrounding him. 2 black rods of metal rose from his palms, one in each hand. With a graceful twirl, all of Hinata's clone were slashed and destroyed in the blink of an eye. This is boring. Madara sighed until he felt a pulse of chakra. Kaimon, gate of opening, Ki! Hinata thought, sending a burst of chakra to her brain and opening the first gate. She coiled before blurring forward at tremendous speed. Madara's Sharingan could only watch as Hinata flew towards him. Time seemed to slow down as Madara brought his arm to block Hinata's punch. Hinata was getting closer, and his arm wasn't in the right position still. She was a few inches away, and his hand was barely away from her outstretched fist. Madara's eyes widened when a small water whip latched onto his arm, restraining his movements. His attention shifted back to Hinata as her fist connected with his jaw. Madara's skin rippled and his face twisted into unnatural angles. He could swear he heard a cracking sound as he blasted backwards, tumbling through the water until he regained his balance and stood up. He looked down and noticed a few drops of blood falling to the water. He licked his lips, savoring the metallic taste. It's been a while since I've seen my own blood, Madara said, his lips parting into a smile. Hinata did not wish to stand still and wait. She ran forward once more, taking advantage of her temporary increased speed to match Madara. Madara smirked mere moments before Hinata touched him. Katan Heijingdikir no Jutsu, hiding in ash? Madara took a deep breath and expelled a chakra-infused ash that covered a wide area. Hinata cried as her skin was burned for being caught in the middle of the fire jutsu. Madara watched as Hinata jumped away from the ash cloud, her skin sizzling and regenerating. All her burns gone in a matter of seconds. Interesting. Your healing factor is similar to Hashirama's, Madara commented to himself. Katan, Goenka, Great Flame Flower. Hinata watched as Madara took a deep breath once more and launched countless fireballs. It felt like it was raining fire, the whole sky taking an orange tinge of color. This is ridiculous, Hinata thought in disbelief as she looked at the raining balls of fire. Each one was the size of a standard fireball, and there were dozens of them. She jumped away as a fireball landed close to her, closing her eyes in the process. Suetun Baku Swishuha, Great Exploding Water Wave. Hinata clasped her hands as the water on the ground started swirling furiously. Seconds before Hinata was overrun with the fireballs, a huge tornado of water burst from the earth. Hinata's hair fluttered violently as she poured her Senjutsu chakra into her water attack. The tornado of water roared into existence, toppling the great walls of the rain village in height. The fireball crashed into the water spout harmlessly. With a shout from the Hinata, the tornado stopped spinning but the water remained perfectly still. Madara watched as the tornado started changing shape into a massive water wall, spanning a wide spread. And with that, the water wall charged forward like a tsunami. The flames sputtered and died instantly, snuffed out like candles under the huge volume of water that poured down. The sky seemed filled with water and for the first time, Madara felt small. The wave curled on itself and crashed down on the ground, the earth quaking on its wake. Shinra Tensei, Madara bellowed, pushing the incoming wall of water. His eyes widened as his pulse of gravity did nothing to the wave as it simply wrapped around his body from all sides. From the left. From the right. From the back. From the sky. His Susanoo was brought into existence as his form was swallowed whole by the wave. Madara's Susanoo stumbled within the water, trying to regain balance but unable due to the rustling of the strong current. His Susanoo formed to two large swords and stabbed them deeply into the earth, stabilizing himself deep beneath the ocean Hinata had just created. Madara looked up to see Hinata standing on top of the water while he was buried beneath it. He had never seen such pure, crystalline water. He was broken from his thoughts when he heard a cracking sound and saw a crack line appear on his Susanoo. It was breaking under the pressure of the water. His eyes widened when he saw that the whole rain in the sky seemed to stop and start converging into one massive ball in the sky. Looks like she is worthy after all, Madara commented as Hinata brought her hand down with a shout. Mizuchi, Hinata roared, a serpent-like creature taking shape. It opened his large mouth, showing razor-sharp fangs before plummeting to the earth and sinking into the water, heading straight towards Madara. Madara watched in fascinating as the serpent swallowed his Susanoo, placing unimaginable pressure. His Susanoo was giving under the pressure. Madara's eyes glowed and his armor evolved into the next stage, gaining another reinforcement to withstand the tide. But even that was not enough. His humanoid was getting buried in the ground by the pressure of the dragon. The Susanoo crossed all four arms around his main body, but it was still cracking. And mere seconds later, the legendary shield of the Manjikyu Sharingan gave out and shattered like glass. Madara was going to follow the same path until a smirk crossed his lips and he closed his eyes in concentration. Worthy indeed, he laughed in thought. A large explosion rocked the whole grounds and village. Hinata cried as she was blasted back and the water shot into the sky, creating mini tsunamis. She watched as a monstrous figure rose from the water and stood tall in front of her. Hinata could only watch in despair as Madara summoned his perfect Susanoo. And just like Naruto, Madara's Susanoo was imposing. His armor was just as big as Naruto, and from the chakra it was leaking, she could guess that it was equally powerful. What was she supposed to do against such colossal warrior? Against a shinobi that defied the meaning of S rank? You should feel proud, Madara said from the top of his Susanoo. He stood floating in the diamond-shaped figure in the Susanoo's forehead. Only Hashirama has ever forced me to summon my perfect Susanoo. Hinata, however, didn't know if she should feel proud or horrified. He and Naruto were more similar than she thought. They had similar builds, mannerism, and even their powers were similar. Except she had never fought against Naruto using his full power, because she knew very well just what he could do. Hinata tensed as the Susanoo gripped the sword tightly. Susanoo, the Sharingan greatest offense and also its ultimate defense. Madara unsheathed his sword with lightning speed, unleashing a powerful shockwave that ripped through the earth. Suetun Surin no Jutsu, water prison. Hinata jumped as far as she could, immersing herself in water bubble as the shockwave crashed against her, and she was propelled backwards. Her water prison shattering against the power of the shockwave, barely able to dull the initial impact. Hinata twirled midair and landed gracefully on the water. Even liquefying my body didn't stop the attack from hurting me. Hinata grimaced in thought. I guess I don't have any other choice against this. Hinata muttered, steadying herself against the tremors caused by each step of Madara's Susanoo. And what can you do? Madara asked with amusement. Hashiman Tonku no Jin, 8 inner gates. Hinata grimaced, knowing full what she was about to do. She channeled the remaining of her Senjutsu chakra into her heart, and placed her thumb against her chest. Ki! Hinata roared, and at first nothing happened. Suddenly, a shockwave was released from her body, strong enough to draw Madara's curiosity, as he stopped his advances and watched in curiosity what Hinata was doing. Hinata's aura skyrocketed as the air around her swirled furiously. The ground started cracking and caving from her chakra pressure alone. Her hair stood on end as her skin gained a pale purple outline. The purple outline started gaining color, getting brighter and brighter, completely enveloping her form. Her hair danced in the wind and her Byakugan started gaining an unnatural glow as her raw Senjutsu chakra saturated the air. Oh! Madara commented with a raised eyebrow as he gazed into Hinata's shrouded form. She was certainly putting out a lot of chakra. He would bet that the whole Rain country would feel both of their chakra by now. Hinata took a deep breath, steadying her breathing against the maelstrom of chakra in her system. She charged her arms with so much chakra it became visible to the naked eye, and with that, she leapt. Madara lost track of her as she jumped. She had gained speed. He stood still inside his Susanoo, waiting patiently for Hinata to make her move. He didn't take long until he felt a mountain smashing against his back, forcing his massive Susanoo to stumble forward. Madara instantly looked backwards, seeing Hinata with her arm extended against the Susanoo back. Madara blinked at the power behind her punch, and she was gone once more. What the? Madara felt her approaching from the front this time. He didn't want to stand still and unsheathed his sword. With a flick of wrist he sent a powerful crescent wave of energy against the charging Hinata. Hinata looked up against the coming attack. Hack Hazangeki, Mountain Crusher! She thrust her arm forward, unleashing a powerful chakra burst mere moments before Susanoo's attack connected with her. Hinata's attack ripped through the energy wave, continuing and crashing against the Susanoo who blocked with both arms in X shape. She didn't waste any second and run towards the Susanoo at full speed just before leaping once more. She cocked her right arm backwards and smashed her fist against the Susanoo's right kneecap. Time seemed to slow down to Madara as her fist connected against the Susanoo's leg. Her fist connected with his leg with a resounding bang. At first nothing happened, but suddenly Madara heard a cracking sound and could watch as the Susanoo's leg cracked, splintered into pieces under the pressure of her punch, and was launched off into the distance. Madara only looked in shock at his now missing right leg, but Hinata didn't stand still. Once she landed, she jumped upwards and delivered a powerful uppercut to the Susanoo. The massive shield rose into the air slightly just before crashing down on his back, the earth quaking under the colossal warrior. Hinata winced as pain coursed over her all body. The next blow would be her last. She jumped high into the air. Tsutenkyaku, heavenly foot of pain. She concentrated the remnants of her strength on her heel and hit the downed Susanoo's chest with a powerful falling axe kick. Madara only watched as the air rippled when her heel connected with his Susanoo, and his entire warrior immediately cracked and disintegrated into dust under the shockwave. Cho Shinra Tensei! Madara bellowed, countering the shockwave with a pulse of gravity, and everything turned into a blinding light as both forces connected with each other. Beyond, the earth quaked as both forces matched against each other. Trees were uprooted, the rain stopped falling as even the massive walls of the rain village resonated under the massive shockwave. The dust started clearing off and the sun started shining through the clouds. Ugh, Madara grunted, lifting himself out of the rubble with one final push. All the water had been vaporized. He got onto his feet and stumbled slightly before regaining his balance. He spat a mouthful of blood as he looked around, noticing for the first time the devastation Hinata's attack had accomplished. There was nothing around them but a large crater. Madara grimaced in pain when he looked at the stump that used to be his left arm. The force of Hinata's full power had enough to destroy his perfect Susanoo and take his left arm with it. Madara started walking forward, moving towards the center of the crater. He strained his eyes and saw Hinata kneeling in the middle of the blast zone, her breathing slow and shallow. She stood completely still, blood dripping slightly from her mouth. Her senjutsu marks were long gone from her face, and replaced by signs of pure exhaustion. To think, Madara said, stopping a few feet from her, that even for just a moment, you were stronger than me. Madara chuckled aimlessly, taking a deep breath. If I had been on the same level when I faced Hashirama back in the day, you would have won, Madara said, his breathing returning to normal. To open the 8 gates and live. You are truly amazing, Madara said with pride. Zetsu, Madara called, and the white clone popped from the ground. Take her to the hideout and patch her up, Madara ordered, and the clone nodded, moving towards Hinata. It's nearly time, Madara said, looking at the sky and bathing in the rare sunlight of Amigakure. Argchhhh, Madara's head snapped to the source of the scream. The screaming was coming from Zetsu, and he could understand why. Zetsu had been pierced right through the middle of his chest by what seemed to a pure white blade of some sort. Zetsu gripped the blade as he was lifted into the air as if he weighed nothing. Tomigoroshi no Haikatsu, all-killing ash bone. He heard Hinata whisper faintly, and could only watch in shock as the Zetsu clone started rotting and crumbling until he was nothing more than a pile of ash on the ground. Madara looked in astonishment as the white blade receded back into Hinata's outstretched arm, disappearing deep into her open palm. The Shikatsumiyaku dead bone pulse, Madara whispered in shock. It wasn't possible. This wasn't some bloodline you could awaken like the Sharingan. You were either born with it or you lucked out. This bloodline had only been seen in the Kagaya clan, and even among them it was a rarity. If things couldn't get any worse, Madara watched completely frozen as Hinata's wounds disappeared. Her gashes mended themselves together, and the blood dripping from her mouth was simply reabsorbed back into her body. Even her face was losing signs of exhaustion. A side effect of the bone dead pulse? An external healing factor to compensate the usage of bones, Madara mused, watching her intently. Madara's jaw hit the floor when her hair started turning snow white in color. It began in her head and started branching out until the end of her hair. What the hell is going on? Madara cursed. He didn't like not knowing what was happening. Is she an Uzumaki now? Madara growled, only seen the hair turning white on the Uzumaki clan, after their members broke their limits. But that couldn't be. His Sharingan could still see her chakra. She hadn't expended all of it. She still had enough, but she pushed her body too far with the 8 gates. He watched as Hinata took a deep breath and looked up, towards him. He was half expecting a couple of horns and an eyeball in the middle of her forehead by the going of things. Madara just gaped as he watched Hinata's eyes glowing a light blue. They were changing, he could see it clearly with the Sharingan. The hollow look of the Byakugan was gone. It was being replaced by a pitch-black pupil and a bluish, flower-like pattern around it. Her eyes glowed and the vein bulges around her eyes disappeared. A new Dijitsu? Madara muttered in disbelief. The Hyuga clan had been around for centuries and there never was even the faintest whisper of an evolved Byakugan. But Madara couldn't deny his eyes as the evidence stood right in front of him. He watched as she stood up in silence, and just stared at him with her new eyes. He could swear she had a faint smile of her lips, and was her hair moving? Madara blinked as her hair started waving behind her back, but there was no wind around. Nato, inner path. Hinata smiled as her hair lengthened considerably. Tojibari, rabbit needle hair. Hinata launched countless hardened needles from her hair. Madara immediately activated his Susanoo to block the incoming attack. He was surprised to see the needles digging themselves deep into his Susanoo. His shield had barely been able to block the ferocious attack. It seems she hasn't lost any accuracy with her new eyes, Madara thought, noticing that every single needle was aimed at vital points. Madara looked as the attack stopped, and Hinata sprang forward. She seemed slower than usual but still faster than most shinobi he had ever faced. Madara braced himself as Hinata closed the distance in the blink of an eye. She threw her fist forward and Madara was about to block it when a bone burst from her hand. His eyes widened as he sidestepped the attack and immediately ducked under a swipe. He watched as the bone sliced a few strands of his long hair, and saw the hair disintegrating to dust before his very eyes. Can't let her touch me with those bones, Madara thought. He was curious about her bones. They seemed different from what he heard about the dead bone pulse. The Kagai clan could use bones as weapons, but that was about it. He never heard of bones destroying anything they touched. Madara was broken from his thoughts and lashed out a lightning-fast kick to her chest. He was surprised when several bones popped from her ribcage to block his kick. His eyes widened as he immediately jumped backwards, discarding his right sandal as it disintegrated from being in contact with her bones. A dangerous opponent, Madara thought with a smile, but it too late for fighting her again. Even with the new awakened Jujutsu, her chakra reserves were depleting. She was tired even if she didn't want to show it. He saw as Hinata took a step back and looked around as if she was being cornered. Madara watched her with curiosity. Hinata suddenly sprang to the right and thrust both arms forward, piercing what seemed to be thin air. Madara stood frozen as the shadow he had projected with his Rinnegan crumbled into dust. But it wasn't possible. Only someone descended from the Sage of the Six Paths could project, feel, or see the shadows. And only someone with his chakra could harm them. Who are you? Madara thought with narrowed eyes. She turned around and focused her new blue eyes on him. Madara swung his stump of an arm, throwing blood into her newly awakened eyes. Clearly Hinata didn't expect it as she stumbled backwards and clutched to her eyes. Gakido, Predapath, Madara said, grabbing Hinata by the neck and absorbing the remaining of her chakra. Hinata gasped as her remaining chakra was stolen. Her eyes started losing their blue hue and turned back to their usual hollow look of the Byakugan, and alongside it, her hair returned to the dark blue color as well. So you can turn those eyes off, Madara mused as she blacked out, putting an end to the battle. Madara gently lowered her to the ground and watched as another Zetsu came and took her away. How intriguing, Madara said out loud, thinking back to Hinata's eyes. Man, Izuna said, stepping into the battlefield. She did a number on you. Izuna chuckled, pointing to his now missing arm. Indeed, Madara mused. I may have underestimated her. I didn't expect her to use the 8 inner gates battle formation. Tell me, Izuna, what do you know about the Hyuga clan and the Byakugan? Few days later Hinata was healed by Zetsu, and her chakra sealed once more. She was back to step 1, being trapped in a room with the only visits being Izuna with her food. However, that provided her with time to think. Time to think about her new eyes and specifically her dead bone pulse bloodline. That surely explained all the pain she had been feeling in the last weeks. But the question remained. What triggered her change? Naruto seemed to know, but then again. He knew everything. She heard a rustling outside of her room. Just in time. Hinata thought as she expected Izuna to walk in with her meal. She was surprised when the door opened and Madara stepped inside, empty-handed. She watched carefully as Madara approached and placed a single finger on her forehead, breaking her chakra seal. Hinata felt her chakra returning and immediately stood up and ready for round 2. Madara for his part just stood still, watching her with amusement. You are free to go, Madara said, and she blinked. What? She asked. She must have heard wrong. You are free to go, Madara repeated, restraining to laugh at her stupefied face. Why? Hinata almost whined. You served your purpose, Madara answered and stepped out of the room. Hinata didn't wait for him to change his mind and immediately bolted out of the room. In a few short minutes she was long away from the Rain Village. End flashback. And now I'm here. Hinata finished her tale and looked around room, taking notice that mostly everyone was either gaping like a fish or staring blankly at her. She didn't blame them. It was quite the tale. Damn, Tobirama was the first to sum everyone's thoughts. Can we see it? Kushina asked and everyone leaned in, including Naruto. Hinata sighed and slowly opened her eyes and Naruto took a sharp breath. So you awakened it after all? Naruto smiled and Hinata nodded. Naruto looked at her eyes more carefully now. Her traditional white, pupilless eyes now had a light blue flower-like pattern. She blinked and the flower pattern disappeared, returning her eyes to the usual Byakugan state. To his surprise, he saw her hair returning to the old dark blue color. Well? Hinata asked, and everyone turned towards Naruto, waiting for an explanation. What do you know of this? You clearly knew I was going to awaken it, Hinata stated, and Naruto nodded. It never crossed my mind even for just a moment that you would awaken them. But when I did that scan on you I could see the eyes blossoming behind your Byakugan. The same way I could feel your own body adapting to its changes, just like mine did when I awakened my Rinnegan. Naruto began and everyone listened in. It's called Tensigen, Reincarnation Eye. Those eyes belong to Himura Otsutsuki, Naruto said, and everyone cringed their faces in confusion. Himura Otsutsuki was the twin brother of Hagoromo Otsutsuki, also known as the Sage of the Six Paths. Naruto said, and everyone stared in disbelief. How come you know all of this? Hashirama grumbled. When I met Hagoromo, I saw a few of his memories, both growing up and with him as an adult. I knew that Himura possessed the Tensigen, and wielded the Dead Bone Pulse as well. I guess all those abilities were dormant within the Hyuga clan and were triggered by Otsutsuki chakra. Naruto explained. And where did she get Otsutsuki chakra? Hashirama asked with curiosity. That would be my fault. Naruto sighed as everyone looked at him in confusion. I am Hagoromo's first transmigrant after all. Transmigrant? Hashirama furrowed his eyebrows. I don't know why you don't know this. You were Azura's transmigrant, Naruto said, making Hashirama's eyes twitch. Explain, Hashirama said, crossing his arms and taking a deep breath. Well, it's like this. You all know how chakra began, right? Naruto asked, and everyone nodded. Hagoromo and Himura were the first users of chakra. But the thing was that their chakra was extremely powerful. The same thing with Hagoromo's children, Indra and Azura. What happened was that when they died, be it a natural death or not, their powerful chakra remained stuck in this world, waiting patiently for a specific individual to be born. In Hashirama's case, it was Azura's chakra. When Hashirama was born, Azura's chakra latched onto you, giving you unnatural powers compared to most shinobi. I suspect Madara was Indra's transmigration. That would explain why he was the only who could match against you. The thing is that this chakra, while giving you increased powers, only latches onto a person who will develop specific personality traits. In Azura's case, it was his will and desire for peace and love, you said were. Hashirama said softly, when the transmigrant dies, this chakra of the original one detaches and waits patiently for the next newborn who will become the next transmigrant. In a way, you can call this reincarnation of past lives. Naruto finished, and everyone had their jaws on the ground. And you weren't exactly born when I resurrected you, were you? Naruto chuckled, and Hashirama nodded slowly. Sasuke was Indra's transmigrant, Naruto said out of nowhere. How do you know that? Hinata asked with curiosity. I could remember his chakra after my talk with Hagoromo, Naruto explained. Anyway, since I'm Hagoromo's transmigration, I am, in fact, Otsutsuki Naruto. And like my clan name, my chakra is Otsutsuki in nature, Naruto explained. That still doesn't explain how she awakened those eyes, Tobirama argued. It's because we became intimate, Naruto said, and cleared his throat as everyone stared at him. You mean, she awakened the eyes because you had sex with her? Jiraiya said before bursting in laughter. This is too good, he said between breaths. Explain please, Hinata muttered. Why do you think the whole sex only after marriage began? Naruto asked rhetorically. Because even today, sex is referred as something more than physical. In some cultures, having sex is like a ritual for the sharing of energies. That is why you awakened the Tensigen, Naruto explained. I bet you share your chakra with her a lot. Jiraiya grinned, wiggling his eyebrows, making everyone facepalm. Jiraiya, have some decency, Tsunade yelled, smacking his head. Now what? Hinata asked. Now we trained your new abilities. Naruto grinned and Hinata smiled. She was back home.